Preliminary analysis detects nothing remiss in either individual, Bartholomew added in his droning voice.
Well, it's obvious that Anthony is the one who's lying, right? Alexandra looked at Alistair. He's an absolute pig and the main reason New York is a dystopian wasteland.
Hey, that's completely unfair, Anthony said.
I prefer to be called a rat, not a pig. My masculine features aren't pig-like at all.
Sorry, Angie, but I have to look at this from an objective standpoint, Alistair said, giving his sister a sheepish glance. It's what you would want. If something happened to either you or Anthony, like a parasite or body snatcher, the original personality of both of you is irrelevant. In fact, since Anthony is the strongest one here, the chance of him being affected is the lowest out of all of us.
Hey, this guy's talking some sense now. You're right, I am the strongest. If there was a parasite, it wouldn't want a piece of this.
I've taught you too well, Alistair, Evangeline said.
So, do you have a proposition?
I can use my eyes of truth, though I'm not sure how effective it will be in determining who's correct, Alistair said. He wasn't thrilled about the idea of going to -1 karma, but he would do it if it was necessary. It's an upgrade of Inspect that relies on karmic energy. Alfred perked up at the mention of karma. Alistair could almost see the gears turning behind the shrewd businessman's eyes.
You know, I take back all the positive things I said about you. Charisma users are the smarmiest, greediest bastards, always trying to manipulate people and be the man in the chair. I must have killed at least 100 of them, and I was doing a public service, honest to God, Anthony said, still separating himself from the rest of the group. That's real fresh coming from you, Alexandra said. What about you, Alfred? If your class is Spymaster, shouldn't you have sensory abilities that can help us out? Evangeline asked.
The Englishman shook his head. I'm afraid my reconnaissance is more elementary than that. Mostly along the audio and visual lines, nothing supernatural. I wish I could help more, but it looks like it's all up to you. His brother nodded, 2 of his machine guns dangling from around his thick neck. All right, Alistair said. Let's see. Going into karmic debt to use Eyes of Truth was markedly different from using it like normal. While the pain of losing his positive karma hurt, it was bearable. Alistair's brain had naturally blocked off the emotional pain of going into the negatives from last time, but the memories came flooding back as he dropped to -1 karma. A haze of shadows surrounding everything greeted Alistair, probably the result of the omnipresent danger of the island, but he immediately noticed the change in Anthony's aura. The timeless, endless pool of clear and white aura developed a thin film of darkness over it. He guessed that the parasite Evangeline mentioned caused the alterations. While his vision wasn't as precise at viewing the soul, the combination of the change in aura coupled with the black lines of fate made him sure something was afoot with Anthony. He was properly thorough, however, checking his sister and everyone else for anomalies as well. Satisfied that his inspection discovered nothing else, he shut off his Eyes of Truth, not trying to go any more into the negatives. Alistair made his decision in less than a blink of an eye. He didn't want to give Parasite Anthony any time to prepare. Hopefully they could subdue the man without killing him and remove whatever creature had taken up stock in Anthony's soul, but Alistair didn't have his hopes up. If the number 5 on Earth still kept his abilities, they would need all 5 of them working together to defeat him, and they couldn't afford to pull their punches. With a single step in dash, Alistair brought himself right in front of Anthony, who barely had time to react. Barely enough time for Anthony, however, was more time in the world. Alistair had his thoughts about Anthony's class and skills after seeing him deal with the monkey, and his momentum slowing midair confirmed his speculations. Anthony had a class relating to time. Luckily, Alistair had an ace up his sleeve. Ever since arriving in the clearing, he was inundated with powerful spiritual pressure. He could feel in his bones that thousands had died on those rocky cliffs, based on the anger and regret that tinged their presence. It was time for him to use the solid spirit leaf. He focused on the strongest, most powerful spirit he could find until its spectral aura appeared over him like a suit of ghostly armor. Right away it was obvious that this wasn't an ordinary application of his ghost whispers. A little ping and a notification window alerted him to a new skill, one that could actually summon a ghost. Unlike his previous uses of ghost whispers, this was an actual unliving ghost that walked the mortal plane, rejecting the call of the beyond. While his skill could use the spiritual echoes of souls that had passed on, he had never encountered a ghost in the flesh, or lack thereof. With his ghostly armor, Alistair was more confident than ever. Through his skill's connection, he understood the spirit's past. Once he was a mighty dragon, but a conniving sorceress tricked him into coming to this god-forsaken island where he perished, never seeing his family or mate again. In his pain and anger, he swore never to leave the island until he took his revenge on the sorceress. Alistair felt his movement arrest as the flow of time reversed, but now he had the assistance of a dragon. Anthony's skill worked by infusing it with his Tao, allowing for a complete reversal of time. At his higher level, and likely a more developed Tao inspiration, Alistair alone would have been helpless. But he wasn't alone. It was already harder for Anthony's Tao-infused time reversal to affect a purely spiritual being, but the dragon, whose name Alistair somehow knew as Ogarth, was also a member of an ancient species. Dragons were majestic and storied beings that could live for millions of years naturally. Ogarth was pitifully weak for a member of his species, barely a higher level than Alistair, yet voiding the Tao of a puny human who dared to encroach on one of the most fundamental Taos in the universe, the Tao of time. Simple. Maybe he could have his cake and eat it too, Alistair thought, his arm burning bright with dragon fire to form Ogarth's snout. Anthony clearly wasn't used to someone breaking through his skill, and Alistair slammed his burning fist right into his fat nose. He knew he couldn't let up on the level 29 man, following up with a mana strike to the guy and then a hammer fist to the top of his skull. The final blow came with decades of inherited experience from Assassin's Fist. Alistair just knew that if he struck right in between two of Anthony's ribs, he could deliver a death blow that stopped his heart. Anthony dropped to the ground, breathing no more. I estimated your chance of success to be less than 13.1%. Clearly, my algorithms need some fine-tuning, Bartholomew said. Alfred was clapping. Impressive work dispatching the ne'er-do-well, unless you and your sister are working together. Evangeline tackled him in a hug. I knew you could do it. I'm so proud of you, Alistair. Alistair couldn't help but break out into the widest grin. He had defeated the number 5 ranked man on Earth practically all on his own. Not all on his own, Alistair corrected. Ogarth still clung to him, frantically looking for a new enemy, though fortunately the others couldn't see him. Alexandra brushed against his arm. You're amazing. You know, when I first saw you, I didn't think much of you, but you've proved me completely wrong. He could feel his cheeks grow red. Alexandra's soft touch felt divine against his skin. Alistair shook his head. What was he doing? He had a girlfriend. Something wasn't right with his judgment. It dawned on him that something didn't feel right. He just killed a level 29 opponent, and he didn't level up. While it was possible with the exponential increases in experience needed to level up, he felt like it was unlikely, especially with his feeling that the Kellis kill gave him more than a full level. The way everyone reacted felt wrong as well. There was a certain lack of verisimilitude to their actions, like he was in a play rather than in real life. The cherry on top was the haze of shadows from his eyes of truth. His initial interpretation was that the general threat of the jungle was causing the negative impression, but that made little sense. The eyes of truth had only revealed solid, actionable threats before, not a general miasma of danger. Ogarth's ghost scratched him in the form of a miniature dragon. The dragon congealed into a near-physical form, waves of ectoplasm emanating from his skin. Leave, Ogarth whispered. His form became one with Alistair, and he knew the ghost would disappear after he finished his task. Alistair formed dragon's claws, and under Ogarth's direction, he cut a tear into reality. But instead of going into an endless void as he expected, he woke up in a puddle of slime. Writhing in pain, he felt like every part of his body was burning alive. He He was paralyzed, his body partially submerged in a viscous green muck that tore apart his skin and clothing. He tried to remember the last thing that happened. How much of what he just experienced was an illusion? They were running for their lives from a pack of monkeys, which seamlessly transitioned into the argument at the rock clearing. Somewhere along the way they must have fallen for an illusion and been brought to a slimy cave of acid. He struggled to crane his neck to see the others, all fast asleep under the illusion, stuck in the green liquid. With all of his strength, Alistair managed to pull himself out of the slime, cursing under his breath from the pain. The outer layer of his skin was corroded, along with most of his clothing, but otherwise he felt okay. Checking on his status screen, he only lost 15 health, and the skill he acquired under the illusion, spectral summoning, actually existed. They were stuck inside a small, dank cave that contained springs of the bubbling green slime. After checking the area for immediate danger, he got to work digging his teammates out of the pools. He started with the people he trusted the most, Evangeline and Alexandra. Evangeline looked much worse than either him or Alexandra, which he attributed to her lower constitution. The moment he fully lifted them out of the pool, they woke up. In Alexandra's case, it involved a quite girly scream at a kick that almost hit Alistair in the face. Deliverance of justice activated the moment he dragged them out of the pools, reinforcing the danger they were in, and he got to work rescuing the others in quick succession. For Anthony, Alistair was tempted to not take him out, partially based on his actions in the dream, but he couldn't justify losing one of the most essential members of their party in terms of strength. His Tao inspiration grated at the idea of working with the man, but he luckily included pragmatism within his ideals, so he wasn't an overly zealous paladin. After everyone was out of the vats of acidic slime, they swapped stories about what had happened when they were under. Everyone remembered encountering the monkeys in the forest and running away, but everything after that wildly differed depending on the person. For example, Alexandra remembered falling into a subterranean kingdom of hostile moles, which sounded way more interesting than his parasite murder mystery illusion. No one recalled exactly how they landed inside of the cave, however. After everyone got their bearings right, they explored the cave. Luminescent blue moss dotted the walls of the cave, which was covered in the slime from back in the pools. After a couple of minutes of scouting the cave, they weren't any closer to finding an exit. There was only one tunnel connected to the small room of slime pools, so they explored it. Alexandra kicked the slimy cave wall in an attempt to create her own exit. The walls turned out to be softer than expected, morphing around her powerful kick so that nothing collapsed. After she retracted her leg, the walls shifted back to their previous formation like nothing had ever happened. With no other options, they kept trekking farther into the cave. Alfred stopped in his tracks, eyes wide.
30 meters ahead.
Alistair formed his Terrigen wraps around his fists, prepared for a fight, along with everyone else who grew tense, having just been completely vulnerable.
Not a bad thing. Apologies. I think I just found a room of treasure.
29. Treasure Room. A room of treasure? Anthony asked, his greed evident.
My probe found a hollow part of the wall up ahead. Inside, there appears to be heaps of coins and other items, Alfred said, though he seemed to hesitate.
What's the catch? Alistair asked. His brother answered for him. The treasure is surrounded by dead bodies.
So what? That just means we don't have to fight anyone for the loot,
Anthony said. Evangeline advocated for a more cautious approach.
Do we need to remind you we all got entranced by an unknown assailant? We don't even know how he got here in the first place. This could be a trap. You make a good point. However, I've scanned the tunnels deeper, and there's no end in sight. Our best bet is to investigate the room. It might even be our ticket out of this cave. Worst comes to worst, it's not as if we were going anywhere soon before, Alfred said.
I don't care what you lot do, I'm taking a look. Anthony strutted to the location Alfred pointed out. If my impeccable danger sense isn't tingling, nothing can be wrong. I have the highest wisdom on earth. It's impossible for me to fall prey to a non-physical attack. Alistair didn't even want to point out the irony that 2 minutes ago Anthony was drowning in a pool of hallucinatory slime, his danger sense apparently not working. Not seeing any other options, they followed him up the right side of the cave that Alfred pointed out. Without his eyes of truth, he couldn't help directly in scouting, but with his ghost whispers, he could feel the emotional imprints of the deceased within the enclave. Nothing screamed of immediate danger. Bartholomew put his hand to the wall, a metallic gray sheet forming over his arm in an instant. I detect no poisons or chemical toxins. Alistair's sister spoke up as well. Nothing on my end either. Let's try this out, Anthony said, kicking the cave. Unlike when Alexandra did it, Anthony smashed cleanly through a thin, slimy layer of rock. A couple more kicks and the wall crumbled away, revealing a small room. There were skeletons dressed in diverse attire strewn about the cavity, carrying various weapons and objects in their bony hands. But the most noticeable aspect was the thousands upon thousands of gold drachma in heaps that went up to Alistair's knees. My God! Exclaimed Alfred. That's several times our family stores. Bartholomew, how much is there? Approximately 2.4 million based on volume, though a more precise count is needed. Hey! Alexandra shouted. Look! Anthony's hoarding all the coins! Alistair turned to Anthony, who was indeed grabbing all the coins he could, transferring them to his store wallet as fast as he could. It's all right, Evangeline said. Check your own wallet. He looked at his balance, and sure enough, it was increasing despite him not doing anything. Oh, I see, Alfred said. Because we're a part of the same team, it looks like we share all the coins equally. Anthony abruptly stopped his collecting. That's not fair, he complained. Early bird should get the worm. While the rest of the group discussed the allocation of the coins and the other items, Alistair found himself drawn to one skeleton in particular. Based on its height and hip bones, it once belonged to a female, and from the horns on the skull, not a human woman. As he was dragging out his teammates from the slime pools, Alistair had a chance to reflect on his current path. He realized something about killing Kellis wasn't entirely aligned with his Tao inspiration, and he also wondered how he could use his recent additions to improve upon it. Tao elements. Tao of justice, primary. Tao of the fist, secondary. Elements. One against the world. Indefatigable drive. Punishment of evil. Way of the fist. Death blow. Untouchable speed. It was interesting to see all the aspects of his Tao plainly laid out in neat phrases, though he felt it didn't encompass everything in his Tao inspiration, as no words could fully describe it. He remembered an element of his initial revelation that brought upon his Tao inspiration, the idea of fighting the system, big S or little s. It was that aspect that made his defeat of Kellis unsatisfactory and not in complete alignment with his Tao like he had been when he killed Marcus. While at first he wasn't sure, he was positive that the reason was that it was a preordained event for the entertainment of others. Individual evildoers, even those as heinous and malevolent as Kellis Bratavala, were but cogs in the greater machine of the final frontier empire, and perhaps even in the greater multiverse, which he had every indication was just as brutal and cutthroat. It wasn't an excuse to be a bystander just because if one tyrant died, another would take his or her place, but it had an element of truth. He felt his Tao inspiration change just the slightest bit to greater emphasize systemic change, but that wasn't enough for a breakthrough to the next stage. But he had the perfect piece to add, a remembrance of things past. Not a reference to the early 20th century French novel, but the strong nostalgic presence emanating from the horned skeleton. Alistair had been racking his brains on how to combine the newest element of his cultivation, his ghost side, with the path of justice. Feeling the spiritual presence of the skeleton lady, he figured out a connection. The reason he was drawn to her corpse was the strong imprint of regret and love it gave off. More than any of the other bodies in the room, he could feel her story, similar to Ogarth the dragon. She was an Einzat demon, born of another universe, who immigrated to the final frontier empire for a new life. Unfortunately, she was tragically enslaved and brought to Dragon's Den Island many thousands of years ago to extract the psychoactive slime of the Herax turtle, an enormous subterranean beast, for use in recreational drugs. She met her end in the belly of the beast, as did most of the slaves who performed the near-suicidal job. He now understood how he could incorporate the ghosts. He would borrow their power in exchange for fulfilling the unrealized dreams that haunted them. For Marizel the demon, all she wanted was freedom for her fellow workers. While her memories were jumbled, she still had the image of a blue crescent moon with a golden fist emblem on top of it seared into her mind. Alistair didn't recognize it, but it must have been the symbol of the company that used slave labor to mine the turtle. While he wordlessly explained to her that the company responsible for mining the island was no longer present, the principle of the idea caused a change in his Tao inspiration. Achievement Upgrade. Fledgling Tao. 2. Upgrade a Tao inspiration. Adding a new element or altering an existing element in a substantial way to one's Tao. Reward. Plus 10 wisdom. Plus 10 charisma. Plus 10 agility. Badge acquired. Jack of all trades. Untiered legendary badge. Achieve 500 total points of stats with at least 50 in every attribute before level 30. All attributes plus 15%. Alistair looked at his new stats in triumph. A 15% increase went a long way with his numbers at that point, and while he wasn't sure about it, based on Alexandra's fledgling strength badge, he was hoping for some kind of overall attributes badge. His rank shot up to 401 despite not gaining a single level. The Tao inspiration upgrade and his new badge looked like they were worth a pretty penny, though he had to exchange his Slayer of General Kraz badge. Additional badge slots were a commodity he needed more of. Everyone worked to gather up the drachma and gear. Alistair was content with the upgrade to his Tao inspiration, so he let the others split it 5 ways. Not that any of the items were that useful for him either. Alexandra found an item called Girdle of Vigor that converted 5% of her strength to endurance, a tremendous bonus for her considering her level of strength. It capped out at a total of 20 added endurance, but that wouldn't happen until she reached 400 strength, which was a long way away. After they finished collecting all the loot, they had 2 options: the left chamber of the fork up ahead, or the right one. "I still don't understand the cave system," Evangeline said. "Where is all of this slime coming from? We don't even know how we ended up here. Something must have bypassed all our defenses at the same time, but I don't understand how that's possible. Also, there's something strange about the spirituality of this place." "You think we're trapped in another illusion?" Alfred asked. "No, that's not right." She shook her head. "The illusion was so obvious in retrospect. It couldn't replicate some of the complex aspects of people's souls under my soul sight, but I couldn't connect it at the time. This is different." "Oh no," Alistair moaned. How had he not seen it before? They were inside a Herax turtle. The knowledge granted from Marizel told him that the creatures could be kilometers long and burrowed deep underground until surfacing to feed. Creatures swallowed by the titanic turtle would be paralyzed and kept under self-satisfying illusions until it completely digested them. He didn't connect his knowledge until his sister mentioned how weird the cave was. With some trepidation, Alistair activated Eyes of Truth. Name: N.A. Species: Herax turtle, adolescent. Class: N.A. Level: 55. "I don't want anybody to panic," Alistair said, "but use an inspection skill on the walls."
What the fuck?
Anthony exclaimed, in direct opposition to Alistair's advice.
Are we inside whatever the fuck a Herax turtle is?
"It appears we are," Alfred said.
"My apologies. I should have realized from the humidity of the air and biological signatures we were inside of a living being. I can't believe no one thought to simply use inspect on the cave itself."
Bartholomew grew his metal skin again, touching the walls of the cave.
"We must be inside the digestive tract."
"Wait, I have an idea," Anthony said, seemingly having calmed down from his earlier outburst.
Why don't we kill this thing? Imagine how many levels we'd get for killing a level 55 monster. I might shoot up straight to number 1. We can't let this opportunity go to waste. Excuse me? How are we supposed to kill something that's level 55? That's almost the difference between us and level 1. In fact, it's even more for some of us, Alexandra said. We're already inside the beast. We just have to find its heart or brain and blow it up. How protected could it be? It's like how Ant-Man could kill Thanos from the inside, if you know what I mean.
Alistair wanted to protest at Anthony's pop culture reference, but he refrained himself. Honestly, his idea didn't sound so bad. It was high risk, high reward, but that's what the felons versus fellows wanted, right? He wasn't going to reach the peak just by dawdling around. And if he could put on a show for the producers, possibly getting extra perks, why not? I think he's right, Alistair said. If we're attacking from inside the body, it won't be as tough. Already ahead of you, Alfred put a finger to his ear. Brother, can you analyze the signal? 35 degrees left, 33 degrees right. Heat signature increasing across the gradient. Bartholomew tapped his ear as well. The temperature is higher on the left side, rising deeper in. I believe aiming for the hottest part will get us closer to the core. I can sense a greater spirituality from the left as well, Evangeline added. With everyone on board their crazy plan to kill the level 55 Herax turtle, they walked down the left chamber. After 20 or so meters, the passage shrunk down to uncomfortable heights. Alfred, the tallest among them, practically had to crawl. The temperature also skyrocketed. Bartholomew announced the temperature had reached 50 degrees Celsius and rising. Alistair was sure without his constitution, he would have been collapsing from heat stroke. The Wood brothers and Evangeline navigated them through the labyrinthine caves, hunting for the hottest and strongest aura location. Alistair couldn't help but note how strange a digestive tract it was. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason to the layout, and it twisted in asymmetrical patterns that defied the standard laws of biology. He supposed there was no reason it had to follow the laws of earth science, though he remembered the Tao archetypes tended to make things not entirely alien. At last they came to a dead end at a long wall of fissures and indents. The heat coming from behind the wall was enough to make him feel like he was burning alive, and Evangeline and Alfred were doing even worse, the super soldier carrying his brother on his back. Bubbling red liquid erupted from the fissure, pooling into a river that traversed the floor, stretching out to their left and right. A booming noise pounded at a careful tempo every few seconds, shaking the entire cavern. "Is that the heart?" Alexandra asked, who still looked healthy, along with Anthony and Bartholomew. "It seems likely," Bartholomew said. Alfred's bug melted from the heat. The temperature beyond this wall exceeds 120 degrees Celsius. "The aura is so strong," Evangeline choked out, the heat wearing her down. Alistair concurred with her statement. Even the less sensitive members of the party were feeling the oppression of the Herax turtle's aura. "And we didn't come all this way to give 'em now, did we?" Anthony said cheerfully. "If you can't withstand the heat and pressure, take a step back." Alistair paid close attention to Anthony, trying to gather any information about the man's fighting style. He placed his palm on the pulsing red wall and closed his eyes. Alistair felt the same powerful aura that buckled him to his knees gathering in its full force. He saw Anthony's Tao in its harsh beauty, an endless pit of entropy and command over the fundamental force of time. The wall crumbled into nothingness. That was when the fun started. The moment the wall disappeared, a wave of green slime came rushing forward, threatening to pull all of them back into the turtle's thrall. Anthony stopped it all without a second thought. There were some benefits to having the fifth-ranked man on your team. Without the element of surprise, Anthony easily stopped the wave of slime, freezing it in time before reversing it back into the dark cavern from which it came. Evangeline and Alfred stayed back, unable to enter the heart chamber, but the rest of them stepped inside. 20 meters into the natural room lay the largest heart Alistair had ever seen. The beating organ was larger than 10 of himself put together, pumping every 10 seconds. Each pump created a physical shockwave that exceeded a mere sound, pushing them back a meter at a time and nearly shattering their eardrums. He couldn't decide if the sound or the pressure on his soul was worse. It felt like he was being compressed from every angle, getting even worse during the heartbeats. Anthony was stuck holding back the slime. The green liquid that previously filled the space wanted to crash back down and drown them all, but Anthony held it frozen on both sides, his hands outstretched.
I can't hold this back forever!
He gritted out, a vein popping out of his forehead. Alistair nodded at Alexandra and Bartholomew. It was up to the three of them to finish the job. She activated Barbarian's Fury, her recently upgraded raging skill now offering a 30% increase to her strength and endurance. A slight red aura of evaporating blood now accompanied her upgraded skill, something that Alistair had to admit was quite badass. Bartholomew also changed, his metallic skin wrapping around his entire body. Alistair was starting to feel inadequate that he didn't have his own transformation. His best approximation was borrowing power from a ghost, which he did, absorbing the last remnants of Marizel. He felt her bid him goodbye and infuse his aura with her demonic poison. Normally, he would have befallen immediately to the dark toxins running in his veins, but her spiritual imprint gave him temporary immunity. The super soldier took an RPG out of a dimensional storage space, aiming it at the heart. I think our best bet is you two getting your poisons in the heart. He launched a streak of blue at the beating heart, creating an explosion that temporarily blinded Alistair, yet still barely charred the ugly heart. A deafening pump came a second later, forcing them back to 10 meters away from the organ. Bartholomew attached rocket boosters to Alexandra's feet to allow her to keep up with Alistair, who dashed toward the heart, his fist imbued with a mana strike as well as demonic poisoning, causing the cloak to be purple instead of blue. Alexandra was right behind him, her giant Tang Clan dirk dripping in violent smog. They got 5 meters away from the heart when it pounded again, in violation of its normal pattern. They flew back right into Bartholomew's arms, who rushed to catch them.
I can't hold this back for much longer! Be quick or we're going to be dissolving in slime juice again!
Anthony shouted, still freezing the thousands of gallons of slime.
I can freeze the heart for a second when you get close, but that's going to cause the slime to come crashing down. Will you be ready for that? We have to be, Alistair said. The heart must be able to detect when we get close and can beat as a defense mechanism.
Another beat of the heart sent them back a meter. At a farther distance, it was less powerful, not sending them back the 15 it did when they got closer.
On 3, Alistair asked. 1, 2, 3!
Bartholomew dual-wielded 2 RPGs, firing them at the heart at the same time Alistair dashed and Alexandra ran with her rocket-boosted shoes. The rockets exploded first, clouding his vision in light, but he still charged forward, poisoned mana fist ready. He could feel the heart engorge with a powerful aura as it prepared to beat, but Anthony got to it first. While the man was nearly level 30, the turtle was level 55, and even if it was just the heart of the creature, it resisted Anthony's Tao of time, so the heart froze in time even less than Anthony expected, just for a quarter of a second. But that was all they needed. Alistair struck first, landing a powerful punch that split open a meter-long wound in the heart. Blood poured out, completely covering Alistair, but that didn't stop his poison from seeping inside. Alexandra was right behind him, and she took getting dirty to a whole new level. She stabbed the inside of the heart, traveling within the wound Alistair created for maximum damage. Her gigantic dagger pierced the heart straight through, and she hefted it around inside to cut it even more. Every second the poison dagger remained in the heart, the ancient concoction of the Tang spread more of its corrosive toxin inside. They just had to hope it was enough, since Anthony's lapse in focus on the slime waves caused them to crash down. Anthony went back to freezing the waves right away, but the laws of physics had enough of a single man violating them so much, his grasp on freezing the slime eroding over time. He gave them just long enough a period for the 3 of them to make a mad escape. They wasted no time grabbing Evangeline and Alfred, who were both completely out of it, tracing their steps back through the cave system as the wave of slime chased after them. It took them only a minute to make it back to the original grotto at full speed. Sagacity out the window, Bartholomew fired 2 more rockets at the wall of the cave right in front of them, followed up by Anthony focusing his Tao of time to rot the living walls into nothingness. Alistair tried his own void beckoning. though he wasn't sure how effective it would be against the inside of a living creature. While it was impossible to tell what destroyed the wall, they could finally spot daylight again. Alistair had never been happier to see the sun. They exited out of the turtle's side, a small puddle of green slime following them out. The turtle itself looked like it was mostly buried underground, with the part they escaped from appearing like a rock that jutted out of the ground. While they couldn't see the whole turtle, they could feel it, now that it was dying. Vast amounts of mana bubbled up to the surface, finding its way into Alistair and the rest of the team's bodies.
Level up. You are now level 27, plus 2 agility, plus 2 intelligence, plus 2 charisma, plus 2 free attribute points, plus 15 upgrade points.
The fruits of their venture were already paying off, it seemed. From Alistair's observation, his teammates were also absorbing the mana of the dying turtle.
"We have trouble,"
Alfred said, weakly standing up from the ground, the heat and pressure of the heart doing a number on him.
"It looks like our dead turtle attracted some attention."
30. Soul Core Formation.
"I count at least 20 enemies encroaching upon our position," Alfred said.
"Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Anthony pounded his foot on the ground.
"So much of the mana is going to waste!"
"I don't think we were meant to kill a level 55 monster, so the Pathfinder isn't equipped for someone of our level to absorb all the purifying mana of the Herex turtle," Bartholomew said.
"I'm knocked clean of Tao energy. You wouldn't believe how much it takes to hold back thousands of gallons of slime for nearly a minute."
Alistair looked at Alfred and his sister, who both were still recovering from the pressure and heat of the turtle. Only he, Alexandra, and Bartholomew were in fighting shape, which didn't bode well for facing multiple teams. They exited the turtle near a river separating the forest from a swamp. Upstream, a waterfall crashed down onto the rocks, creating the river.
"Bartholomew, do you have any rockets left?" Alistair asked.
"My stock is down to 4, he replied.
"I can feel another level coming on," Alistair said. "We just need to hold on a little longer. We've absorbed a little under half of the available energy," Evangeline announced. "We wouldn't be giving our competitors an edge, especially with how many there are."
Alfred shouted a series of numbers to his brother, who immediately reacted by firing his RPG into the sky. A moment later, a blue explosion took out a group of harpies from the sky.
"I'm inclined to agree with Alistair."
Alfred put a finger to his ear and said more numbers, and after each set, Bartholomew fired another rocket. Alistair envied the synchronization between the brothers, though he supposed they had a lot of practice.
"I estimate we need between 30 more seconds and a minute to level up again."
Alistair concurred with his assessment. At the rate his body was filling up with energy, he just needed 45 more seconds. Those 45 seconds weren't going to be easy, however. Just as Bartholomew fired his last rocket, the largest colony of bees Alistair had ever seen emerged from the forest behind them. They charged straight for them, only deterred by Bartholomew's machine gun arms and Alexandra's poisonous gas. Despite their best efforts, some still got through, stinging through toughened skin and armor with ultra-sharp barbs. Alistair thought he had built up an impressive pain tolerance, but the bees brought him into a whole new world of pain.
God damn it!
Anthony shouted, swiping at the bees with brushes of silver-clear energy. Everywhere he touched, the bees crumbled into dust, but there were always more. The bees weren't their only problem. A mass of vines burst out of the cover of the forest, heading for the team. Alistair made out a group of tree people with bark-like skin riding them. Alistair punched the vines into oblivion, and Alexandra cut hundreds upon hundreds of the green crawlers, but more always took their place. From the swamp side, there was at least a dozen enemies. Most were humans or a close variant, but there were some metallic golems standing over 3 meters tall.
"Level up. You are now level 28, plus 2 agility, plus 2 intelligence, plus 2 charisma, plus 2 free attribute points, plus 15 upgrade points." "It's 75% absorbed now!" Evangeline shouted over the cacophony of the battle. "Let's get out of here!"
Alexandra healed Alfred and Evangeline in between cutting vines and slashing bees. She was leaning into the regenerative and natural toughness aspects of her class more, and her healing touch improved because of incorporating her Tao inspiration. He didn't know exactly when she obtained it, but he could feel the difference in her attacks. There was at least one component related to her high strength, another related to her raging, and a healing aspect.
"We're surrounded,"
Alexandra replied, ducking the swing of a golem. Her red aura was dimming down, a sign her barbarian's fury was running out. The two enemy groups weren't only attacking them, but they also fought each other. Meter-thick vines dragged metal golems into the river, while the dryads were assaulted with lightning bolts and giant titanium clubs. The battlefield turned into an all-out bloodbath, and Alistair spotted even more groups coming in the distance. Their commotion turned into a spectacle as everyone wanted to see what was going on.
"I see a potential avenue for escape," Alfred said, pointing at the waterfall. "There's a cave behind the waterfall. We're going to be eaten by another fucking turtle,"
Anthony grumbled. Bartholomew stopped firing his guns and ran over to his brother, picking him up like a princess. Out of the younger brother's back, 2 rocket boosters emerged, the signature blue energy blasting him away toward the waterfall.
"Alistair, I got your sister,"
Alexandra said, running over to the main group after she beat back another dryad's mess of vines. She swiveled to Evangeline, who was fighting for control over the killer bees.
"What's your constitution?"
40, I think,"
Evangeline said.
"Why do you—"
Without even hesitating, Alexandra picked up the petite woman and chucked her. She grabbed Evangeline by the waist, hoisting her overhead and launching her like a catapult at the waterfall.
"What the hell?"
Alistair exclaimed, watching his sister sail through the air and pass through the waterfall shortly after the Wood brothers.
"She'll be fine with her constitution,"
Alexandra said.
"Bartholomew will catch her. It's our turn to get out of here."
He had to admit Alexandra was right. The battlefield over the turtle's corpse was reaching a fever pitch, and they had already absorbed most of the available mana. If the newcomers figured out that they were the ones to take all the purifying mana of the Herax turtle, they would become the new targets. Unlike Bartholomew, he couldn't fly, but he could run fast. He had 126 agility with all of his stat improvements, and even without dash, he could run nearly 170 kilometers per hour for short bursts. He was so fast that he could run on water, which his younger self would have thought was the coolest thing ever. Alistair surprised Alexandra by picking her up and running with her, deciding that she would be too slow on her own. He spared a moment of thought for Anthony, who was fending off some stragglers who decided to hunt after their team instead of fighting by the turtle. While Anthony seemed like a terrible person, he had been quite helpful to their team so far. In almost every culture, betrayal was the cardinal sin since cooperation and pro-social behavior were impossible without trust and loyalty. By joining with Anthony, he had developed a slight feeling of camaraderie with the man. Alistair was confident in his own values and that he would stand up for what was right if he needed to, but he also reminded himself that almost everyone had their redeeming values. Very few people were entirely evil. He heard a buzz in his ear as he rushed across the river in a fraction of a second.
10 meters,
a voice said. Alistair was fairly confident he understood what Alfred meant, and he jumped to land 10 meters up from the bottom of the waterfall. The falling water crashed on his back with the force of thousands of pounds, but his legs overpowered nature. He did, however, ricochet off the side of the cave, bouncing several times. It wasn't enough to injure his tempered body, but his shirt, which was already corroded from the time inside the turtle, completely fell apart. Stumbling off Alistair, Alexandra crashed face first into the rocky bed of the cave. Her clothing was made of sturdier stuff. Instead of a wardrobe malfunction, she spat out a mouthful of rocks.
"You could have at least warned me,"
Alexandra complained. After seeing him shirtless, she turned away, and Alistair thought she might have blushed.
"Sorry. I didn't want to waste any time."
Anthony came flying through the waterfall a second later, screaming like a little girl.
"I swear to God, you ungrateful bastards better give me your share of the drachma. This is unbelievable how much I'm getting the short end of the stick. I let you get the kill on the turtle, and I get stuck fighting while I'm fresh out of Tao energy."
"You still got the highest gains out of anyone here from the turtle despite not even killing it," Alfred said, who dismounted from his brother's arms.
"Anyone could feel that." I need the most energy to level up out of anyone, he rebuffed. It wasn't my fault it came to me. My bullshit class restrictions make it harder for me to level up.
Evangeline piped up from deeper within the cave. I think I can say we aren't in the mouth of a giant beast, at least.
Well, that's comforting, Alistair said.
So, what's our next move?
We're going to need to find a place to rest for at least a day, Alfred said. My brother and Anthony have to undergo a tribulation.
What? Alistair asked.
We both reach level 30. That's the stage where you begin the formation of the soul core, a necessary organ for successive stages of cultivation. In order to form it, we must survive a tribulation handed down from the heavens, Anthony said.
The others looked at him, shocked at his articulateness and lack of swear words.
Why are you looking at me like that? You think I'm some kind of idiot that just got to where I am through sheer luck?
No one deigned to give him a response. They marched inside the cave, and they all spent more time than was probably necessary making sure they weren't in an illusion or in the belly of a beast, not wanting to repeat the same mistake as last time. They stopped once they arrived at a ravine containing pools of silvery liquid and large stalagmites and stalactites. Bartholomew and Anthony sat down and began meditating, closing their eyes as they focused inward on their Tao. Their powerful auras flickered and expanded, flooding the ravine with excess aura. After a couple of seconds of the torrential output, the auras receded back into their bodies, reforming stronger than ever inside them. Alfred explained that the tribulation could take up to 24 hours, and that they were not to be disturbed during the time, since it could mess up the process and cause irreparable harm. While Bartholomew and Anthony cultivated, it left the others quite bored. The rest of them leveled up twice, so Alfred reached level 27, Alistair and Alexandra 28, and Evangeline 29. Alistair's rank rose meteorically, climbing all the way to 98, which was still probably an underestimate because of the hidden nature of his subclass. He was starting to feel like a big player now, which led to his inevitable curiosity that he hadn't received a sponsor yet. Sophia had one even when she was in the low 500 ranks, yet somehow he and his sister didn't have one despite being now number 98 and number 37. Alfred explained more about the sponsor system to Alistair and Alexandra as they watched over the two level 30s. It started out as merely hints and suggestions that came through the Pathfinder AI after reaching level 15, but as they got closer to level 30, the discussions became more and more detailed and the rewards ever greater, until the sponsor showed up through a hologram to talk to them right before they were shipped off to Felons versus Fellows. The sponsor of the Wood family empire was the Satharvan family, one of the 88 progenitor clans, though the representative was merely a low-ranking member of a branch family. The main Satharvan family was too large and prestigious to be dealing with the initiation of new planets, but they could hand off the dirty work to distantly related lines, in exchange for receiving special items, advanced information, and access to broken talent trees. Alfred's father had promised the Satharvan representative unquestioned service and loyalty for the next 100 years. It sounded like a lot to an Earthling, but it was apparently a pretty good deal, considering 100 years was a drop in the lifespan of higher realm cultivators. Speaking of realms, Alfred explained the Foundation realm of cultivation to Alistair as best he could. The Foundation realm was split into 4 distinct periods, each separated by a more difficult bottleneck. The first period was from level 1 to 15, after which they gained a class. Following that was level 15 to 30, after which they formed a soul core. Next came level 30 to 60, and finally from level 60 to 100. Each successive period gave more stat increases, culminating at the final 40 level gap. The next realm after Foundation was Adept, and it involved forming a domain, though Alfred had no idea what that entailed. All he knew was that it was exceedingly rare for the citizens of the Final Frontier Empire to reach the Adept realm, the statistic being less than 1 in 1,000. Atavius Malloy was only an adept at level 155, and he destroyed half the planet. London had been one of the cities burned to ash by Atavius, and the Wood family were the ones to bring England back from the brink, organizing the country from the ground up. Alistair was impressed by Alfred's tenacity and grit despite not being much of a fighter himself. He held himself with composure despite his talents being more suited for other areas. Alistair split his free stats equally between wisdom and endurance. He didn't want any of his stats lagging behind, and after seeing the Jack-of-all-trades badge, he had decided he wasn't going to be an ultra-specialist like Alexandra. It was too late to go down that path anyway, lacking the requisite early-stage badges. He could primarily invest in his agility, intelligence, and charisma, while also having solid numbers in the other stats. For his upgrade points, he invested half of them into opening a new badge slot. It would take a while to fill the 100 points, but better to start now than later when he would really need the slot. For the other 15, he kept putting them in the Communion of Spirit branch. After he unlocked Dead Warrior Whispers, Solid Spirit, and the next leaf, Soul Strengthening, he could reach the second level of leaves. Soul Strengthening offered Soul Rampart, a passive ability that absorbed part of the spiritual imprints of the dead into strengthening his own soul defenses, so he wouldn't be as vulnerable to spiritual attacks. He spent the next day chatting with Alexandra about trivial things, talking to his sister, and meditating on his Tao. It was one of the first breaks in fighting he had in a while, if he didn't count his time sleeping in jail. He had fun sparring with Alexandra as well, though his build was a hard counter to hers. Anthony was the first to emerge from his tribulation. 18 hours in, a wave of his Tao of time exploded from him, freezing everyone in place for a split second before it passed. Anthony woke up looking more refreshed and put together than ever before. His aura was more stable, more complete, lacking its once wild timbre. Despite being less energetic, Alistair could feel it was much denser and more powerful.
Not so bad. Now let's see my rank, Anthony said, stretching his arms. Are you kidding me? How the hell am I only third?
Alistair checked for himself and found that Anthony was indeed a mere third place. Wandering Hobo still possessing the number 1 spot, number 2 owned by Carmen Romero.
They must have also reached level 30 recently. They're probably on this island as well, in fact, Alfred said. There's a new number 4 as well, Alexandra noted. Jun Kai keeps falling. Richard Atwood is climbing strong too. I think he was 11 before. He must have found an impressive opportunity as well.
Another 6 hours passed, and Bartholomew awakened at last, his Tao having a much more artificial feeling, as opposed to the ancient natural presence of time. His aura was sleek and cutting-edge, the knowledge that technology offered eternal progress, yet the acknowledgement it was also used for war and strife. In a way, Alistair saw a similarity between that aspect of his Tao and Alexandra's combination of strength and raging. Perhaps there was a unifying Tao of war underlying both of them. In any case, Bartholomew's aura was terrifying in his own right, nearly a match for Anthony. "I have reached rank 6, Bartholomew announced. Alistair understood with all of their upgrades, they had to be one of the most powerful teams on the island. It was just down to finding the treasure and holding off the criminals, wildlife, and other teams. Easier said than done. Alfred, the scheming Englishman, always had a plan up his sleeve. "You may have thought that battle gained us nothing," he said. "But I placed trackers on all of the teams that crashed our party, and because they're 98% reliant on technology and not mana or the Tao, they're nearly untraceable." Alfred gave a wide grin. "It looks like our golem friends found some buried treasure." 31. Battle for the Key. Alfred produced a map very similar to Alistair's own regional map, though his items stopped working off-world. Alfred's map only showed the details of places they had already been. The terra incognita displayed as empty space. On the map, glowing red dots pulsed to the north and south of their symbol, a blue star. "I have audio of them as well," Alfred said. "The ones to the north are the golems and humans, and the ones to the south are the dryads and beekeepers. At least, what's left of them. They both suffered heavy casualties from the battle." "You say they found the treasure?" Alistair asked. "They found something they at least believe is the treasure a couple of kilometers north of our position. I can hear them digging for it." Alfred tapped his earpiece. "My signal only stretches 5 kilometers, so any further and we'll lose track of them." "It's a no-brainer then. We have to take their treasure. With me and Bartholomew at level 30 now, they don't stand a chance," Anthony said. "Agreed. Alfred replied.
"What did you even get for reaching level 30? Alexandra asked.
"You may inspect me," Bartholomew said. Alistair obliged, using his eyes of truth to scan Bartholomew.
Name: Bartholomew Wood. Species: Robotic Superhuman 1, partially evolved. Class: Super Soldier. Primary attributes: even physical mix. Level: 30.
"You've added a new qualifier to your species," Alistair noted. Bartholomew nodded. "The tribulation refined our bloodlines, remodeling our bodies to better fit our class abilities and the Tao. I gained 20 agility, 20 strength, 20 constitution, and 20 endurance from forming my soul core, on top of refining my Tao inspiration even more."
"I can feel the manner of the world being drawn to me,"
Anthony said, his normal arrogant look replaced with one of wonder.
"It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen."
Besides the strength of their aura, which Alistair had figured out related to the approximate sum of one's stats and total mana contained within the body, he felt the change in their Tao, especially Anthony. He was always ahead of the curve in incorporating the Tao into his attacks, demonstrated by his crushing, timeless aura, but now it felt on a whole new level. The way in which he altered the fabric of reality with his time-related skills felt strangely similar to the way Alistair altered fate with his karmic energy. But what he couldn't figure out was the relationship between the Tao and karma. In a sense, they felt like competing strains of energy, both capable of altering reality.
"Yes, we're all very impressed with you and my brother, but we really need to leave," Alfred said, pointing at the map. "We don't want to lose them."
They carefully tracked their targets, who were inching closer to the center of the island, and, if Alfred heard correctly, farther underground. Alistair thought it was funny that the treasure was buried underground like in some pirate movie. Since they were moving so slowly, Alistair and company could take their time, making sure they weren't being tracked. Between Evangeline's soul sight, Anthony's danger instincts, Alistair's eyes of truth, Alfred's technological spyware, and Bartholomew's super senses, they had to be the most unambushable group of contestants ever assembled, which made their getting swallowed by a turtle affair all the more confusing. They still weren't sure how it happened. Alfred and Anthony tried contacting their sponsors, but the island blocked any SoulNet signals. He wouldn't be surprised if it turned out the producers orchestrated the event and recorded everything. Unfortunately, the system store locked purchasers out of everything but mana and health pills. His 400k gold drachma was stuck sitting around doing nothing, after purchasing a couple of Tier 2 health and mana pills to add to his collection. Any more would do him no good, pushing him into dangerous cultivation territory. The other side of the cave led out to a mountainside dotted with alpine trees, in direct contrast to the tropical forest near the beach's edge. A few kilometers away, a volcano towered over everything, and if Alistair squinted, he thought he could make out dragons circling the peak. Surely they wouldn't have to fight actual blue whale-sized dragons, Alistair told himself.
"There's a group up ahead," Alfred announced after they made it halfway to the golems, who were still slowly drilling for the treasure.
"How do you always know that?"
Anthony asked incredulously. "A 200-meter radius of drones the size of a fruit fly constantly reporting information to me."
"Point taken,"
Anthony said. As he spoke, Alistair felt an immense force gathering in the distance, flying straight for them. A giant cross of green energy obliterated the tree line, rocketing toward them so fast a shockwave appeared in its wake. Anthony, who stood at the front of the group, refused to back down. He unleashed his refined Tao, stopping the cross at the flat of his palm. The 10-meter-long crucifix vibrated with unfettered energy, desperately trying to free itself from Anthony's manipulation, but his skill was resolute. Silver and translucent cracks of energy appeared in the space surrounding the cross, and after another second of struggle, it flew back in the direction from which it came. Alistair was expecting a green explosion, but nothing came. Instead, a group of 6 people emerged from the forest. He even recognized one of them.
"Sophia?"
Sophia's group were all humans just like theirs, and if he had to guess, they were probably also all from Earth.
Their meeting seemed too unlikely to be a coincidence, considering the dramatic value of bringing two groups of people from the same planet together. Two of Sophia's team had auras that matched Anthony and Bartholomew. One was a tall, elegant woman in a purple dress that looked impractical with its ornate tresses, while the other was an older gentleman carrying a bolt-action rifle on his back. The others didn't stand out as much as those two, but still carried auras matching him or Alexandra. "Carmen? Richard?" Alfred said, bowing to the number 2 and number 4 ranked people respectively. "A pleasure to see you here." "Somehow, I always end up seeing your face," Carmen said in a Spanish accent. "With your resourcefulness, I wouldn't be surprised if you already found the treasure." "It's possible." Alfred surreptitiously touched his earpiece. Alistair heard a voice in his head say, "Be prepared for combat." He unveiled his Terrigen wraps, the black bandages fastening around his hands. Alexandra carefully fingered her dagger, though no one made any overt moves. "You must be Carmen Romero," Anthony said, brushing off his pants. "Care to explain why you tried to kill all of us? This is a competition, right? We didn't know you were fellow Earthlings from afar. But why not let bygones be bygones? I see no reason for us to battle. If we fight to the death here, it accomplishes nothing, considering we're equally matched." "What do you propose, then?" Alistair asked. The number 2 ranked woman looked at him with disdain, as if a mere top 100 like him shouldn't butt in the conversation. "We work together to find 2 separate treasures. With only 10 being available, we'll need all the manpower we can get to fight over them. Combining the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th ranked people on Earth would make us nearly unstoppable," Carmen said. "What about Wandering Hobo?" asked Alfred. Carmen grew visibly upset at the mention of Earth's number 1. "No one knows," she admitted. "Not a single person in any of the most connected spheres knows his identity." "And the first piece of treasure? How will we determine who holds it?" "Oh, that's easy," Carmen explained. "It's not relevant. Maybe we'll flip a coin. The lion's chance is that we find another piece of treasure. If we don't, the situation is obvious. We fight for it. The person initially holding it has an advantage, but the winner of the battle will be the one taking it away, so it doesn't matter that much. Though the stakes aren't so high this time, since you can just break the token at any time to leave. What do you think of our proposal?" He looked at Evangeline, who looked at Alfred and his brother, who looked at Anthony. They didn't really have a hierarchy of roles. Alistair led the charge sometimes, and Alfred's reconnaissance and knowledge were impressive, though Anthony wasn't a slacker in terms of information despite his uneducated demeanor. "Give us a minute," Anthony said. Carmen looked at him like he was stupid for trying to be democratic when he was the strongest in the group, while her Silver Fox partner was completely expressionless. They cloaked their conversation with Alfred's sound-jamming devices along with a shield of spiritual energy. Bartholomew spoke first, still whispering despite the protections. "My analysis computes a 51.9% chance of victory, given all publicly known factors about either side." "Stellar odds," Alfred said. "She has a good point. As long as we gather 2 pieces of treasure, we have no reason to fight. Teaming up seems like a good idea." Evangeline furrowed her brow, and Alistair could tell she was deep in thought. "I think it's imperative we secure the first treasure." "Oh? Why's that?" Alfred asked, who was surprised by the demure woman's statement. "In the best scenario, it's a win-win, right? But let's say we are stuck with 1 treasure. There's a huge incentive for the team without it to not fight. The consequences for fighting are going to be death in a lot of circumstances, whereas if we just flee with our tokens." "Hey, that's a good point," Anthony said. "So let's win the coin flip." "I think we can agree to a team-up," Alfred said, dismissing the privacy shields. "Great," Carmen said. "Why do I have a feeling you know where some treasure is?" As they traveled together, Alistair learned more about Carmen's team. Carmen was from Spain, though she was displaced to America, where she met Richard Atwood. Richard was a man of few words, preferring to speak through his sniper rifle. Of the other members, 2 were twins from Bulgaria that had no relation to any of the other 10. And the last person was a level 29 woman named Yuna Lee from Korea. Yuna seemed nice enough, but she was a very touchy-feely and exuberant person. Evangeline and Alfred had difficulty repelling her bubbly personality. They were a complete menace to the wildlife, as expected. Along the way, they were attacked by a pack of direwolves as tall as a man, but with their combined forces, they decimated the pack of over 100 to a wolf. He was certain that everyone was purposefully concealing the full extent of their abilities, but at least he saw the basic skills they possessed. Richard was obvious, and his suspicions that Carmen was a spellcaster were confirmed when she created 2 medium green crosses and skewered dozens of wolves. Yuna just used her fists like Alistair, so it was difficult to tell if she was actually a pugilist like him or just wanted to not give anything away. The Bulgarian twins fired electricity from their hands, which was hard to interpret as telling of a specifically lightning-based casting class or just a general mage-type class. "Up ahead, beyond the hill," Alfred said. "My bug is still on them." He pointed at a hill of dirt around 40 meters in front of them. The forest had grown sparser, with trees only sprouting up every few meters. It seemed Carmen was tired of waiting since she congealed her mana above her head to form a glowing cross even larger than the one Anthony reversed. A dark viridian skeleton grew first, followed by an emerald spectral exterior. In less than a second, she held a fully formed 15-meter-long cross in her palm and fired it into the hill. Even from this distance, he could feel the shockwave it produced from decimating the hill and everything along its path. That was Alistair's cue to take action. He was proud that he was the fastest out of the melee fighters who charged the golems. With a dash, he burst over the hills in under a second, a mana strike ready. Carmen's giant cross was so powerful that most of the steel golems had already been destroyed. The ones that were left were cracked and barely able to move, and Alistair did nothing. He barely ducked a steel sword jumping back out of harm's way. He realized it was the first time he was the aggressor. In every other case up to this point, Alistair was the one who was being attacked or someone he wanted to protect. Now, he was the one trying to kill someone else to save his own skin. Bartholomew's compact rockets arrived as backup, finishing off the golems with 2 miniature explosions, sending them shattered into the dirt. The fact Carmen managed to nearly take all the golems out in one attack was a testament to just how big the gap was between a level 30 foundation and sub-level 30 foundation. The human allies of the golems were close by, though Alistair doubted they were from Earth. There was something about their platinum blonde hair and eerily pale skin that screamed alien. They forced his hand by attacking him, though he felt that didn't resolve his quandary. Alistair was at his most comfortable right up and personal, and he used the knowledge of Assassin's Fist and his fighter's instinct to slip past the burning blade of one of his opponents, punching him in the face. A tall, armored man conjured a shield of orange mana, but he cracked through it with the momentum of his Terrigen Wraps and Mana Strike with ease, crushing the skull of the first person in his way. The team finally got their bearings straight after their teammate died, but it was too late. His reinforcements had arrived. Alexandra clashed blades with one of them, red mist escaping from her body as she activated Barbarian's Fury. Sophia sent her invisible sword, cutting off the arm of another before she could react. If it was a fair fight, they might have stood a better chance, but both lacked someone who could stand up to any of their level 30s and were outnumbered 2-1. The last one, realizing he was outnumbered, took out his token. Alexandra let him break it instead of killing him, something he doubted Anthony or Carmen would have let the alien do if they got to him first. "Where's the treasure?" Carmen asked, floating down from her elevated vantage point. Alistair was hoping for some flying down the line, though it was probably a pipe dream. At least until super high levels, where he imagined they could travel through space without difficulty. "I found it," Sophia said, a large golden key flying into her hands out of one of the golem's corpses. There was a tense moment between all the people present as they stared at the key in Sophia's hands. No one moved a muscle. Until the dragon struck. Alistair had seen the dragons flying around the top of the volcano at the center of the island, but they were so far away that he barely paid attention to them. Perhaps he should have, considering the name of the island. The beam of dragon fire rained down faster than Alistair could react, even with his agility and instincts. It was more like a tactical missile than a flame, breaking the sound barrier as it flew from kilometers away. He was certain they would all have died on the spot if it weren't for Anthony's automatic defenses. Right before the fire incinerated them all, it froze in time, trapped outside of casualty. In the most powerful expression of the Tao Alistair had ever seen, Anthony forged a hand of transparent and silver energy, an immemorial palm that had existed before the universe and would continue to exist after the universe ended. Billions and trillions of years were meaningless in the face of the almighty palm of time, and with its help, Anthony sent the beam right back to its maker near the volcano. Not that their troubles were over. Right after Anthony finished pouring his Tao and mana into stopping the dragonfire, Carmen was on top of him, creating pillars of green energy that chained him in place. She wasted no time fleeing with her team, now that they possessed the treasure. Anthony struggled against the chains, trying to set himself free, but after his immense show of power, he was drained. Alistair almost found it amusing that Anthony had once again saved all of their asses, but Carmen escaping with their ticket to the next round was no laughing matter. Bartholomew flew after them with the rockets built into his lats, rocketing at over 40 meters a second. Alistair was even faster with his dash. Carmen was level 30 and far ahead of him in the rankings, but she couldn't match Sophia or him at raw speed. He used that to his advantage, overtaking Carmen in the blink of an eye. She tried summoning the same pillar she trapped Anthony with, but he was too fast. In a straight-up fight, he didn't stand much of a chance at his current power level, but he could beat her in a race. The fact that Sophia could also beat her in a race was something he took advantage of. If Sophia was thinking completely logically, she would have stayed close to the strongest member of her team. Fortunately for him, Sophia was in survival mode after nearly dying of a dragonfire bomb, and she was running as fast as she could. With Alistair's new levels, badge, and upgraded Tao inspiration, he had fulfilled her fear of being surpassed. All he needed to nab the treasure key was a bit of karma. After experiencing the loss of 25 karma in the arena, he knew he could better control his expenditure of karma. He activated Hand of Karma, pouring all 10 positive points into his right hand. Alistair reached for the hand Sophia carried the key in, the lines of fate wildly flickering around him. He ducked at just the right time, a bullet sailing over his head and destroying a line of trees. An invisible sword zoomed straight for his face, but he knew he was fine. By smacking it with a mana strike at the proper angle, he deflected it toward her back, slicing open a large gash. With a final leap, he jumped over Sophia, prying open her hand with his burning Hand of Karma as he upkicked her into a pine. Being karmically blessed had its benefits. In not-so-good news, he burned all of his karma in under a second, with his hand already returning to normal. The crimson energy that once surrounded it was replaced by a dingy golden key. He looked back, expecting to see his allies in a chaotic melee. However, all he found were the Bulgarian twins and Carmen glaring at him in the distance as they failed to keep up.
Run!
A voice commanded with the weight of timeless authority. It was Anthony, but he sounded panicked.
Everyone else's tokens got destroyed!
32. Return of the Reaper. Alistair considered the possibility that Anthony was lying since the sleazy man wasn't the most trustworthy, but he decided that in the situation it made more sense that he was telling the truth. He didn't have any time to waste, and if he turned around to investigate, he would face Carmen's wrath. So he ran. He spammed dash after dash in a mad rush to escape. He didn't look behind him once, even after he heard the forest crash behind him, probably from one of Carmen's giant crosses. After using his movement skill 10 times, he went back to normal running to conserve his mana. If he didn't already have enough buffer to escape his pursuers, he was screwed no matter what. He ran 1.5 kilometers in under 20 seconds, his face pelted by several branches along the way. As he fled, the only hope he clung to was that Anthony was correct, and that his sister and Alexandra had safely escaped by breaking their tokens. A sinister thought popped into his head. What if Anthony had lied about them breaking their tokens so that Alistair would run instead of fight? If they had died, he would have fought until his last breath, making Anthony's own choice of moving on to the next round go down. Anthony didn't seem like he had the mind for such a nefarious idea, but Alistair felt he had previously underestimated the third ranker. Alistair assuaged his fears by checking the leaderboards. He could still find all of his teammates there, but that begged the question of how on earth all of their tokens got destroyed at once. After Alistair judged himself to be relatively safe, he took a look at his surroundings. He had jetted all the way into a valley, 2 peaks covered in snow towering over a grassy landscape dotted with occasional trees. He felt the golden key within his grasp. It was nearly the size of his palm, gold and weathered by time. The peculiar aura it emitted made him sure that it was the treasure that the host explained. Alistair considered the options before him. Now that he had one of the 10 treasures hidden on the island, it was in his best interests to stay hidden. He didn't need to fight anyone else, he just needed to survive another 6 days. The problem was, Alistair was a fighter, not a hider. He didn't know how he was going to remain undetected for nearly a week. But it was also possible the producers would engineer a conflict for ratings even if he tried to hide. But with his team gone, he didn't have many options. He found a nice, soft piece of ground next to the trunk of a large tree. It was a stupid idea, but he had nothing better, so he dug. Trying to make as thin an incision as possible, he carefully but forcefully scooped up the dirt and grass with his hands. With his strength and agility, it was as easy as carving a cake. Alistair created a hole around the size of his torso, digging down until it reached up to his waist. After completing the hole to that point, he slid into it, gathering the dirt and putting it back in the hole. He dug his fist as deep into the dirt beneath him as he could, and activated Void Beckoning, instantly turning the ground beneath him into the void. The depths of the earth welcomed him farther down, bringing him nearly 3 meters underground. His Void Beckoning carved a conical area into the rocky layers beneath the soil, though Alistair saw only darkness. He navigated around by touch in the pitch-black environment, trying to get a sense of how big the area was. The drop was far enough that his outstretched arm felt only subterranean air. That led to his next problem: oxygen. Or in a more scientifically accurate fashion, he would die of carbon dioxide poisoning first. He didn't know how long he could survive in his little man-made cavern, but he found it hard to believe it could be 6 days. Another void beckoning brought him even deeper underground. Alistair didn't want to be close to the surface where his aura could be detected by a meticulous individual. Being clandestine was more important than preparing for carbon dioxide poisoning. Satisfied his hole was deep enough, Alistair sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes. While it might not have seemed restful hiding 10 meters underground with a limited supply of oxygen, Alistair felt more at peace than he had been in a long time. There was something innately calming about the lack of sensory input. With no measure of time, he waited in his meditative state. He couldn't have answered how long he was down there for his life, minutes blending into hours and hours into days. Alistair found himself more in tune with his body and the world than ever before. With his high charisma, he felt tiny strands of fate surrounding him, always changing. They were like tiny golden threads that delicately flickered around in his mind's eye, avoiding the sunshine of attention. He realized they had always been there, and he was just too busy to see them before. He wasn't sure what to do with his 30 upgrade points. In his conversations with Alexandra, she told him she had focused more on the body cultivation tree, while he had invested all of his in his class trees. His reasoning was that something available to everyone couldn't be that good, but the standard trees still had some uses. In the body cultivation tree, under the heart branch, he found a leaf that converted some of the body's basic processes, like the desire to eat, drink, sleep, and breathe, into mana consumption when desired. It was perfect for his situation, and unlocking it only cost 5 upgrade points. 15 of the remaining points he allocated to unlocking a new badge slot, and with the final 10 points, he upgraded his fighter's instinct. Upgrading a skill was something he said he wouldn't do before, but the value of reconnaissance and detection had been impressed on him by Alfred and Anthony's impressive senses, and the fact that all of them got swallowed by a hallucinogenic turtle. At that point, Alistair figured it was by producer intervention that event occurred, since it would be weird to have such a powerful enemy for level 30 and below players. The new upgrade points brought his fighter's instinct all the way to tier 3, increasing the range and specificity of the passive. He realized that when he made his status screen visible, it could light up his man-made cavern, so he used it to his advantage. Not that there was anything to see, but after leaving his meditation, he preferred to not be in the pitch dark. With his newly improved fighter's instinct, his ghost whispers, and his karmic senses, he was confident none of his peers would ever sneak up on him again. Speaking of sneaking up, Alistair couldn't believe someone hadn't ambushed him. That no one had found his spot surprised him. If the purpose of felons versus fellows was for entertainment above all else, him hiding underground was the most boring thing possible. He didn't even know how many days had passed. All he knew was that it wasn't over, since he was still down there. A brief glance at the system store showed his rank had fallen down to 160 from his time underground. Not as low as he would have expected for such a long time period, though he supposed fast level-up experiences were limited back on Earth. It still stung to see such a large decrease in rank. Another few hours passed, and Alistair started detecting alterations in the fine lines of fate that he had grown accustomed to. Slowly but surely, they all started pointing in one direction. As they turned, they grew darker and thicker, gaining a viscous quality. His more attuned sense of fate told him that a threat was coming. Alistair preemptively reacted to the current of fate, climbing up to his original hole and using a void beckoning to blast away the dirt above him. The sky was dotted with stars, and chilled air flowed down into his hiding place. He jumped up out of the hole, summoning his Terrigen wraps. Nighttime enveloped Dragon's Den Island, though the thing Alistair was most focused on was the change in scenery. When he entered his lair, the grass and trees were a luscious green paradise, but the entire valley was charred and even partially smoking. Alistair wondered if the dragon that had attacked them before went on a fiery rampage. His new and improved fighter's instinct alerted him to a rapidly moving object at a farther distance than it could before, letting him easily sidestep it. Behind him, the earth erupted in a crack that flattened a small hill.
"Oh, what's this?"
a woman said. She floated down from the air gently, like her density was just a tiny bit greater than air.
"I wasn't expecting a loner, and with a treasure like that. How about you give that here, boy? That unrefined aura is unmistakably rural."
Alistair immediately used Eyes of Truth to scan the woman.
"Name, Preeta Malloy. Species, human variant. Class, unknown. Level, 29.
The name Malloy struck Alistair like a punch to the nose. Since the woman was standing around, not moving to attack him, he questioned her. "Malloy? Are you related to Octavius Malloy?" he asked. Her face scrunched up.
"Why do people keep asking me that? The Malloy clan proper has over 1 million people in it, not to mention the branches. If you have an issue..."
Alistair had only invested a couple of upgrade points into the Chaos Assassin tree, but his fighting style was always about quick, efficient kills, now bolstered by his karmic and ghost cultivation. He had been preparing exactly for this moment for probably a week, and he wasn't expecting to encounter just a lone person. Of course, his opponent was a felon of the Final Frontier Empire, probably 10 times his age or more with the experience to back it up, but she was at least bottlenecked to level 30. And he hoped she wouldn't expect his dash that carried him to her in less than 1/5 of a second. Both of his hands lit up with each of his 2 main skills, his left hand surrounded by a mana strike glowing a brilliant azure, and his right a burning hand of karma. The hand of karma struck first, his palm imprinting on her chest in a burst of red energy that washed all throughout her body. To his karmic senses, he could feel all the lines of fate shifting around her, and he followed up with a mana strike straight into her stomach. Since he no longer had the dense spirituality found in the turtle or arena to bolster his actions, he took Preeta completely off guard. With the help of his hand of karma, the punch he delivered struck her directly in the center of her soul core. While Alistair was consciously unaware of the impact of such a blow, his instincts and luck guided him to the right location. The punch overflowed her meridians with pure blue mana, temporarily short-circuiting her muscles and mana flow. The small gap in which she was vulnerable was enough for Alistair to follow up with a mana strike-enhanced kick to the face, burying her face in the charred dirt. She didn't get up. Alistair carefully walked over to her corpse, trying to see if she was playing dead. He whacked her with another mana strike for good measure, and when she didn't move, he he finally relaxed. He was about to ponder if the island round was close to finished when a wave of light assaulted his vision. When he opened his eyes, he stood on a floating platform 100 meters in the air, surrounded by thousands of people. He was back in an arena, but the one he found himself in now was 10 times larger than the already enormous arena he previously fought in. The background was filled with giant skyscrapers and pagoda, displaying various magical fireworks that moved like animated characters. The cheers in the arena were nearly deafening, and if Alistair had to guess, the stand stretched 1,000 meters into the air, with rows on top of rows stacked on each other, all to cram the maximum number of people. He spotted the host of Felons vs. Fellows, Po Shido, walk spiritedly around the platform. There were around 30 or 40 other people with him, and based on their auras, all close to or above level 30 just like himself. From his own team, he only saw Anthony, who looked ecstatic to see him. Carmen and Richard were on the other side of the platform, and he could feel stares like daggers in his chest.
After 1 whole week, we are finally finished with the second round of Felons vs. Fellows.
The crowd roared even louder. Alistair couldn't believe how much they ate up the program.
We have seen epic battles, betrayal, and even some romance. Out of 150 teams, only 10 survived and left with a piece of treasure. Out of those 10 teams, only 36 individuals made it through, and now you see them right before you!
Shido shouted, his voice magically enhanced to reach all corners of the arena at the same volume.
There will be a 3-day break before the next round. Over those days, we will host in-depth interviews for all 36 of our remaining contestants, detailing their life, their story, their basic abilities, and what their goals are moving forward, Shido said. I'm sure you're all very curious to hear about Xanathar's bold gambit against the Chaos Prince, and how they're both standing here, and Alistair's creative idea to bury himself alive to hide from opposing teams. You don't see something like that every day. Before we go to break, if you'd like to see the action in person, there are still seats available in the arena for as low as 10,000 gold drachma. Now I will briefly touch on the next round, Shido said. While you might think that this program is more focused on contestants, the criminals are also vital to making this work. That's why the next round will be a tournament-style battle, including some of the worst criminals of the past 50 years. And we're upping the stakes. As our viewers may know, what sets our program apart is that the winner, if they so happen to be one of the criminals, is completely exonerated. This year, we even have a special entrant. A rare occasion for Felons versus Fellows. Please welcome the scion of the Malloy clan, Octavius Malloy!
33. Alistair's sponsor. The crowd gasped at the mention of Octavius. Alistair couldn't help but react reflexively as well. While he didn't realize it at the time, he developed an instinctive reaction to Octavius's aura, caused by the time the man almost incinerated him. His body remembered the certain death the explosion would have caused, if not for the intervention of the Pathfinder AI. Octavius stepped out of a sleek black ship that pulled up to the platform, shackled at the feet and arms. His mouth was muzzled and he had a shaved head. Octavius thought he looked much the worse for wear. The arrogance vanished from his eyes. Now that he had a closer look at the man who terrorized his planet, Alistair realized how young Octavius looked. With his delicate features and platinum blonde hair, he looked the same age as Oliver, though with the extended lifespan of cultivators, he could have been much older.
The Malloy clan has graciously allowed Octavius to participate in our program, Shido said. He winked at the shackled man. Perhaps he will learn some lessons from the residents of FX-14752. After the shock and awe of seeing the infamous criminal faded, Shido sent Octavius back to his ship and commandeered the platform up and out of the stadium. Alistair's jaw dropped at the sheer size of Faxor. He had heard it called a planet city before, But it was something else being thousands of meters in the air and seeing horizon to horizon covered in superstructures that would be impossible to build on Earth. The most notable was the giant rotating cylinder that towered up into the clouds. If Alistair wasn't mistaken, he felt a slight pull in the ambient mana toward the structure. He wondered if it was a mana power plant that lit up the city. The section of the city they landed in was much nicer than the slums he had visited before. If Alistair had to guess, they were in some kind of upscale neighborhood, with all the grass and gardens conspicuously missing from the other parts of the city. In front of the platform was a palatial complex complete with golden banners and neon blue lights. As they landed, the gates surrounding the property of the palace opened, which was one of the few buildings to have an expansive front yard.
"Make yourself at home," Shido said. "There will be guards supervising the premises to ensure that no one dies before round 3 can begin. We offer services in this wonderful palace that you couldn't even dream of on your homeworlds. The first interviews begin in an hour. Our dimensionalist will come to pick you up." With that, Shido kicked them off his floating platform and flew away. 2 fully armored guards that eclipsed the contestants in power guided them into the palace. Out of all the people, Alistair only recognized Anthony, Carmen, and Richard. His teammates and the teammates of the other Earth team were nowhere to be found. As they walked down the winding sidewalk to reach the massive doors of the palace, he walked over to Anthony.
"Hey, great job, kid,"
Anthony said, patting him on the back.
"I wasn't expecting you to make it. Honestly, I was expecting to go home."
"What happened to everyone else?" Alistair asked.
The Korean girl stole all of their tokens," Anthony explained.
"You remember how she was all over everyone? Turns out her class is pickpocket.
You and me were the only ones to not get robbed. After everyone else disappeared, I thought I was dead meat, but I barely managed to escape with my life. I thought about breaking my ticket so I could survive, but you never go anywhere without taking risks, right?"
"Are they safe?" Alistair asked.
"My sponsor said they were safely taken to Earth, if that helps."
Anthony lecherously stared at one of the human women from a different planet.
"Excuse me for one moment."
Alistair didn't want to be a part of whatever trouble Anthony was going to get himself into. He trusted the protection of the guards, so he went over to Carmen and Richard.
"Sorry about taking the key,"
he said.
"If it weren't for the rules, I'd gut you like a pig,"
Carmen said through gritted teeth. "Peace," Richard said. "We were the ones who struck first." Alistair didn't remember Richard speaking before, but he thanked the man for intervening.
"Is your team all right?"
Richard grew solemn. "Sophia and Una survived by breaking their tokens, but I'm afraid Zlatan and Dragomir perished when we fought another team for a piece of treasure."
"I'm sorry to hear that," Alistair said. "May their souls find rest."
The older man nodded, though Carmen still shot daggers at him. He could live with that. He already knew that not everyone would like him or approve of him, even if he was an arbiter of justice. They reached the 30-meter-tall doors of the palace, the guards opening them with a palm strike that reverberated through Alistair's very soul. The tall wooden doors creaked open slowly, the sheer size of them making Alistair feel like a toddler walking into the palace. The inside was incredibly spacious, the ceiling reaching up far above 100 meters. There were floors stretching all the way to the top, stacked on top of each other, with the central part empty. It allowed Alistair to see the entire structure of the building from the ground floor. The guards handed them a paper slip that guided them to one of the hundreds, if not thousands, of rooms. Alistair followed the tug on his soul to a spacious room on the second floor. It probably had more square footage than his entire house and was filled with luxury amenities. He had a bed fit for a king, with opulent silks and sheets, and a shower that released mana-infused water that refreshed his skin unlike anything he'd tried before. Being trapped underground for 7 days didn't help his cleanliness. It was nice to clean himself of all the filth. After finishing his shower, Alistair plopped onto the bed. He deserved some rest.
"Greetings, Alistair,"
a voice said. Alistair shot up, searching for the source of the intruder. He was hoping with his improvements to his fighter's instinct and readings of the currents of fate, he wouldn't be surprised again.
"Your elementary skills and abilities cannot detect me."
A wispy holographic projection of an elderly man appeared at the seat of his bed, floating in the air like a genie.
"Calm yourself, Initiate. We are allies. Who are you? Alistair asked. While the aura of the projection wasn't overwhelming in power, feeling weaker than the Herax turtle, he could feel an incredible depth to his Tao. The feeling made Anthony's inexorable hand of time seem like an infant. I'm your sponsor, the Lazarene Minister, representing the Clear Water Sect. It's a pleasure to meet you.
My sponsor? Alistair asked. I could have used some advice the past few weeks.
Irrelevant, said the Lazarene Minister. We do not possess the resources of the major clans and companies. Therefore, we were looking for someone else who could keep up with the best in the world with no support.
And I met your expectations.
Exceeded them. You are one of the most impressive initiates I have ever seen. We would love to work with you. I'm sure you noticed the lack of enemies while underground. The Clear Water Sect paid a hefty price to protect you.
Alistair thought back to his curiosity that no one had been sent after him to spice up the competition. That was you.
Indeed.
The projection scratched his ethereal head.
Do you have any questions?
Questions? Alistair had dozens of questions, but he sensed the Lazarene Minister couldn't stay too long. What happened to my teammates? He asked. Everyone who broke their tokens.
They were returned to their home planets safely, and given a small reward as compensation for their performance.
Alistair gave a sigh of relief. The thought of what happened to his sister and Alexandra had been bothering him for a while. I'm glad to hear it. A few moments of awkward silence passed. Alistair ended the gap with a question. So, can you give me anything? Like, to help me out? The Lazarene Minister almost looked disappointed in him.
Knowledge is greater than any trinket.
So you don't have the resources then?
The Clear Water Sect is one of the most prestigious in the entire Final Frontier Empire. Our cultivators have reached the highest heights possible in the frontier, he said.
After a moment he continued, saying,
It is possible that our coffers aren't as impressive as our competitors. We invested ungodly amounts of drachma into being first on this planet. The exchange rate is terrible as well.
The minister had his ways to make their own impoverishment positive.
You are woefully uneducated in the matters of cultivation. Even a sliver of my knowledge would impart an immense edge. The other sects are too large and uninvested to share too much knowledge. However, that is not the case with us. Allow me to inform you of your place. You are in the Foundation realm, the lowest of the low. Even as a mere profound realm, being exposed to my unadulterated aura for a single second would kill you. At the first bottleneck of selecting a class, you create a schema connecting your soul to a minute amount of the Tao, changing the timbre of your mana to fit the constraints and elements of the class. This change is not immutable, and farther down the line, with subsequent alterations to your class, you might look entirely different, though the farther down your path of cultivation, the harder it is to change. You are close to the next bottleneck, at level 30. The forming of a soul core allows you to draw in ambient mana to refine your body and soul, and is necessary for further development. Up to this point, you have been given the filtered mana of the Pathfinder AI, perfectly acceptable as a young cultivator, but lacking the grit and personality of unfiltered mana. You will soon learn the difference between the two, and how to use it to your advantage. At level 60 comes the opening of the meridians. Right now, you have the basic 8 meridians through which mana can flow. There are a total of 72 in the human body that must be opened to break through to the next realm. To make it into the Adept realm, you must form a domain, which is a personalized glimpse of the Tao. In its infancy, it is quite weak, but cultivators such as the Fell Emperor can shatter stars with a thought.
Alistair nodded. I understand my path is long, but I don't see how all of this can help me right now. The Lazarene minister gave him an avuncular smile.
Tell me your Tao inspiration.
He listed out the elements in his fledgling Tao achievement, which were slightly different from last time. Tao elements. Tao of justice, primary.
Tao of the Ghost, primary. Tao of the Fist, tertiary. Elements: System Breaker, one against the world. Indefatigable Drive, Samsaric Balancing, Punishment of Evil, Warrior Fist, Death Blow, Untouchable Speed.
Interesting, he mused. Combining 3 completely separate DAOs is quite difficult to manage at your level, but from my observations it is essential to your cultivation. The more you progress, the more you will have to synergize all 3 of your DAOs into one harmonious piece. That will be your greatest challenge in progressing, above all else.
The projection frowned as he seemed to notice something strange.
It is peculiar that you don't have the Tao of Karma, considering how much I've seen you use karmic skills and energy. You have only one element involving it as well, samsaric balancing. I recommend you keep it this way. Delving too deep into karma is a path to power, but it is tempting on the mind and spirit. I would rather not see you in 100 years as a monk in an enclosed abbey.
I'll keep that in mind, Alistair replied. The projection of the Lazarene minister conjured a gold chain necklace with a ring clasped to the bottom.
This item is called Thrice Blessed Fate Diviner. It is a device that encourages fortuitous decision-making in choosing upgrades along your path. It is the most we can afford to give you at this time, along with an additional 200,000 drachma.
He wondered if Anthony or Alfred got gifts of that amount of drachma from their sponsors. Alistair remembered that Alfred was shocked by the amount of money in the treasure room, but he was referring to the total amount, not just his own 1/6 cut. Regardless, it seemed like a lot of money to be floating toward him, especially with how expensive the minister made it seem.
"Thank you,"
Alistair said, graciously bowing his head like he had seen others do to a person of higher status.
"What are the terms of my sponsorship?"
50 years of service, or 10 under wartime conditions.
Seeing his face at the mention of 50 years, the Lazarene minister tried to ameliorate his concerns.
I forgot to mention lifespan, didn't I? At your current partial evolution, you would live around 200 years. After the partial evolution brought upon by the soul core tribulation, 500. In order for your end of the contract to take effect, you have to reach Adept, and at that point, your lifespan could be as much as 5,000 years. 50 years is nothing, compared to eternity.
I see. I don't have much of a choice, do I? If I want to compete with everyone else, I need to be on the same playing field, Alistair said.
Excellent. Good fortune in the round to come. I hope our investment wasn't for nothing.
The projection faded away, leaving Alistair with a new piece of jewelry and a fat stack of drachma. He didn't know what to make of the encounter. There was still too little information about what the others received from their sponsors. Anthony said something about a hall of math, which sounded impressive, but he had no way of knowing what exactly it contained, if anything. Alistair spent the rest of the day exploring the palace, which was larger than any building he'd ever been in by far. There were endless corridors and rooms, and he couldn't figure out what the purpose of the building was. It felt more like a showcase of architectural prowess than a house with a real purpose. Time seemed to fly by. Anthony treated him like an old buddy, but Alistair didn't feel comfortable with the man. Now that they were no longer allies of circumstance, it was hard to justify interacting with him more than necessary.
How many people have died because of his tyranny and greed?
Alistair wondered. He felt guilty for even helping him move on to the next round, since that could empower Anthony even more. The only thing that made him want to talk to Anthony was Alistair's own loneliness. He didn't recognize anyone else besides the 3 others left from Earth. The interview was standard. He knew about the Tao archetypes that connected humanity and other sentient life all across the universe, but it was funny how similar it was to a professional sports interview back on Earth. He gave some standard answers and went on his way. The idea that trillions of people were watching him was something he still didn't comprehend. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and before Alistair knew it, the 3rd round was ready to begin. 34. Round of 64.
The third round was a single elimination tournament consisting of 64 entrants. The top 8 would go on to the final round, so Alistair didn't need to win the whole thing to move on. At that stage, they would go home with impressive prizes, so he didn't need to set his eyes on winning the whole thing. He was in the opposite bracket to Anthony and Carmen, so he wouldn't have to deal with them during the tournament. In terms of who was the favorite, none of the Earthlings were at the peak, though Anthony was close. The betting favorite was Aloy Shatridar, the Chaos Prince, from a newly initiated planet even closer to chaos than Earth, causing all sorts of oddities in their biology that made them tough opponents. Not far behind was Xanathar, one of the strongest warriors from the Heliotrope Union, a planetary system much more technologically advanced than Earth. Almost all Heliotropans had technological-based classes and dows, and Xanathar was no exception, possessing similar capabilities to Bartholomew. Alistair's first match was against a notorious member of the Faxorian organized crime community. He was a smaller criminal in the grand scheme of the Empire, but infamous on Faxor for his racketeering and defrauding of millions. They were given no information about their opponent, though for more renowned criminals, their skills might be public record. From what he gathered, the Soulnet was somewhat akin to the Internet, though it didn't possess some of the more key factors that kept the flow of information unimpeded. For example, the advanced powers purposefully obscured most of the more advanced information about cultivation from the Soulnet. Alistair had no luck finding out information on his first-round opponent. They announced the seeding a day ago, and Alistair was middle of the pack, so his opponent shouldn't be too strong. The guards gathered up the contestants at the end of the 3 days and manually transported them to a building closer to the tallest skyscrapers. Alistair had a feeling it was something akin to the central hub of Faxor. They were placed inside a hallway that came with numerous rooms for recreation and relaxation, and were told that a teleportation call would come for them when their match was up. Alistair waited patiently, choosing just to close his eyes and meditate. Ever since seeing a glimpse of Anthony and Bartholomew's completed soul cores, he felt like he could emulate part of the process. The flows of mana in the universe came to him naturally. He couldn't yet absorb and process the ambient mana, but he could let it flow into and out of him. He was so absorbed by the process that he almost didn't notice the world around him change. The teleportation felt different with his deeper grasp of the Tao. Before, he simply remembered opening his eyes and arriving in a new location, but now he felt the distortions in space. It was brief, but for a moment a passage of the void appeared, which he drifted through. When the space around Alistair stabilized, he found himself in a white, artificial-looking room. It looked like a giant cube of white tiles, the ceiling being over 100 meters tall with the walls equidistant to his location. The size of the facility made him feel like he was in a scaled-up laboratory, with his opponent and him as the subjects. Alistair got a feel for his opponent, who stood around 50 meters away on the monotonous tiled floor. He was an older man, which could mean he was 50 or 500. He was heavy-set, and in place of his left leg, Salvor had a black prosthetic, his hardened eyes revealing nothing other than determination. The felons were still limited by a transparent inhibitor collar to level 30, though that level bumped up by 2 after every round.
Round of 64, Match 9, Alistair Tan of FX-14752 versus Salvor Halitrax of Faxor, called out a robotic voice that echoed throughout the blank arena. Begin. As was typical of Alistair's style, he made the first move, but not before activating Eyes of Truth to glean any additional information. Name: Salvor Halitrax. Species: Elemental Superhuman 1, partially evolved. Class: Eater. Primary attributes: Constitution. Level: 30.
Based on the information he received from his Eyes of Truth, he knew that Salvor didn't have high intelligence, or his class information would be barred like it was for Anthony. What he didn't understand was Salvor's class. Most classes were self-explanatory, like Magical Pugilist, Necromancer, Flamesmith, etc. Eater could mean almost anything. For those reasons, Alistair took a relatively conservative approach. Conservative for him meant dashing forwards, his fist ready to pounce. Alistair regulated his dash to only half a second, bringing him halfway toward the Faxorian criminal. At the end of his sprint, he punched the air, using void beckoning to strike from a distance.
He wasn't expecting his attack to kill Salvor, but the corpulent man swallowed the void. At least that explained the name of his class. Alistair stuck to caution, carefully circling the man, who simply stared at him, making no move after swallowing the void. For a minute, nothing transpired as Alistair kept his distance and Salvor also remained unmoving. Alistair sensed nothing would change soon, so he once again made his move, this time using dash to enter melee range. His goal was to end the fight as soon as possible. The method was simple. His assassin fist combined with his hand of karma sought to find the path of greatest destruction, which his mana strike would deliver. Alistair burned through his positive karma as he swung his cloaked hand after Salvor in an attempt to sever the lines of his opponent's good fate. At first he thought his plan succeeded, as he saw the golden threads turn black, but Salvor replicated his earlier feat, eating the lines. His assassin fist recommended he follow up with a mana strike to the gut while the feast distracted Salvor, but his fighter's instinct warned of immense danger. It was the first time two of his skills contradicted each other. Because he just upgraded fighter's instinct, he went with a tactical retreat. He was grateful he did, as right after he jumped back, Salvor opened his mouth and an explosion of void energy came out. It still wasn't powerful enough to break through the white floor, which Alistair sensed was no ordinary material, having the backing of a Tao of solidity behind it. The lack of a spiritual presence limited Alistair's new capabilities. The room felt more than just empty of spirituality. It was so sterile he bet if a ghost did appear, it would instantly wither away. His new tactic of promising ghosts real-life benefits in exchange for their power would have to wait. Salvor walked toward him slowly, his peg leg making a clacking noise that reverberated in their open environment. Alistair shook off his apprehension. He was the perfect opponent against someone like Salvor since he only had one ranged attack that he could absorb. The rest of his skill set packed momentum and actual weight behind it. Even if he ate the mana of a mana strike, his teeth would still get caved in from his punch. Alistair tried a move he had been wanting to implement for a one-on-one battle. A feint. He stepped forward like he was going to dash, but he just ran forward normally instead. His sudden jerk threw Salvor off, who was preparing for Alistair to already be upon him. After 2 steps, Alistair activated dash, surprising his opponent. Instead of using a mana strike that he knew Salvor would absorb, he delivered a hook straight to his face, bolstered only by the Terrigen wraps. The moment he connected with Salvor's jaw, he knew something was wrong. Instead of the nice crunch of bone he was used to, he felt Salvor's face mold around his fist, like it had the consistency of jello. Alistair quickly followed up with an uppercut to the gut, but once again Salvor's squishy stomach soaked up his strike. Salvor struck back, breathing out black smoke that Alistair could feel were the remnants of the bad fates he tried to thrust upon the man before. He jumped back, avoiding the gas, which dissipated after a couple of seconds. Salvor flashed his pearly whites.
"I'm going to eat you alive," he said, which was a much more credible threat coming from him than it otherwise would have been from anyone else. Salvor charged Alistair faster than he would have expected from his portly frame. Not faster than Alistair, of course, who easily dodged the man's wild charge. However, Salvor kept running after him no matter how far away he ran. Without understanding the felon's behavior, he didn't want to engage with him, especially with his odd body that resisted all physical attacks. While he kept dodging, Alistair felt like he was becoming more sluggish, his movements slowed down. He felt like he had just eaten up a feast on Thanksgiving Day. The moment came when his speed became slower than Salvor's and he took a mighty slap to the face that sent him flying across the room and had him tasting blood. Alistair couldn't believe how powerful the slap was. Salvor didn't even have strength as a primary attribute, and he launched him nearly 20 meters away. The only good thing was that he no longer felt like he was moving through molasses. He cursed his fighter's instinct for not picking anything up. What good was it when he couldn't detect how Salvor was slowing him down? While the slap stung, it didn't do as much damage as he would have expected for how far he got flung back, his health still sitting pretty at 275 out of 337. Alistair gambled and re-engaged Salvor, who studied him intently after delivering the slap.
With Alistair as the aggressor, Salvor didn't dodge, taking dozens of punches easily with his elastic body. He knew he was playing into Salvor's game and not his own by not ending the fight in the first exchange. Alistair struck with renewed ferocity, punching Salvor dozens of times a second, his sheer arm momentum forcing the criminal back, inching him closer to the white wall. Salvor telegraphed a huge slap, but this time Alistair's fighter's instinct worked properly, alerting him of the danger far before it came. He easily dodged the attack and kept kneading the man's body, slowly moving him more and more. The trick up Alistair's sleeve was the Eyes of Truth. He bet that Salvor's lethargy-inducing skill would show up in his enhanced vision, and it did. A blue smoke that carried an infused package of Salvor's Tao emerged every time Salvor breathed, and Alistair could tell immediately it was the culprit. To counteract the smoke, Alistair produced another void beckoning, removing all the gas in the nearby vicinity. His opponent opened his mouth to absorb the void energy, but Alistair struck while the iron was hot. While seemingly punching Salvor to no end, he had a plan in mind. Seeing the stretchy and elastic nature of Salvor's body gave Alistair an idea. What would happen if he had nowhere to stretch? Without even realizing it, Salvor had backed himself into the wall of the room, leaving him nowhere to escape. When Alistair was attacking him, he could have turned away, but Alistair knew his ego would make him tank as many blows as possible. If he hazarded a guess, Salvor built a reputation of taking his opponent's blows and shrugging them off like they were nothing, so he wouldn't think anything of absorbing Alistair's barrage of fists. Not wanting to waste any time, Alistair used Dash, despite being only a meter away from his opponent, to add momentum to his mana strike. Salvor had a faster reaction time than Alistair expected, but at point-blank range, it wasn't enough. Alistair's fist traveled faster than the eye could see straight past Salvor's nose. His body naturally tried to stretch and mold around his fist, but with the wall behind him, there was nowhere for his flesh to go. In a grisly fashion, Alistair completely flattened Salvor's head. Blood trickled out of the man's ears. Salvor looked like a deflated cartoon character.
Level up. You are now level 29. +2 agility. +2 intelligence. +2 charisma. +2 free attribute points. +15 upgrade points.
Alistair solemnly reflected on his deceased opponent. It was not too long ago that he took his first human life, something he didn't regret since it saved 2 other innocent people, but he could never become too callous about it, lest he lose his path. The white room faded into a beige hallway as the teleporter sent Alistair to the waiting room, along with the other winners of the first round. He sat down on one of the chairs, not expecting to be bothered. Yet, as he moved to take his seat, he glimpsed someone he wasn't expecting in the slightest. His sister. 35. The Hall of Math.
Evangeline? What are you doing here? Alistair asked. Alistair, I was waiting for you, she said, getting to hug him. I'm not sure what exactly happened. Instead of going back to Earth like everyone else, I got sent right back to the city. Did you get a visit from someone called the Lazarene Minister?
I did, Alistair confirmed.
He told me you moved on to the next round and that you needed my help,
Evangeline said. He didn't mention anything like that to me, Alistair thought, though he didn't say it aloud.
What did he have you do?
Evangeline handed him a silver ring, which had another smaller ring welded on top.
Without reaching level 30, you're going to be at a huge disadvantage. This will help you out.
What does it do? Alistair experimented with the ring, but its use wasn't readily apparent.
It's called Xanabar's Purification Ring. It can purify leveling pills to the degree where it's safe to take them even close to a bottleneck point, she explained. You put it into the hole, and after a couple seconds, it should work.
Really? That seems too good to be true, Alistair said.
If it's that easy to purify leveling pills, why doesn't everyone do it? For one, the hologram sold me this thing for literally all of my drachma. And from what I gathered, that was a serious discount. It also doesn't work indefinitely and needs to be continuously repaired.
Sounds good to me, Alistair said. He checked out the system store for the level 25 to 30 pills.
100,000? That's absurd!
I don't even want to know how much the 30+ cost. The price of a level 1 to 15 pill was only 200 drachma, while a 15 to 25 cost 4,000, which he luckily never had to use. He hadn't checked the store for the higher-leveled pills ever since they became available.
"Spare me the theatrics, I know you can afford it,"
Evangeline said. I know I can afford it, I just wanted to save some money, Alistair complained.
Doesn't this seem roundabout to you? Why did he go through all the effort to have you involved?
"I'm not sure."
Evangeline tapped her chin.
"At least now I can be here to cheer you on. They show the matches in one of the other rooms."
"I'm sure you will, Angie. Aren't you upset that I'm going to reach level 30 before you with these pills? I might even get into the top 10, Alistair said.
"I wouldn't be so sure of that. I've already fallen 20 places down on the leaderboards, and it's not because of the people from Felons versus Fellows. Something's going down on Earth."
"What?" Alistair exclaimed. "Is Dad safe?"
"I can't be sure,"
Evangeline admitted.
"I put Dad with someone I trust, and his rank keeps shooting up, so that's a good sign. We really can't know for certain until I return. And now I'm stuck here until you win or lose."
"That's good that the person isn't falling behind."
"Boyfriend?" "No, Alistair, he's not my boyfriend."
Evangeline rolled her eyes.
"I'll see what I can do. I hope everyone from the NBA is okay."
NBA? Alistair asked, before it dawned on him that it was an abbreviation for New Boston Alliance. He felt a pang of guilt at that. Alistair hadn't spared a thought for John or Lily or anyone else he was acquainted with.
"Oh yeah. None of them except Sophia is high enough to appear on the leaderboards, and I know she's safe."
"Good luck. Once you make it back home, we could talk some more. I should be going since I signed up for a city tour. Thought I might as well, since I can't leave this place anyway,"
Evangeline said.
"You better make it back for my match. I could die here, you know," he said, though he had no intention of doing so.
"What do you mean? You know they have an immortality field for all matches, right?"
"A what now?"
"For the earlier matches, the Bloodsport is fun, but the top 30 to 40 initiates are too valuable to kill. And the criminals aren't worthless either. My little Allie is coming home safe no matter what,"
Evangeline said, ruffling his hair.
"Ah. So that means that guy I smushed isn't really dead."
"Well, with the right setup, the death of a level 30 like us is easy to reverse," Evangeline said, raising an eyebrow at his choice of words.
Alistair didn't know how to feel about Salvor Halitrax not being dead. He was somewhat relieved that he hadn't taken part in real Bloodsport, but it was weird because he already made peace with what happened.
"I gotta go now."
Evangeline hugged Alistair again.
"I'll be back to see your next match."
"Thanks for the ring. I won't let the family name down." He smiled. "When I get back to Earth, I'll be number 1.
The round of 32 was scheduled to start exactly 24 hours after the first. Alistair's next opponent was a fellow initiate, who defeated her felon in a gruesome fashion, torturing him for several hours in her lava baths to absorb his pain. Serena Moonshine was from a newly initiated planet in the Disputed Shard, just like Kevin. Speaking of Kevin McAdeen, he hadn't seen the young lord since separating after his night in jail. In all honesty, he hadn't pegged him or his group as top 64 material, so he had expected it. One day, he would pay back the kindness he showed Alistair, if he was still alive. Alistair had one place in mind to visit: the Hall of Math. It wasn't Alistair's first encounter with the Hall of Math. He remembered Sophia and Anthony having a heated conversation about exchanging the moneylender Lauren Yoon's services for access to the hall. Standing in front of one in Faxor, he found it hard to believe Anthony's could compare. The crystal tower before him was over 1,000 meters tall, and one of the most beautiful feats of architecture Alistair had ever seen. White and transparent crystal comprised the entire structure, interlaced into a complex and intricate pattern that caused the light to scatter in just the right way, so that an iridescent shine blanketed the whole surface. There was an immense aura to the tower, a sense of ancient and powerful heritage that felt unshakably solid. According to the information missive in the contestant's mansion, the Hall of Math was a multiversal powerhouse that stood near the very peak. They fought against the natural order of the multiverse and spread information to all, even those on the frontier. Despite their reach, they weren't omniscient,
Due to the final frontier empire's location so far away from the ley lines of the heart of all creation, there was only so much they could do to fight against the chaos storms and minuscule concentration of the Tao. The main reason Alistair found himself passing through the plasma field entrance of the Hall of Math, which referred to both the organization and the individual towers, was because of the closed-door cultivation chambers. With his new pills and purification ring, he needed a spot where he could be unperturbed from all distractions. His spacious room back at the house was fine, but the chambers in the Hall of Math offered superior accommodations. However large the tower might have seemed from the outside, on the inside, it was even more gigantic. A circumference of 100 meters became 1,000. Scores upon scores of cultivators lined every part of the building, from a variety of different species and levels. Most of them were far stronger than him, but that was to be expected. According to the cultural missive on a core planet like Faxor, the average level for adults was around 60, unable to break through the bottleneck and open their first specialized meridians.
"Young master, how may I be of assistance?"
A flying monkey popped into existence in a poof of smoke, startling Alistair. Alistair began. A flying, talking monkey wasn't even that strange, considering everything else.
"I'm looking to rent a cultivation chamber for the night."
While her exact level was unknown, Serena had reached level 30 by Dragon's Den Island. For Prime Initiates, the Soul Core was an accelerant of progress for the first couple of levels, the newly formed organs able to absorb vast amounts of ambient mana. Anthony was already level 32 just from meditation, and he would be left in the dust if he didn't reach the Soul Core barrier by the time of his match.
"Wonderful, young master. This one can sense you are at the brink of forming a Soul Core. The use of our chambers will accelerate that process by up to 50% and also increase the probability of a more fundamental discernment of the Tao."
"How much will it set me back?" Alistair asked, not ready to hear the answer.
100,000 gold drachma, young master. A bargain driven by the Hall of Math's benevolence. In the multiversal core, such services could cost over 1,000,000 drachma, the monkey responded.
"Christ," Alistair muttered.
An adherent of the multiversal church. Not too common in these parts, the monkey noted. You shall not find a service as prestigious as ours for a better price.
"Very well," Alistair said, transferring over the payment. The mention of a multiversal church was interesting. Perhaps they were a competitor of the Buddhists.
"They use drachma elsewhere in the multiverse." "Of course, young master. The drachma is an archetypal design, part of one of the most fundamental Taos of reality. The Tao of money," the monkey said.
"I would ask more about that, but I feel like it would cost me. Also, you don't have to call me young master every time you speak."
"Keen insight, sir. An informational missive on a fundamental Tao would be inaccessible to your level of funds. May I prepare the chamber for you now?"
"Please do." While Faxor itself felt like it couldn't decide between ancient China and 2100 architecturally, the Hall of Math had an unmistakably futuristic look. The cultivation chamber was no exception. The flying monkey led Alistair up an invisible flight of stairs that only glowed when being stepped on, all the way to a blank space of the white interior of the tower. At first, Alistair was confused as there didn't seem to be any entrance, but after the monkey pressed his paw against the wall, 2 circular doors spread apart. The inside of the cultivation chamber was one of the most beautiful things that Alistair had ever witnessed. It was nondescript, with no furniture or garnishments of any kind. The colors changed every second. At one point the whole room was pitch black, the next a literal dripping blood red. Alistair could feel a connection to a greater whole coming from the room. There was something far more profound about it than anything he had witnessed before. He speculated that even without the pills, he could glean insights just from the natural Tao within the walls. "Are you sure this is mine?" Alistair asked. He didn't want to be in any karmic debt for an ungainfully obtained advantage.
"Why, yes, young master. I couldn't help but sense your karma. The sage's pupils are always welcome at the Hall of Math. May good fortune find your path. In 1,000 years, perhaps you can assist us," the monkey said, bowing his tiny head. Alistair wasn't sure who or what the sage was, but he bowed as well.
"I shall endeavor to do so." With that, the monkey left him inside the cultivation chambers. Alistair took out a leveling pill, fastening it in Xanabar's purification ring. The pill was a vibrant red, and he could make out little wisps of energy swirling around. There was no use waiting any longer. Every spare moment mattered. After a few seconds, he felt a surge of energy coming from the pill. The wisps of darker red formed a vortex, threatening to break the container itself. Alistair grabbed the pill and swallowed it. The turbulent power inside rocketed against his insides, but he controlled the tide, letting it settle deep within his core. After a few seconds of absorption, he received a notification.
Level up. You are now level 30. +2 agility. +2 intelligence. +2 charisma. +2 free attribute points. +15 upgrade points.
He didn't even have time to react before the environment of the room faded, leaving him in a burning city. Despite not recognizing any of the buildings or landmarks, Alistair instantly felt a connection to the flaming megapolis like it was a long-lost home he hadn't seen in many years. He was sitting cross-legged in some kind of dump or landfill, black trash all around him. In the distance were massive skyscrapers and other buildings, all smoking and crumbling. It looked eerily familiar to what he saw on TV and social media when Atavius Malloy was blowing up cities. Alistair didn't think about it much since he was busy with what was in front of him, but a lot of the world's cities looked something like this, smoldered to ashes.
Please, help my mother!
A woman cried out. Alistair turned around to find a young woman in singed clothing on her knees, crying and pleading for his help. He was grateful the tribulation wasn't obscuring what he had to do.
Sure, I'm glad to help. My name's Alistair. What's yours? He said, standing up. Olivia, the woman said. My mother got taken by a demon and dragged into the city. We have to help her.
All right, Olivia, lead the way. If it was real life, Alistair wouldn't have believed a low-level person could survive the burning city, especially not being kidnapped by a demon. But what he was seeing wasn't real. A current of wind brought soot and ashes into Alistair's face. He wiped them away, spitting out the filth. The desolate landscape combined with the smell of burning rubber, cement, and metal made him feel like he was in hell. If Anthony and Bartholomew survived their tribulations, he would as well, Alistair thought. He doubted it would be as easy as defeating a single enemy. 36. Demonic Tribulation.
So, where are you from, Alistair? I have to know more about my hero, Olivia asked.
They walked through the barren wasteland that used to be a city, Alistair occasionally punching the filthy air away to protect their lungs. Alistair wanted to say this isn't real, so stop bothering me, but he remained courteous. With his Tao, perhaps being unnecessarily rude to even a mental or spiritual projection would harm him.
I'm from Atlanta, Alistair said. What city's this? I can't tell from how busted up it is.
He kicked a piece of burning rubble out of their path. He used Eyes of Truth on Olivia, thinking she would be far too low a level to detect it. That ended up being correct, since she was only level 10. Alistair briefly wondered if that was the standard on Earth. Such a pitiful thing, to never experience the true potential of one's body. He shuddered at the idea of returning to such a state.
Atlanta? Olivia tilted her head. That's not familiar to me.
Alistair looked at her like she was an alien in human skin.
How do you not know what Atlanta is? You sound American, right? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about.
What city is this? Alistair asked, gesturing to the burning landscape.
We are in Aishadath, capital of the Landstone Empire, Olivia said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world.
A disturbing thought crossed Alistair's mind. What if everything he was seeing was actually real? The powers of the final frontier empire seemed nigh limitless. It was entirely possible they teleported him across the universe to a planet with humans.
Oh, I see. You might not know America. It's a tiny satellite nation of the Landstone, Alistair bullshitted. I'm not used to being in such a large city. It's so big. Oh, that makes sense, Olivia said.
Alistair sighed a breath of relief as she accepted his nonsense story. She pointed to the tallest tower in the distance. "I can sense my mother coming from there." Olivia had told Alistair that she had a skill allowing her to track her mother's aura even at long distances that she developed right after her mother was kidnapped. It sounded suspicious, but it lined up with his knowledge of how one's early skills developed. They journeyed together for nearly an hour. Alistair offered to pick her up and carry her, but she refused, no matter how many times he explained it would be much faster. Olivia occasionally would brush against Alistair as they walked. It started innocently at first, but after a while it got to be annoying. The worst part was there was some part of him that liked it. His body reacted to her instinctively. She was a beautiful woman, with long brown hair, silky smooth skin, and ample curves. Over time, a small kindling became a raging fire, and Alistair could barely control his inflamed desire for the woman. Between steamy visions, he managed a single rational thought. She was pretty, but he should not have been so crippled by attraction. There was something wrong. Olivia let out a yelp and trucked into Alistair. Normally, the weight of a small woman wouldn't be enough to knock him over, but for some reason he fell down. She landed on top of him, her hair falling over his face. The smell of lilac perfume wafted into his nose, and he knew he was in a very dangerous situation. "I'm sorry, Alistair, I'm so clumsy. Don't mind me," she said, but she didn't get up. Instead of moving back, she grew even closer. Alistair could feel the heat of her body, and he knew his next decision would be difficult. By that point, he suspected it was part of the tribulation, but that meant nothing to him. After a second that lasted an eternity, Alistair pushed Olivia off. The cries of the dead, real or imaginary, passed through him through ghost whispers. It was hard to focus on Olivia when memories of burning alive were at the top of his mind. Right after he pushed her off, he felt a tingling sensation in his lower belly, and a small black marking of a cross appeared on his right arm. He instinctively knew that he had passed one of the trials in his tribulation. Most likely a test of willpower, how weak he was to temptations of the flesh. "Sorry about that," Alistair said. "Let's keep moving. We're almost there." Despite almost seducing him, Olivia didn't seem to realize what had nearly transpired. It made him consider the possibility of everything being an illusion again, but he knew he had to at least treat every person like they were real. If it turned out they were, and he let someone die because he believed they were a figment of his imagination, he would never forgive himself. They finally arrived at the tallest building, which Alistair estimated to be nearly 1,000 meters tall. Now that he observed the skyscraper at a closer distance, he realized that a lot of the buildings weren't actually falling apart. They were on fire, but the fire didn't seem to be actually destroying anything. The heat was sweltering, more so for Olivia than for himself, but the structures remained intact. "I can feel her up there." Olivia trembled as she pointed midway up the building. "It's so cold." Cold? Alistair had no idea what she was talking about. They entered the revolving doors of the skyscraper, only to be greeted with darkness. Olivia shrieked from the sudden disappearance of the light, but Alistair was more sturdy. He readied his Terrigen wraps as he prepared to face whatever unknown enemy lurked in the depths of the darkness. He inched forward, Olivia at his back, but his fighter's instinct was completely silent. "Child, leave the girl. We both know you do not truly care about her." It was a primeval voice that spoke, a voice that brought back atavistic fears long forgotten. Alistair felt like he was in the presence of his reptile brain's deepest horrors, his heart straining with every beat. "Who are you?" "You want power for its own sake," it said. "You commit calumny against justice's name when you strike your fists. You claim to abjure evil, yet you commit it, claiming you had no other choice." "I don't know what you're talking about," Alistair called out. "Show yourself!" The darkness chuckled, an inhuman expression of mirth that pierced his ears like nails on a chalkboard.
But you do, Alistair Tan. You've had the fear that your path is corrupted for quite some time. There's no shame in admitting it. You want to reach the peak for its own sake, for the glorious pursuit of power, eternal life, and everlasting fame. Yet, this contradicts your desire for justice.
So you do admit I want justice, Alistair said.
All beings want some semblance of justice, child. Even a foul demon from the lowest reaches of the netherworld wants some laws of order. Only the mercurial beings born of chaos can find no relation to the Tao you pursue. For an ordinary cultivator, your flaw would be inconsequential. But in your hubris, you seek perfection. A perfect incarnation of justice aligned with a perfect pursuit of power.
I don't see why I can't seek to change the system of bloodshed while also trying to become the most powerful. Alistair defended the synthesis of his Tao. If I'm the most powerful, then surely that means I can help the most people.
Sophistry, the demon snarled. Justice without soul conviction cannot be as pure as your heart desires. Tainted, you shall never reach the peak your corruption desires. A cyclical conundrum that I can solve for you.
Despite his better self realizing the trap, he couldn't help but ask. Just because it was a demon speaking didn't mean it was wrong. He did have some doubts about his path, though not articulated in such a blunt form. What's your solution?
Smart human, the demon purred. Observe.
The darkness moved into a large home, typical of an upper-class suburb, with a large lawn and a hedge fence. Next to him was his girlfriend, Caitlin, and 2 lovely kids. The 3 of them were having a foam sword battle, laughing like there was no tomorrow. Alistair reached out to touch Caitlin, but his hand phased through her like she was made of air.
What is this?
A potential future. The voice came from inside his own head. I have the power to lift you and your woman out of your reality and into this one. A future of happiness. You will never age and never have any worries. This pocket reality can last an indefinite amount of time.
I can't understand how you could justifiably fund an infinitely lasting pocket reality just to ruin my tribulation. That makes no sense. Sounds fake to me. Also, what does this have to do with my path? I'll have all of that one day if I want. He could almost feel the demon's confusion through the illusion. It was not expecting him to reject the offer so easily. Right as he rejected the demon's offer, another black cross appeared, this time on his left arm.
Strange child. You do not follow the parameters. I must see you.
Alistair's fighter's instinct blazed in alarm, the idyllic pastoral life fading away into a blazing inferno. Instead of being in the lobby of a building like he was expecting, he was standing on a rock in a sea of flames. An enormous demon of at least 50 meters in height stood menacingly in the distance. It had a skeletal face with 4 huge horns and a body that looked like a blob of blood and bone. The creature was so tall only its torso was visible, its legs submerged in the sea of fire.
Come.
The fabric of reality stretched, bringing Alistair directly in front of the demon, who radiated power beyond anything Alistair had ever seen. He doubted even the full aura of the Lazarene minister could compare to the demon before him.
The power of its Tao, an evil path that promoted violence and wanton sacrifice, stressed his very being, threatening to warp his own Tao from its sheer pressure. Spending huge amounts of energy to resist it was the best that Alistair could do. The limited pool felt somewhat akin to karmic energy, though more solid and less flowing.
I detect an anomaly within you, child.
The demon's voice sounded the same as before, except louder and full of sovereign authority.
A mark beyond the power of this universe. How curious.
The demon held out a decaying hand, levitating a helpless Alistair into its palm. It brought Alistair right up to its face. 2 glowing red eyes that were nearly the size of a person bored into him. For over a minute, the demon said nothing. In fact, if its glowing eyes didn't slowly pulsate, Alistair would have thought it got frozen in time. Sweat beaded down his forehead, both from the heat of the flames and the tense situation. Finally, the demon spoke. Not words, but unadulterated laughter that echoed throughout the seemingly endless cavern of fire.
Do you know how long I've been trapped in this horrific demi-plane? Forced to debase myself to ignorant savages and pretend to be a lowly djinn. Been a slave to an empire whose strongest can only reach the paltry hill of exalted. At last, after 50,000 years of servitude, I shall be free.
What do you mean? Alistair choked out, still feeling the pressure of the demon's mighty Tao. It was at least in the adept realm, more likely profound. A single fell glance from the demon could end his life without a second thought. The demon didn't answer him, instead choosing to pray. At least that's what Alistair thought the entity was doing. It placed him down on a cliff and clasped its hands together. Even its eyes went dark, like an imitation of what a human would do. Though its mouth never moved, sonorous words came out more beautiful than he ever would have expected from the monstrous demon. While he didn't understand the language, the meaning behind the words bypassed language barriers. It was an invocation, a prayer to heaven calling down an angelic being. Why a demon was putting heaven on speed dial, Alistair had no clue. The only thing he did know was that he was in grave danger. Alistair began panicking like he had never before. Looking back through his past 3 weeks, he had been in sticky situations countless times. He could have died trying to save Donna and Tamia, or against General Kraz or Prince Kolgar. He could have died in the forest from the swarm of ogres, or against Kellis or Salvor. Yet each time he felt like he was in control of his own destiny. It was his fist against theirs, and he knew exactly what he had to do to win. Smash their faces before they smashed his in. Sure, there was some intelligence or strategy required for most of his battles, but the mechanism was the same. But here, what was Alistair, a level 30 Foundation Realm cultivator, supposed to do against a demon that was probably 200 levels higher than him? He racked his brain for solutions, but he couldn't think of anything. Never thought I'd be panicking at the idea of a heavenly being, Alistair thought. Where's the justice in that?
How dare that bastard leave without me? Well, I should have expected it, considering he was the one that killed me in the first place,
someone whispered into his ear. I don't suppose you could help me get out of here, Alistair said. Sitting on his shoulder was a burgundy-colored imp with a forked tail and a heart-shaped head.
You can hear me?
The imp asked. Looking closer, Alistair realized that the imp was a ghost. He was the most solid ghost he had ever seen, not that he was a ghost expert. Just the smallest amount of the typical etherealness of spectral composition was visible. I'm a ghost cultivator, Alistair said. At least I think that's the term, not terribly educated here.
You're awfully composed for a man who was about to be smited by a celestial,
The imp flicked its tail against Alistair's cheek. Well, I panicked earlier, so I got it out of my system. You don't sound like you're on the best terms with the big guy either. So can we do a little quid pro quo here? Alistair felt a glimmer of hope. The imp didn't look that powerful, but appearances were deceiving. The tiny demon could be his ticket to safety.
Don't know what that last thing is. Interspecies translation is shit for complex topics. I'll help you out even after we get out of here, on one condition. Once you get strong enough, I want you to find this giant red fucker and send him back to the deepest pits of the Asura hell.
Alistair smiled. That sounds like a fair deal to me.
I'm trusting your word, since I can tell from your Tao and everything that happened, you follow a path of justice, and fairly strictly at that. But if you betray me, I'll haunt your descendants for 1,000,000 years after you die,
the demon said.
This spiritual demiplane was specifically created as a facsimile of the real Aishadath. As long as you complete your tribulation, you'll be instantly whisked back to wherever you were before. How many trials do you have left?
1. He could feel it in his bones that he was correct. He had passed the temptation of the flesh, and whatever that one with him having a family was, and he sensed there was one more to go.
Great! Just the temptation of power, then. You're very, very lucky that you're a ghost cultivator, and that this is a spiritual demiplane. I'll hijack your body temporarily and give you an easy pass, and we'll be on our way.
Alistair had no time to react as the demon ghost literally jumped down his throat. He felt a foreign, infernal power coursing through his veins that could only be the demon at work. Through spectral summoning, Alistair took part of the imp's power for his own, and not an insignificant portion, completely blowing away the power that he received from Marisol the Einzad demon. Maybe Alistair had a penchant for attracting the damned. The more the imp integrated into his body, the more powerful Alistair felt. He was invincible. No one could defeat him. When he went back to Faxor, he'd steamroll the competition, easily winning the grand prize. And then he'd go back to Earth and dominate the planet, becoming the unquestioned strongest. The path was so obvious to Alistair. He already knew he wanted to reach the peak, so why was he such a feckless coward before? Victors take without asking, while losers pretend to care about things like laws and morality. The sudden rush of egomania and power left Alistair as soon as it came. He spotted the big demon open his eyes. While it looked like it was impossible for it to change facial expressions, Alistair could feel its unbridled rage.
Devrox, how?
The demon began to speak, but Alistair was back in the hall of Matt's cultivation chambers before it could finish.
I had to accelerate that one, though you have quite the strong will for a foundation,
said the imp, who Alistair assumed was the Devrox the other demon mentioned. Alistair was too focused on his internal changes to even recognize what the demon was saying.
Species upgraded. Superhuman 1 to Spectral Superhuman 1. Plus 30 intelligence. Plus 15 wisdom. Plus 10 charisma. Soul core formed. Mobius strip torus. Outside serrated. Hyperflow variant. Double chambered. Plus 30 agility.
Sir? What is that underworlder doing here? Alistair turned to see the monkey archivist from before looking at him with newfound disgust. 37. Spiritual Planes. Oh, you mean this guy? Alistair was banking on no one besides him being able to see the ghostly imp. Clearly the flying monkeys of the Hall of Math had superior sight. I did not think you were the type to consort with such creatures, young master, the monkey said. Well, he kinda just came along for the ride, Alistair said. I'll be sure to, exercise him as soon as possible. Very well. The monkey fluttered his wings in disapproval. It's been 15 hours since you entered. How was your experience? Very good. Alistair could feel the exponential increase in the strength of his aura.
While he didn't receive a direct Tao upgrade like Bartholomew implied he had, his Tao felt more congealed. When he accessed his Tao energy before, it felt like accessing a tiny well at the back of his head. Now, it was more like a deep pond. We wish you good fortune in the times to come. If you seek the services of this humble hall again, you may ask for me again under the name Leo Tolo II. Thank you, Leo Tolo, Alistair said, bowing his head. The imp did a mocking bow, to the monkey's consternation. Actually, I do have one more question. The monkey turned back, cocking his head. Please tell. Do you notice anything wrong with me? I took a leveling pill to reach level 30, and I'm worried about the long-term side effects, Alistair explained. While potentially unwise, such an action is understandable in your position. Let me see. Leo Tolo put a paw on Alistair's forehead and closed his eyes. I sense no impurities within your body, though I do not recommend taking any more if you can help it. The usual limit is 3 higher-level Foundation Realm pills before irreversible damage, though 2 or fewer cannot be necessarily deemed as safe. Your help has been invaluable, Alistair said. For some reason, he felt like he shouldn't tell the wizened monkey about the purifying ring. But he was curious about his necklace, which coincidentally also had a ring as its centerpiece, the thrice-blessed fate-divining circlet. Is there anything wrong with the circlet? An exorbitant piece, the monkey said, caressing the golden band. A standard high-quality fate diviner. I can see nothing amiss. If that is all, I will take my leave. That will be all. Thank you again. The monkey fluttered out of the gyroscopic room, leaving Alistair and Devrox the imp alone. Stuck-up monkeys, Devrox muttered. Always looking down on demons. I think you and I have some matters to discuss, Alistair said, holding up the imp to his face. And I'm not taking no for an answer. Alistair missed most of the other matches, but he was lucky that he still had some spare time before the next round. It could have been much worse, with a tribulation taking up to 24 hours in the worst-case scenario. Of the Earth Cultivators, only himself, Anthony, Carmen, and a Kenyan woman named Bridget Mwangi made it to the round of 32. The rankings shifted around once again. In almost unbelievable fashion, Wandering Hobo was still number 1, despite no indication of him participating in Felons versus Fellows. Alistair didn't understand how he was keeping up with everyone. A new name on the list surprised him, George Moulin at number 10. It looked like the crazed psychopath was doing well for himself. Alistair moved up to number 14, jumping almost 100 ranks to the echelon of the leaderboard. He was so close to entering the top 10. From his understanding of the Soul Core, the people ahead of him were shooting up in levels, at least during the initial stages of acclimation, but he would be able to keep par with his own Soul Core. He opened his status screen to get a full overview. Name: Alistair Tan. Species: Spectral Superhuman 1, partially evolved. Class: Magical Pugilist. Uncommon. Subclass: Hidden. Arbiter of Justice. Legendary. Level: 30. Health: 337 out of 337.436 per minute. Mana: 405 out of 405.600 per minute. Stamina: 192 out of 192.720 per minute. Upgrade points: 30. Balance: 409,605 gold drachma. Karma unlocked, plus 11, capped, 0.012 per minute. Full stat bonuses, plus 37% to all attributes. Strength, 52. Agility, 175. Constitution, 66. Endurance, 53. Intelligence, 159. Wisdom, 77. Charisma, 142. Items: Xanabar's Purification Ring, Thrice-Blessed Fate Diviner, Terrigen Wraps, Teleportation Circle, stored. Badges: Premium Initiate, Good Samaritan, Deliverance of Justice, Mythical Cultivator, Precocious Killer, Jack of All Trades. Talents: System Tree, 2 Leaves,
Pugilism Branch, 1. Chaos Assassin, Void Watching Branch, 1. Justice Quest Branch, 1. Elemental Fighter, Communion of Spirit Branch, 2. Body Tree, Heart Branch, 1. Skills: Mana Strike, Eyes of Truth, Dash, Fighter's Instinct, Hand of Karma, Void Beckoning, Ghost Whispers, Spectral Summoning. Quests: Gladiatorial Survival. Achievements: Discovery, 1. Dueling, 2. Fledgling Dao, 2. Badges: Premium Initiate, Untiered Mythical Badge. The Final Frontier Empire welcomes your planet at the highest level of hospitality. All attributes plus 10%. Good Samaritan, Altered, Tier 1 Rare Badge. Put your life on the line for a complete stranger against all odds. All attributes plus 7. Also, when fighting enemies you deem as reprobate evildoers, gain plus 20% to your 2 highest stats. Upgradable, 0 out of 50. Precocious Killer, Untiered Rare Badge. Successfully defeat first monster wave before its actual start. All stats plus 10. Deliverance of Justice, Tier 2 Mythical Badge. The most important aspect of justice is the saving of innocent lives. Each life you personally save grants plus 1 free attribute point, capped at 2 per level, retroactively. Upgradable, 10 out of 100. Mythical Cultivator, Tier 1 Mythical Badge. Earn a mythical badge in your own right before level 50. All attributes plus 12%. Upgradable, 15 out of 50. Jack of all Trades, Untiered Legendary Badge. Achieve 500 total points of stats with at least 50 in every attribute before level 30. All attributes plus 15%. Increase badge slots, 0 out of 100. Skills: Eyes of Truth, Tier 3 Skill. Karmic Vision sees truth over lies. Upgradable, 16 out of 25. Mutation: Active. Use 1 point of karma to discern falsehoods and see deeper into the web of mana and fate. Mana Strike, Tier 2 Skill. Envelop a body part in condensed mana and strike your enemies, disrupting their natural mana channels. Mana cost, 20. Upgradable, 24 out of 50. Dash, Tier 1 Skill. Run across long distances in a single step through enhancing your body with mana. Mana cost, 10. Upgradable, 19 out of 20. Fighter's Instinct, Tier 1 Passive Skill. Become preternaturally aware of bodily threats. Scales with Agility. Upgradable, 16 out of 25. Hand of Karma, Tier 1 Skill. Sever fate and soul with a Hand of Karma. Karma cost, 2. Upgradable, 26 out of 30. Void Beckoning, Tier 1 Skill. The aftershock of your punch opens a door to an endless void. Mana cost, 30. Upgradable, 8 out of 25. Ghost Whispers, Tier 1 Passive Skill. Gather the spiritual energy of the dead to fuel your own power, while also granting communication with ghosts and other spectral entities. Upgradable, 15 out of 25. Spectral Summoning, Tier 1 Skill. The power of a ghost manifested into the physical world. How scary! Mana cost, 10 plus variable. Upgradable, 2 out of 25.
He didn't have any new skills or talent trees he wanted to go down at the moment, and with the help of the fate-blessed necklace, he felt confident that he was making the right decision, splitting his 30 upgrade points between improving the mythical cultivator badge and increasing badge slots. The gold chain looked somewhat like Frodo's necklace with the one ring, and Alistair wanted to treat it like that. He wasn't the most comfortable with the idea of his decisions being influenced by the ring, but Leo Tolo confirmed it was safe. Alistair noticed there was new information in his status screen, telling him the bonuses he received from badges and also his items and current balance. Now that he was level 30, further level increases would bring 23 additional upgrade points, 15 from Magical Pugilist and 8 from Arbiter of Justice. His stat gain increased as well, going from 8 to 12 overall, still one ahead of a rare class at 11. Alistair was happy that his intelligence finally outpaced his charisma, so he could allocate his free points back to his lower stats. He was concerned his stats were becoming too lopsided. Just a few days ago he achieved the Jack of all trades, and now his agility was over 3 times his strength and endurance.
While Alexandra and Anthony demonstrated the power of specialization, he sensed there were diminishing returns for overwhelmingly lopsided numbers. It was remarkable how easily mana came to him now that he formed his soul core. If Alistair had to describe the feeling, it was like he had a gravitational pull on all the ambient mana in the atmosphere. The substance became so congealed he could see faint hints of blue energy if he really concentrated. Interestingly, it didn't affect his mana regeneration at all, instead all being poured into his soul core where it refined his body and soul and also removed impurities. Alistair returned to the palace, where in the privacy of his room he could confront his new companion.
"What are you?"
Alistair asked. The question had been burning in his mind ever since he first laid eyes on the imp. Devrox floated away from Alistair's shoulder, jumping on his bed. However, with his intangible body, he passed right through it, coming back up with an unhappy look on his face.
"It looks like I'm still in the same frontier universe," he said. "Not so different in terms of power from my home plane, though far more ignorant. It appears I must do a thorough explanation. At the present moment, we exist in the physical plane. The physical plane is the largest and most populous of the planes, and some call it the metaphysical center of the multiverse, since it lies conceptually in between heaven and hell. At least that's what they teach where I'm from, though I cannot be sure my information is entirely correct. Oh yeah, before I forget, the other reason it's called the center is because the heart of all creation is at its center, the font of all mana. It's also the only plane that necessitates having a physical body. On other planes, those lumps of flesh can be a disadvantage."
Devrox wiggled his tail as if to show the superiority of his spiritual body.
"There are 5 other primary planar types. You're probably most familiar with the Buddhist heavens."
Alistair looked at him with shock, remembering the Sharder's reaction. The imp scoffed.
"An ignorant superstition. There's no harm in using the word Buddhist as long as it's not in an offensive context. And don't ask me why that rule exists, I have no clue. Continuing with my previous explanation, next are the Buddhist hells. As you might imagine, the big guy Cryaxodon and I come from one of those. There are also the lesser heavens, planes created by believers of other ideologies, like the Multiversal Church or the Order of Blood. Next come personal planes, which very powerful individuals can create through their own Tao. Last but not least are the Pure Lands, though some argue that they're part of the Buddhist heavens. Most of the time, the Buddhist heavens and hells are mentioned without the Buddhist part, though you might get some harassment from the Multiversal Church if you do that."
"That's a lot to take in," Alistair said. From his understanding, these powerful factions were so far beyond the final frontier empire, it would be like an elephant compared to a microorganism. He simply had no way to fathom their scale as a level 30.
"That's just the least of it, and I imparted a majority of my knowledge."
The imp laughed.
"I come from one of the highest and weakest hells, the Ashura Hell. In order to permanently leave the Ashura Hell, you have to break through to the Visionary Realm, which is no easy task. Cryaxodon and I went on a mission to the physical plane to try to get there, but we ended up being captured by the final frontier empire."
"And he killed you?" Alistair asked.
"The death is different for spiritual beings like demons than you flesh and blood folk. When you die, your soul goes to one of the residential heavens or hells, depending on the karma you accumulate during life. After a couple million years, give or take, you get reincarnated back in the physical plane. Purely spiritual beings. There's no such thing as death on a spiritual plane. Well, if you get soul killed by someone with an ungodly powerful Tao, that's unfortunate, but mostly it's safe. However, when a demon travels to the physical plane, we need an incarnated body if we want to affect reality. Cryaxodon, that unbelievable bastard, killed me because of some stupid argument. I was so mad, my soul refused to return to hell."
Alistair's heart dropped as he connected the dots. At first he thought he might have a profound realm ally that could help him whenever he wanted.
So, you not having a body means you can't do anything?
Does no one educate you around these parts? Go buy some information from the Hall of Mirth.
Devrox crossed his arms.
Ghosts from a real or fake body have limited casual impact on reality. It's a rule from real high up the chain. So high, you and me, we shouldn't even be licking their boots. Makes sense, though, since you don't want vengeful spirits haunting the living all the time just because they don't want to go to the afterlife. Maybe if you were a truth-seeker's ghost, it would be different, but I'm a mere profound.
I assume that's where ghost cultivation comes in, Alistair said. I've been able to borrow much more power than what you're suggesting.
That's the beauty of a ghost cultivator,
Devrox agreed.
The most lazy, ungrateful leeches in the multiverse, who can't cultivate a damn for themselves and have to rely on dead people. Except you, of course. No offense meant.
It's hard not to be offended, but all right, Alistair said. Can you tell me why Cryaxodon was summoning a celestial? Don't you guys, demons versus angels? I assume that's a thing even in the multiverse.
You'd be correct. Heaven and hell are like oil and water. He had to have an extremely good reason to perform an invoking prayer. What the reason was, I cannot say. Cryaxodon was considerably more multiversally aware than I. You could,
The demon trailed off for a second, looking down sheepishly.
Say that I was something like his servant rather than partner. That aside, I think it's time to talk about our partnership.
Alistair had an idea, based on his understanding of how his ghost cultivation was integrated with his Tao of Justice. Cryaxodon infused his voice with his Tao, commanding space itself to bend itself to bring Alistair to him. And Alistair's best guess was that the giant demon's Tao wasn't even related to space. He was just powerful enough to command an unrelated aspect of reality through the sheer power of his Tao. In his case, a promise was something essential to justice. Alistair had to make good on his word, otherwise he could never be trusted to be a fair and effective arbiter of justice. He could feel the ghost cultivation side of him resonate with the idea of a promise. The downside, which had the potential to be catastrophic, was that failing to fulfill the promise in a reasonable time frame would severely damage his Tao. I will deliver justice to Cryaxodon the demon, Alistair swore. When you believe I am capable of it, you have my word. It shall be done. With his words, he could feel an indelible pact form, one that resonated with the fabric of the Tao.
Impressive,
Devrox said.
If this shithole is still as backwards as I remember it to be from 50,000 years ago, you should be fine against other level 30s. Prince of hell, I hate the leveling system.
Alistair was going to ask his new imp companion what he meant by that, but his delicate senses picked up a powerful aura behind the door. One he was very familiar with.
Alistair! I know you're in there! Let's talk.
38. Ghost of the Profound. Alistair opened the door, finding Anthony with a wide grin on his face. According to the leaderboard, the New Yorker had shot up to number 2 in the world, just behind the anonymous wandering hobo. His aura had grown since the last time Alistair saw him, suggesting a couple of level-ups. Based on the speed of Alistair's own cultivation, he wasn't surprised.
I think it's time you and I had a talk,
Anthony said, sitting down on Alistair's bed without asking.
About the future.
Alistair eyed the powerful cultivator carefully. He didn't trust the whimsy in Anthony's tone. Since returning from his tribulation, he felt an even larger desire to distance himself from Anthony. While he wasn't sure his path would necessarily bring him into conflict with the man, it was certainly likely if Anthony continued to disregard the lives of the people living in his region. "What's on your mind?" Alistair asked.
That bitch Sophia. She fucked us over in round 2. Just imagine if she got your sister or that hot brunette killed, Anthony said. We can't just let her get away with that. I think I'm a pretty damn good judge of character, and I can tell you're going to go far. You weren't even close to the top 100 when this quest began, and now you're almost in the top 10! Oh, if anything, I want you on my side. Which is why I'm letting you know I'm going to be making the move against her when we get back. You think she's just going to be dicking around these next couple days while we're not back on Earth? She knows we know she betrayed us, especially since you stole the key from her and beat her up. I bet when you return to Earth, you're going to get jumped. I'm not sure about that. While Sophia commanded the NBA, he struggled to imagine someone like John taking up arms against him just on her word. Sure, she could tell a false story about what happened during Felons versus Fellows, but without a persuasion or oration skill, could she really get everyone to attack him? Alistair hadn't socialized with the NBA that much, something he might end up regretting. I'm not taking any chances, Anthony said. Whether she ambushes you or not, the Ricci Empire is expanding. Not even mentioning we got other issues as well. That psycho George Mulan got eliminated in the island round, but that just means he's had free time on Earth without 90% of the strongest people. If he's still in the Northeast, he might ruin everything we built. I can agree that George is a problem. Alistair remembered the ice-cold aura of death Alexandra's acquaintance brought. What's in it for me if I join the Ricci Empire? I'll make you second in command for one, Anthony said. I'll give you all the women and booze you could ever imagine, plus access to some of my, top-secret stuff. And you get to be friends with me. The Ricci Empire's the best place on Earth for people like us. And the annoyance is, we can squash 'em like a bug. Alistair tried not to let the disgust reach his face. He was only now truly seeing the problem with someone like Anthony. He could be appropriately generous and courteous to friends and those he respected, but to anyone outside of that small group, he viewed them as less than human. Anthony hadn't had a chance to properly display his disregard since they weren't around his subjects, making him seem more reasonable. His character was also on full display as he thought it was perfectly reasonable to so casually discuss being a tyrant. Alistair realized Anthony never saw his Tao of Justice or his subclass, otherwise he would have perceived Alistair as a much greater threat to his nascent empire. I'll consider it, Alistair said. It's a limited-time offer. Anthony hopped out of the bed. Think it over. Have you been watching the matches? I haven't gotten a chance. I recommend you try, Anthony said. I'm not even sure I could beat the number 1 or 2 seeds. With that, Anthony took his leave, not bothering to shut the door behind him. Piece of work that one is, Devrock said, reappearing on Alistair's shoulder. I can tell you don't like him. That obvious, Alistair said sarcastically. He's one of the assholes from my homeworld who thinks that just because he's powerful, he can treat others like slaves. In the Azura hell, that would just be considered a fact of life. You humans are soft as a frozen lake of hellfire. Devrox flicked his tail through Alistair's neck. Sorry. I'll try to behave. It's been so long since I've interacted with your kind, being dead and all. Just don't go around making people sell their soul to you, Alistair said. Soul services need approval from at least a count. You think I know any of those? Hells no. Imps? We're like the couriers of the underworld. You need a courier or delivery? We can do it. Space is our domain, not souls. Now, let's watch some of those matches that human was talking about, so I can help you out. What do you mean? Even though I'm dead, I'm over 100,000 years old, and I was a profound realm cultivator at one point. I think I can give a whelp like you some pointers. Oh, right, Alistair admitted. It was hard to imagine the Bichon-sized imp as anything but a harmless devil on the shoulder. I like the sound of that. Devrox turned out to be supremely helpful for analyzing his competitors. As Alistair suspected from his conversation with Kevin and the other Sharders, the Pathfinder AI and its useful status screens and quantized values were not endemic to the multiverse at large. Devrox had never heard of the sublimed machine faction that the Final Frontier Empire was said to have purchased the system from, but he knew little about multiversal politics outside of his own regional hells and the bare basics. However, just because he didn't understand the specifics of the Pathfinder AI's idiosyncrasies, the basics of cultivation were the same, involving mana, or ki as Devrox called it,
and the Tao. Alistair stood in the training hall of the palace, his match just 2 hours away. The bottom floor was reserved for sparring against highly advanced dummies that could replicate opponents to a certain degree, while the top floor had pillars of glass that projected ultra-high-definition replays of past matches and purchasable missives on cultivation. The imp advised against the missives, telling him that the drachma cost was far too steep.
"Even with my help, there's no way you can defeat the Chaos Prince or Xanathar,"
Devrock said, staring at the life-size projection of Eloy Shatrider's round of 64 match versus an earthling Alistair didn't recognize, Ramesh Vishwakarma, ranked number 8 on Earth. Interestingly, Ramesh ranked higher than Alistair on Earth's own leaderboard, but he was in the 64th seed in the Felons vs. Fellows tournament, whereas Alistair was in the 30s. Eloy ended the contest in less than a second, obliterating the man with a rippling blast of darkness and clear energy that destroyed everything in its path. Alistair felt a tinge of connection to the darkness in Eloy's attack. It reminded him of his void beckoning, which was under the Chaos Assassin tree. Perhaps there was a connection between chaos and the void, though he didn't understand how the clear part fit into chaos. "What about Atavius, or Anthony?" Alistair asked.
It's difficult to say,"
Devrox replied.
"Atavius has an incredibly powerful Tao, yet it's obvious there's something wrong with him. It's possible he got broken by his imprisonment. You'd have less than a 50-50 shot, but it's possible. As for Anthony, I think you have a better chance."
Really? Alistair was surprised to hear Devrox's confidence in him. Anthony had been an unreachable barrier to him ever since they met. The hand of time he created was awe-inspiring.
"It's not guaranteed by any means, but you haven't seen what I can offer yet. You're also a natural counter. He can freeze time and corrode even the most durable of things. But you know what doesn't care about time? Ghosts. We just exist, unlike beings of flesh and blood."
I see. Alistair had never thought of it like that. If the Tao of the ghost countered the Tao of time, what countered the Tao of the ghost? The Tao of exorcism?
"Of course, the most important thing is your next opponent,"
Devrox said, selecting Serena Moonshine's first match with a clawed finger. Alistair wanted to look away as he saw the one-sided beatdown Serena deliver to her opponent. The felon took the early initiative, throwing spears of electricity at the woman, but she created a sphere of molten rock that was impervious to all attacks. After he exhausted his mana and Tao, the purple-haired initiate encased her opponent in a coffin of lava, keeping him alive to cultivate using his pain. It felt more like something an infamous planet killer would do instead of a fellow initiate, and Alistair thought the possibility of the felon receiving lasting psychological scars from the torture was high. He learned from Devrox that there were multiple methods of cultivation besides killing things and absorbing mana. Some intrepid individuals figured out how to cultivate using abstract concepts like emotions or absorbing blood and life force.
"She's a couple levels ahead of you, but your aura is stronger. In a contest of Tao, you'd also win. Her advantage over you comes from her extremely versatile choice of weapon, the very ground you're standing on. That's why I recommend this plan."
It almost felt nostalgic returning to one of the giant Romanesque colosseums that he started his Felons vs. Fellows journey in. Alistair's match against Serena Moonshine took place in an even larger arena that was far beyond anything on Earth. The actual combat arena couldn't grow any larger, otherwise it would be impractically large, but the rows of seats went so far up, Alistair couldn't see the top. They had to have some kind of magnification window or viewing screen for the nosebleed seats, and even the ones halfway up the height of the arena. Alistair emptied his mind of all extraneous thoughts. After spending nearly a week underground, he had improved his control over his mental state. Alistair was never a flighty or overly emotional person, but now he could take it to a whole new level. His solid Tao aided him with his meditation, calming any nerves. Alistair barely registered Po Shido's words and the buzz of the crowd. His entire focus was on the woman standing 100 meters from him. Serena looked confident, her purple hair held up by 2 metal sticks. She had on a black cultivator robe that looked too flowing for combat. As soon as the translucent barrier that separated the two disappeared, Alistair set off. He had one mission, end the fight as quickly and devastatingly as possible. There was more to the fight than simple victory. His sponsor would be watching, as would some corporations and sects. A spectacular performance, even without a tournament championship, would go a long way. Serena shot 5 beams of lava out of the ground near her, racing toward Alistair at breakneck speeds. Each one took on its own angle in the air, like a set of 5 homing missiles, each sent at a different angle to cut off any avenues of escape. Alistair didn't dodge. Instead, he punched the air, creating a rift in reality with void beckoning. The black cone of nothingness obliterated the lava beams, leaving nothing left. Alistair realized his previous tactic of dashing in recklessly wouldn't be effective against Serena since he would boil himself alive on her lava shield. Instead, he carefully closed the 100-meter distance between them. She sent more of her lava missiles, this time in 2 groups of 5, each one taking a slightly different arc. Alistair eliminated both groups with a void beckoning each, all the while continuing to close the gap. Serena kept shooting her lava, but Alistair kept disintegrating it at every turn. He was burning through mana at a considerable rate, but with his high intelligence contributing to his mana pool, he still had 225 left. All the while he thwarted her attacks, he crossed the halfway point of their initial starting distance of 100 meters. Things were going just as planned, Alistair's mana usage being within acceptable parameters for Devrox's execution. As he expected, Serena grew frustrated with her lack of success. Long-ranged attacks where she could laze around and let her lava do the work were her bread and butter. Unfortunately for her, Alistair hard-counted attacks made of physical substance as opposed to mana. Her lava was formed and controlled by mana, but ultimately, it was physically molten rock. Perhaps if she kept her cool and continued spamming her lava beams, Alistair would have been in a pickle. That wasn't Serena's personality, however, and after seeing the known close-range fighter encroach upon her personal space, she went ballistic. Alistair had seen the move once before in her previous round fight. With a wave of her hand, she infused a burning and painful Tao into an expanding line of lava. Each second, the geyser of lava grew wider and wider, threatening to envelop Alistair whole. The attack singed the fabric of reality as it rocketed towards him, and he knew a void beckoning wouldn't cut it. Alistair dashed forward, charging his momentum into a mana strike. He knew that in order to counter her attack, he needed to infuse his own Tao. Devrox helped him there, and his skill carried some of the imp's remaining Tao. Together with the added power of Terrigen Wraps, Alistair's mana strike parted the wall of lava with ease, creating a shockwave of energy. Even the layered protection of his skill and the Tao of the Ghost couldn't fully guard him from the heat of the lava, and Alistair's hand was in excruciating pain. That didn't stop him from continuing to press forward, and Alistair used Dash again. He charged with seemingly thoughtless abandon, dedicating all of his saved karma to a single Hand of Karma. Serena's eyes widened as she saw the karmic skill. It played right into his hand. He was banking on her recognizing Hand of Karma as his most dangerous skill. The versatility of Hand of Karma made it a crutch that had uses in almost every situation, though it was especially a terror on offense, where cutting off good lines of fate made life a lot easier. Serena overreacted or adequately reacted, depending on one's point of view. The weakness of Hand of Karma was that a highly improbable fate was impossible to reach. Hand of Karma couldn't make the sun change colors or turn a rock into a tree. She enveloped herself in the same sphere of molten rock that she used to weather the storm against the lightning spear user, a defense full of impregnable, Tao-infused material that radiated stalwart guardianship against all egress. A Hand of Karma with a mere 11 karma, or even 50 karma, could never penetrate the shield. It was too bad he wasn't planning to break it. Alistair activated Spectral Summoning, letting Devrox's power run through him. After integrating Devrox further by entering a Tao-sealed agreement, the amount of power he could obtain from the imp's ghost more than doubled. Red spectral wisps radiated off Alistair like he was on fire. It looked similar to Alexandra's barbarian fury, where her blood evaporated, except more congealed and less smoky. Unfortunately, the imp didn't have any direct combat skills, being a species of demon that rarely squabbled. However, Alistair didn't need more fighting. He needed to get through Serena's shield, and Devrox could do that. The higher one's level of cultivation, the more powerful their mana became. At Alistair's advancement, high-level concepts like time and space could not be manipulated without the use of the Tao, as evidenced by Anthony's overdeveloped Dao skills. For a profound realm like Devrock's, mass teleportation was as simple as a thought, at least when he wasn't a ghost. Alistair couldn't borrow Devrock's conceptual understanding of the Tao of space, as the mere knowledge the imp possessed would burn his brain out, but he could use a sliver of his mana. Devrock's space-attuned mana allowed Alistair to bypass the protective Tao guarding Serena and slip right through space to enter the dark confines of the sphere. It was a gamble, but Alistair was counting on human laziness. How many times in her life had an initiate like Serena used her lava shield? Even if she had only been a cultivator as long as he was, she still would have used that trump card over a dozen times. A skill used successfully that long became a habit, and Alistair guessed she stopped being on alert the moment the sphere was erected. He would have to watch his own exploitable habits, but for the time being, he was more than happy to be the bearer of bad news. Alistair kicked the bewildered woman with a mana strike to the face. Compared to Salvor, Serena was much more susceptible to mundane blows. While she didn't die from the first kick, she was dazed enough that it allowed Alistair to follow up with a mana strike punch that sent her crashing out of her own protection. One more stomp, and her body disappeared into white light, signaling the end of the fight. The crowd roared in celebration at Alistair's swift victory. In his head, it had taken longer than it did in reality, a mere 20 seconds that marked the second fastest victory of the 9 matches that had taken place thus far. It came as even more of a shock since it was 2 middle seeds battling it out, and not an unbalanced matchup like Aloy against Ramesh.
What a victory!
Po Shido announced, holding up Alistair's arm out of nowhere.
The underdog, the crowd favorite, he does it once again! And what was that mysterious mana? Space is one of the rarest pure affinities, and we've never seen you use that. Folks, the way the bracket's shaking out, we are going to get a heated final fight. Atavius isn't set to face any FX-14752 residents just yet, leaving all the drama for the finale, available only through Streamcast at the most affordable prices. After a few more mundane questions and fanfare, Alistair got teleported back to the waiting room from before, this time inside a single room with all the other winners. A robotic-looking guard came in and looked directly at Alistair. All the remaining matches in the round of 32 and 16 will take place in a single day subsequently without any breaks. As a result, you are not allowed to leave. Please enjoy your stay at the Lang Ayas training facility. Alistair looked around the room at the 8 winners before him. 8 of the strongest people out of billions of newly initiated cultivators all over the universe, and he was side by side with them. Alistair couldn't help but smile. A win in the quarterfinals would guarantee him a spot in the final round. The fight was on. 39. Nenna Spindollar. A few hours passed, and the round of 32 finished up. The host announced what prizes could be expected of each category of contestants to be delivered after the conclusion of the tournament. That aspect was interesting to Alistair, since the people that had returned to Earth, while advantaged from the experiences they had on Faxor, would not be at their full potential for at least another day. For the 1,000 or so that made it to Dragon's Den Island, the prize was a gift of 10,000 gold drachma and 10 upgrade points. The 36 that made it to the tournament round would receive 250,000 drachma, 25 upgrade points, and a personalized item. The top 8 received 1 million drachma, 75 upgrade points, 2 personalized items, and a combat and non-combat skill scroll. The winner's prize wasn't even listed, but based on the previous selections, it had to be an exorbitance for the ages. The organizers also shared a public image of the quarterfinals matchups. Alistair already knew who he was going to face, a thief named Nenna Spindollar responsible for stealing nearly 100,000 orichalcum drachma. Such a sum was incalculable to Alistair, each denomination up from gold worth 100,000 times more, making a single orichalcum drachma worth a quadrillion gold. While she was known more for stealing than combat ability, he didn't want to underestimate her. Alistair had the 10th seed of the remaining individuals, one behind Bridget Mwangi. Carmen and Bridget were 8th and 9th, causing them to be pitted against one another. While he would have liked to watch his planetary compatriots battle in person, Alistair had more important priorities. His match against Nenna directly followed theirs, and Devrox had him training to counter her known capabilities.
Wrong!
Devrox announced, slapping the back of Alistair's head with his forked tail. Using the assistance of spectral summoning, the imp could take a partially corporeal form, with the sole purpose of making his life miserable.
How are you possibly going to win if you can't detect where I'm going to strike? You can read lines of fate, yes?
I can, Alistair said through gritted teeth. Devrox slapped him nearly 100 times in the private training room he rented out.
I'm not going to be able to predict your movement based on just my normal senses. I'll need the help of the active of Eyes of Truth, and with only 5 points of karma left, I can't waste it on practice. If you can't detect my movements based on fate, you're not going to be able to detect Spin Dollar even with your karmic sight. You don't understand how hard it is going to be to detect her. I remember hearing about her heists from when I originally came to this universe,
Devrox said, slapping Alistair again.
I'm imbuing danger into each of my swings. Focus on that!
As instructed, Alistair closed his eyes and tried to read the esoteric web of fates that wrapped all around him. His mind's eye conjured faint lines of gold and black and the colors of the rainbow, though not nearly as strong as it would have been if he had his Eyes of Truth active. A slight tug on his left caused him to reach out his hand to defend, but instead he got smacked in the right leg.
Damn it!
He shouted, wincing in pain. Devrox added extra sting to his tail as an incentive to dodge.
Have room for one more?
A feminine voice called from behind him. Alistair swung around instantly, inadvertently dodging a tail swing to the torso. Their training room was supposed to be private, locked into their soul signatures to not let anyone come in. A short waif of a woman with a patchwork dress smiled at him. To Alistair's senses, she seemed like any ordinary person, her aura barely above that of a mortal. But something else about her made him pause. A dangerous air that put him on edge for no good reason. "Who are you?" he asked.
"Isn't it obvious?" she said. "Nenna Spindollar, waif of the night."
Upon hearing her identity, Alistair unveiled his Terrigen wraps, prepared to fight. Nenna laughed, slapping Alistair on the shoulder. He stood there in shock, not understanding how she had closed the gap instantaneously without him noticing.
"I'm not here to fight, kid. I'm here to congratulate you on moving on to the final round."
"I don't understand," Alistair said.
"By the time your match happens, I'll be long gone. I just thought it was good etiquette to alert my opponent first," Nenna said. "Great partner you got there. When I had a Forged Asari as a familiar, it never gave me any advice. Similar to my new partner."
Out of Nenna's shadow manifested a man. No, Alistair thought. This is no man. This is a god. He stood slightly taller than Alistair, who had grown a couple of inches from his previous average height. His hair was thick and crimson, cascading down his forehead in beautiful waves. His skin was tan and unblemished, free of any flaws. He wore white pants and a white jumper with an extra-long collar that covered every part of his face below his nose. His garb was strangely earth-like, and different from what he'd seen other cultivators wear. Alistair would have readily admitted that he was the most handsome man he had ever seen, but his physical attractiveness wasn't even his most notable feature. Each stride of this stranger's walk was perfection incarnate. It could not be possible to be more efficient than this perfect being with his long, skinny legs. There was not a trace of effort in his body as he continued forward. It was only then that Alistair realized Nenna's partner had no aura. Even the smallest ant had a tiny aura that you could feel if you looked for it, but not this man. You could suppress your aura, but Alistair had never encountered such a perfect masking. Even in Felons versus Fellows executives, there were minuscule flaws that exuded an inkling of their power. Either he had surpassed those visionary businessmen in aura suppression, or he was weaker than all other living things.
"This is Red,"
Nenna introduced, obviously pleased with Alistair's reaction. Devrox looked shocked himself, an expression he had never seen on the imp. "Nenna told me about you," Red said. His voice was enchanting. Each word flowed into the next in perfect harmony. He's going to surpass me.
I didn't say that, Nena protested. I said if anyone in this universe can do it, it would be him. Ghost cultivation is beyond broken, and you know it too. Especially if you inherit a strong legacy.
Hold up, Alistair said. What's going on here?
Isn't it obvious? I escaped my restraints and I'm getting the hells out of here. Well, getting out of those trash handcuffs was the easy part. The hard part was managing to fool the cameras. They're everywhere, you know. Contractually obliged to not reveal personal and protected cultivation secrets, but intrusive nonetheless.
Nena walked over and patted Devrox on his devilish head. Alistair didn't feel threatened by the woman for whatever reason, and for some reason, he felt he shouldn't lift a single finger to stop her.
I've seen your matches and spent more of my coffers than I should have researching you. What can I say? You're an interesting fellow. I think you and I have more in common than you might think. You're a champion of justice, are you not? Let me tell you something the Final Frontier Empire doesn't want you to know. I steal from the rich and give to the poor. After taking a nice cut for myself, of course.
Nena winked.
Now, I'm not as uptight as you. I like to live a little. But I think we have aligned goals. Take this.
She tossed him a black marble containing a miniature lightning storm.
You'll be able to find us when you're ready.
Us? Alistair questioned mentally, but his mouth wouldn't open. The only words that got spoken came from Red. Wait, he said, and it was like time itself stopped. I want to test him.
That's not a fair fight and you know it, Nena said. Just because you're both Foundation doesn't mean you're on the same playing field. Wait 50 years and he might be a real challenge.
Alistair could hardly believe what he was hearing. Red was a Foundation realm cultivator. That technically included level 99, which was far above his station, but there was something to his assuredness and movement that made Alistair think he was far stronger. I only need 1/1000th of my strength to win. I won't use any mana, Dao, or skills. Or Nua, Red stated, making eye contact with Alistair. You are free to use anything.
We've exactly 2 minutes for your contest, Nena said. I'm not waiting any longer and risking being captured.
Excuse me. You still haven't explained who us is. Alistair had reached a breaking point with their back and forth. Also, he didn't like how dismissive Red was. It was like he didn't even see Alistair as a person.
If you mean just me and this fellow, Red is the greatest talent the Cabal has ever seen. The latter's the name you should remember. And you could consider the Cabal a group of like-minded individuals working toward a common goal,
Nena said, grinning widely.
I do recommend you spar with Red. It might teach you something, and I don't normally approve of his antics.
She's correct. Red yawned while staring into the floor, tapping his foot like he was bored out of his mind. You can go all out. Nena will restore your mana and health.
All right, Alistair thought. I might as well get the experience.
It was time to see if Red had the strength to back up his arrogance. Alistair suspected Red did, and that he was going to get his ass beat, but you never knew. Red set the rules of the engagement earlier, so Alistair wasn't afraid to blitz him. He activated Dash and cocked his fist back, intending to take the mysterious man off guard. Too obvious, Red said, tilting his neck at a leisurely pace. Alistair's knuckles came within a millimeter of grazing his flawless skin. The crazy part was that he didn't dodge faster than an ordinary human. He just perfectly predicted the trajectory and timing of Alistair's attack before it even came. Alistair didn't let up, unleashing a flurry of blows. He threw a right straight, which shifted into a knee, and when that failed, he tried a spinning hook kick enhanced with Mana Strike. Nothing touched Red. Each time he shifted his weight by the smallest possible degree necessary to avoid Alistair's attacks. He moved less than a hand's length from his initial position. Alistair wasn't the most prideful, but even he started to grow annoyed. Partially at Red and partially at himself for not being able to land a single blow. He upped his speed, feeling the full power of his legs explode in each attack. In short bursts with his concentration on point, his velocity doubled. I can see it coming from a mile away, Red said. You're going to have to do better than that. Alistair grunted, digging deeper. While he wouldn't use Devrox's mana or his own Tao energy since there was no guarantee of that being restored, he should have been doing better. For goodness sake, Red hadn't even used a drop of mana or moved faster than a retiree. He let the familiar sensation of Assassin's Fist's knowledge overtake him. The feeling of resentment he had because Red looked down on him helped open the flow state easier. His body moved as one unit dedicated to killing his opponent. The air whipped around his outstretched hand as Alistair tried jabbing Red's throat. The follow-up attack was even faster, using the momentum of the first blow for a left hook.
That's better.
Red casually flicked away Alistair's hand, blocking for the first time in the fight. Alistair fell deeper into a trance-like state, throwing away almost all thought and using only his instincts. But the more he fought and the more he improved, the more he realized how far away he was from victory. It was almost like Red was teaching him. By dodging at certain angles and timings, he was demonstrating to Alistair where his inefficiencies and flaws were. Even though he was barely conscious, Alistair registered a thought. Is this the peak? In Alistair's mind, he couldn't imagine a better fighter. He appeared as a never-ending mountain. Every movement Red made was sublime. Alistair fought with grit and determination, often getting bruised and bloody during the process. Red would never let a single drop of blood touch his white outfit. He treated fighting as a beautiful art, like an immortal game of Go or a Van Gogh painting.
That's enough.
Red caught Alistair's fist in his palm. You pass. You learn quickly. Alistair was too out of breath to reply. Now that he felt his normal state of mind return, he realized he had spent a ton of energy trying to hit Red, which he didn't manage once.
How did you get so strong?
Alistair asked once he caught his breath. Above heaven or under heaven, I alone am the honored one, Red said. Surprisingly, instead of hearing the phrase in English like he did for all other speech, Alistair heard Red in Chinese, speaking the famous phrase the Buddha was said to have spoken when he was born.
That's enough of that,
Nena admonished, slapping Red in the back of the neck. She waved her hand over Alistair, and he felt a rush of mana burst into his soul core. His exhaustion withered away as well, his muscles recovering instantly.
We have to go now, but I'll be seeing more of you, I have no doubt.
She walked in the opposite direction of the door, Red disappearing into her shadow once again. Alistair reached out to try to get her to stay, since he still had so many questions. However, his hand brushed right through her like she wasn't even there.
You're my type, but you're way too young for me now. Talk to me in 1,000 years, she said, squeezing through the seam of the padded wall like an octopus. Alistair let himself fall on his bottom despite not being tired anymore. Did that just happen, or am I hallucinating?
Alistair asked Devrox.
I'm not so sure myself,
the imp replied.
That whelp. He just might escape this hunk of junk universe.
And I won't be far behind, Alistair promised.
Whatever you say, Alistair. Still, he had an impeccable cloaking of aura,
the imp said, rapt with admiration.
I have never seen one so clean and lacking imperfections.
Devrox, where is this positivity normally?
Can't you let an imp enjoy a master at work?
Devrox growled, flying off his shoulder.
Once you get to his level, then I might give you some praise. If you want something positive, be glad that you're probably going to get a free pass this round, since Nena won't be available.
Top 8, Alistair thought.
I've actually done it.
He had achieved everything he wanted to, and more. With the benefits he was going to receive from making the top 8, he would easily break into Earth's top 10. Now, he just had to see how far he could go. Alistair watched the rest of the matches from the screen inside of the training room. No need to leave when Devrox could help him analyze his potential final opponents and come up with strategies and ways to defeat them. First came Carmen and Bridget's match. Alistair was excited to see it since all he had seen from Carmen was her giant cross and pillars with chains, both of which she used against Anthony and then in her round of 64 and 32 match. He was sure she had more skills at her disposal, and it was just that her previous opponents weren't strong enough that she had to use them. The fourth-ranked person on Earth would change that. Their battle was competitive and surprisingly quick. Bridget acted first, summoning a meat cleaver as large as her. The similarities with Alexandra ended there, however. Bridget didn't use her enlarged weapon to attack. Instead, she tossed a washing machine-sized glowing tomato in the air, slapping it against the ground with the broad of the blade. Glittery tomato juice squirted everywhere, corroding away the ground of the stadium wherever it landed. Carmen protected herself by erecting a 15-meter-tall cross, hiding behind its stalwart protection. The acidic tomato juice splashed against the shield, unable to break through. Bridget didn't let up, producing a massive onion. Alistair couldn't tell where it came from, Bridget seemingly pulling the piece of food into existence out of nothing. This time she sliced the onion to pieces, sending razor-sharp chunks at Carmen. The second-ranked woman took to the skies, flying away from the onion slices, which followed her at breakneck speeds. Seeing she couldn't outrun them forever, Carmen lined up a trajectory that would obliterate both the onions and continue onward at Bridget and fired a green cross. Even through the projection, Alistair could feel the power of this cross was different. It came with a dow of arcane destruction that created ripples of mana all throughout the stadium. In the split second before the cross connected, Bridget managed to consume what Alistair thought was a golden chocolate bar. The flash of green light from the impact of the cross temporarily blinded the camera. Once the aftermath of the explosion cleared out, Bridget was still standing, except she was thousands of times larger. The golden chocolate bar she ate must have been something special, as Bridget stood nearly 100 meters tall, glowing with majestic golden light. She radiated a sense of calmness and ease, like the feeling one had after eating a delicious meal with friends and family. Despite the aura of comfort she gave off, there was an underlying current of strength that couldn't be denied. Alistair was interested to see how Carmen would respond with her gigantic adversary. From her vantage point in the sky, Carmen created a crown of 10 crosses, smaller than her previous 15-meter ones, but still 10 meters tall and a meter thick. The spectral crosses rotated around her head at rapid speeds until she launched them at Bridget, unloading the deadly weapons like a machine gun. Alistair wondered how much mana she had to so liberally use that skill. Bridget wasn't daunted by the attack, swatting the crosses out of the sky with a meat cleaver made of golden energy. The deflected crosses smashed into the dirt ground and transparent audience shielding with brilliant force, creating a green flare of light and an impact that would have instantly vaporized the nearby spectators, if not for the protection. "How would you deal with that?" Devrox asked. "Run?" Alistair mused. "As long as I'm far enough away, the shockwave shouldn't be strong enough to hurt me." "She's one of your worst matchups," Devrox said matter-of-factly. "The fact that she can fly and rain down those ballistae at you from a distance completely negates your close-quarter edge." "They haven't told us what the final round will be yet, so I might not have to fight her," Alistair said, though he agreed with the imp's assessment. Void beckoning wouldn't do much good against her mana-forged crosses, which could defend against the consuming void. Carmen continuously formed new crosses over her head, relentless in the onslaught. Bridget kept defending, taking a careful step toward the witch in the sky each time there was a slight break when Carmen had to recharge. Even a single step from her towering frame brought her dozens of meters forward, and if Carmen wasn't careful, the golden chef could literally grab her out of the sky. That was the turning point of the battle. Alistair was confident that Bridget had more to offer with her peculiar food-based class, but she never got an opportunity. While he didn't realize it at first, Carmen's cross barrage had a hidden purpose besides just as an attack. The crosses Bridget deflected were strewn across the battlefield in a pattern that looked random, but on a closer inspection, Alistair realized that they formed a crude pentagram. Out of nowhere, a bolt of awe-inspiring lightning rained down from the sky. It felt like heaven itself parted to strike down the golden giant. The staggering luminosity and Empyrean aura of the bolt of lightning was exactly what Alistair imagined back when Larsa said he could have been smited from heaven for speaking the wrong name. Heavenly lightning that sundered defiers into ash. The lightning created a brilliant flash of light that temporarily blinded the cameras. When the light faded, Bridget was no more. Carmen descended from her flight with an ecstatic look on her face. "I'm sure she's secretly annoyed she had to show that trump card so early," Devrox said. "Formulaic skills are best kept secret until they need to be revealed.
As long as you destroy the relay system of crosses, she won't be able to summon a replica heavenly tribulation.
Replica heavenly tribulation?
She's harnessing the power of the heavenly Tao, a bold move at her level. You think all tribulations are as easy as having a vision and fighting your fears? As a demon, we don't have those, but I can tell you being struck by lightning from heaven is one of the most painful things you could possibly experience. You're lucky the Final Frontier Empire is so obscure it barely receives heaven's attention.
His match was next, and Alistair was prepared to hear that Nenna was playing some kind of joke on him and that he would actually have to fight. Instead of being teleported to the arena, Alistair found himself in what he might have called a futuristic throne room with 5 white pillars floating above a single platform in a sea of darkness. Poe Shido appeared on the platform with him, bowing to Alistair as soon as he saw him. Alistair was surprised to feel a powerful aura coming from him, though he supposed it made sense. If a contestant got rowdy, he was the first in line to deal with them.
"Apologies for this unexpected meeting," Shido said. "It appears your opponent is missing."
"Alistair Tan of FX-14752, said one of the figures sitting on top of the pillars, scores of meters above him. "The A-class felon Nenna Spindollar has escaped from her confinement and her whereabouts are currently unknown. Did you have any contact with her?" Alistair swallowed a lump in his throat. Even from a distance, he could feel that the strength of the auras of the hidden figures was greater than anyone he had encountered. While it wasn't as explosive or bombastic as Kyradixon, the density and pressure of their aura was much greater, and Alistair got the feeling that they were partially obscuring it to protect him and Shido. He felt compelled to tell the truth, but what came out of his mouth somehow misaligned with what his brain was telling him to say. Instead of coming clean and telling the overseers that Nenna visited him and even gave him a recruiting marble, he said, "No, I haven't seen her at all." Alistair's eyes grew wide as he realized that his mouth spoke without his brain controlling it. Did Nenna foresee his interrogation and program him to be able to avoid their truth detection?
"Esteemed conservators, I can assure you that Alistair had no part in Nenna's escape. As I'm sure you're aware, he is one of the most popular contestants we've had in quite some time, and our surveillance footage shows no sign of contact," Shido said. There was a long moment of silence before anyone spoke.
"The Spindollar woman is extremely dangerous and not to be trusted. If you ever hear from her, please report it to the authorities as soon as possible." Alistair felt space shift around him as he returned to the training room. Now, he felt like he understood how they were able to manipulate space so easily. With the power of someone like the conservators of the Felons versus Fellows, they could use their immense Tao to bend space to their will, even if they didn't follow the Tao of space. It was probably also much easier to teleport a level 30 like him whose body was barely inundated with mana than a higher-leveled cultivator. The next few matches made Alistair admit that he would totally have paid to watch them as a spectator. Lan Mai Taraz of Mayatal lost to Kesa Lansfeld, an ex-mercenary responsible for millions of innocent deaths on outer worlds similar to Earth. She was probably the most traditional warrior class that Alistair had seen thus far, using a sword and shield to tremendous effect. While warrior was a common class and had mediocre stats, the benefit was that it was ubiquitous and simple. As long as she leveled up, she could improve it to captain, and then commander, and even general, if she wanted to go down the orthodox path. Alistair had no idea if something like Arbiter of Justice could even be upgraded. After Case's upset victory, the last 5 matches were straightforward, the higher seed winning each time. The Bleeder would have been the star criminal of the show if not for the appearance of Atavius. He was a blood cultivator of a long line of what Alistair would call vampires, though the term didn't exist in the Final Frontier Empire, who preferred the term Shaded Ones. The Bleeder was the strongest cultivator of the Felons when free, being a profound at the verge of breaking through to Visionary. As a result, his restrictions were even more harsh than normal, preventing him from using some of his skills and body modifications. Without the extra restrictions, the Shaded One's experience would be too much for any Foundation to overcome. Alistair studied Atavius's match. The Destroyer of Earth looked healthier than the last time Alistair saw him. His flaming sword made quick work of his opponent, a Trexian initiate with the ability to manipulate shadows.
Knowing he didn't have any time to spare, Devrox worked him like a dog with simulations of each of his 7 potential enemies. Nothing he did was good enough for the imp, who demanded perfection in every aspect of his being. The right base, he said, formed the foundation for everything else. Alistair suspected that Devrox was having a jolly old blast pretending to be some wise sage, when in reality he was a peon in the cosmic totem pole. He didn't have much else to go on, however, and Devrox hadn't steered him wrong yet. Despite his impressive win, the betting odds he found on the local Soulnet had him as the bottom underdog. He worked so hard that despite his hardened physique, Alistair fell asleep from exhaustion after just a few hours. When he woke up, he was greeted by 2 guards in paper armor. "We're here to bring you to the final meeting." 40. Felons vs. Fellows Finale. The room the guards brought Alistair to was not dissimilar to a corporate office back on Earth, except instead of swivel chairs and a grand wood table, there were seats of forged blue mana and a transparent floating platform in place of a table. Poshido sat at the head of the table, fiddling with his thumbs. To his left and right were Prince Eloy, a pale and thin man whose skin looked like it was vibrating, and Xanathar, who looked like an actual Terminator with his metal skin. Xanathar and the Bleeder were the only 2 non-humans of the final 8. Or at least that's what Alistair assumed for the robotic initiate. Alistair wasn't entirely sure if he came from a species of technologically integrated humanoids, or if it was just his unique thing. Alistair was the last to arrive at the table, one convenient seat left at the end of the right side next to Kesa Lansfeld. She smiled warmly as he sat down next to her. By now, Alistair's accomplishments were objectively impressive, and they would have been studying him just like he studied them. "And now that we're all here, I think it's time to explain the rules of the final round." Shido lacked his entertainer's voice in their private meeting. "There will be no outside item assistance, such as health or mana pills, or access to the Soulnet, which I don't know why you would do, but it's not allowed. It's going to be a battle royale, taking place on an artificial terrain created for the sole purpose of testing you all to your limits." Shido conjured a projection of a rotating cube of different terrains and environments. A cavern of lava melded into an infinite void of floating rocks, joined by a tropical rainforest. "There are 2 methods to victory. The first is simple. Eliminate all of your competition. The immortality field still applies, of course, but any injuries you receive will remain. Our audience needs a proper amount of verisimilitude and danger. This includes permanent and debilitating injuries. The battle will have a soft time limit of an hour. After that, a small trophy will appear. The individual to retain possession of the trophy after 15 minutes will be declared the winner of the Felons vs. Fellows." "Can we get our prizes for the top 8 already?" Anthony asked, tapping the glass. "As I have explained to you numerous times, Mr. Ricci, the prizes are unavailable until after the conclusion of the games. That being said, I think it's time to mention the grand prize." Alistair felt everyone in the room perk up at the mention of the grand prize. "First place will receive the 2.5 million drachma, 150 upgrade points, 2 personalized items, the skill scrolls, and 1 year of tutoring by a visionary realm cultivator from one of the most prestigious sects in the Empire." With how much help he had already received from Devrox, who was partially a casual ghost only in the profound realm, Alistair couldn't imagine how advantageous a living visionary tutor could be. The numbers and gifts were nice, but he was just starting to realize that information was most important in progressing one's cultivation. With the restrictions on the Soulnet and lack of public information, it was clear the High Realm cultivators were doing as much as possible to keep their positions over the masses. "I believe you'll find that prospect quite valuable," Shido said. He rotated around the cubicle projection. "Now, we will select the spawn point for each of you. Each terrain offers environmental advantages and disadvantages depending on your strengths. Eloy, as the number 1 seed, where would you like to go?" The host showed off all 8 of the different locations on the cube. "There." The Chaos Prince pointed to the void of floating white stones. Shido went down the list, each person selecting what territory they wanted. Unsurprisingly, most people selected the biome that suited them best. Xanathar chose the futuristic cityscape, while the Bleeder chose the gothic-looking mansion out of a vampire movie. Despite all of his upsets, Alistair still had the last pick, leaving him with the volcanic pit. It looked highly dangerous, with small clumps of rock and broken-down chunks of metal floating inside of an active caldera. "Thank you for all of your time. The final round will begin in an hour." Shido stood up and bowed to the group, walking to the exit. "For safety purposes, you are not allowed to leave this room until the beginning of the round. We don't want a repeat of Nenna Spindollar." After the host left, there was an awkward silence as the 8 competitors didn't know what to do. Finally, Eloy cleared his throat and spoke up.
"I'll pay 10 million gold drachma to anyone who lets me eliminate them."
The Bleeder, who was an intimidating figure as an 8-foot-tall fanged man, snorted.
"I think my freedom is worth more than your coffees, pup."
"The offer wasn't for you,"
Eloy said. He had a surprisingly high-pitched and soft voice.
"I think it's a fair price."
Seeing as there was no way any of the 3 felons would take the offer, Eloy was really targeting the 4 other initiates. Xanathar clearly knew he had a solid chance of winning it all, and Anthony and Carmen had reasonable chances as well by the betting odds. Alistair felt a certain amount of pressure as he realized that the offer was for him more than any other person. 10 million drachma was a massive sum to Alistair, though clearly to the Chaos Prince, who was the heir to a dawning planetary kingdom, it was nothing. Alistair had his pride, but he wasn't above taking a good deal. What turned him off from the offer was that he could always make money. Even if the chance was slim, the prize from winning was too good to pass up.
"Very well."
The Chaos Prince put his feet up on the platform.
"All who oppose me shall know my wrath."
"Know your wrath? Who do you think you are? We didn't even have mana on our planet before the initiation, and I'm at your level," Anthony scoffed.
"Your planet was initiated to the final frontier empire at premium tier. Do you understand how privileged you are? Only the richest corporations and nobles can even come close to affording the exorbitant fees for a premium tier integration. Because of that, man,"
Eloy pointed at Octavius, who was staring into the distance.
"You had the opportunity to succeed only because the Empire needed to save face. Do not ever confuse your prodigious fortune for your own ability."
"Big talk for a man who was born into royalty," Anthony sneered. "I had $5 to my name when the initiation happened. The only reason I'm here now is because I worked my goddamn ass off."
"Let us settle this matter in the cube,"
Xanathar said, his robotic voice sounding like AI-generated speech.
"No reason to argue now."
After that, no one else spoke for a while. Carmen got up to stretch while the Bleeder played with a transforming blob of blood. Alistair felt a prick on his neck.
"You're fine,"
Devrock said, appearing on his shoulder.
"Don't worry, they can't see me. Just use what we practiced and do your best."
"You sound like a parent telling their kid to prepare for a participation trophy," Alistair whispered.
"Should I have taken the money?" "I don't know what a participation trophy is."
Devrox flicked his tail in thought.
It might have been the best expected value, but I don't fault you for wanting to go big."
With less than an hour left, Alistair emptied his mind of all thoughts. There was no point in further practice. His time was better spent getting into the right mindset for victory. Cautious, but confident. Assured of his victory, but tempered. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in a pool of lava.
"Ah, feels just like home,"
Devrock said, breathing in the sweltering air through non-existent lungs. The air near the lava distorted from the heat, and his feet felt red-hot even through his shoes. If not for his constitution and endurance, he would have melted alive. Alistair leaped from rock to rock, careful to slow down his speed so as to not fall into the bubbling lava. The lava section was the upper right quadrant when looked at from the front, connected to the rainforest and ocean world at the sides, and the Gothic Mansion region at the bottom.
"Level up.
You are now level 31. +3 agility, +3 intelligence, +3 charisma, +3 free attribute points, +23 upgrade points.
Alistair smiled at seeing his level up. He had been pouring ambient mana into his soul core for over a day, and he still hadn't leveled up. From what he had seen of the others, the first few levels after 30 were quite rapid, the soul core purifying and reaching a saturation point within 10 to 15 levels. For some reason, his progression had been slower. Alistair wondered if it had something to do with his subclass or soul core structure. Dismissing the thought for now, Alistair put all his upgrade points into advancing Mythical Cultivator. The mythical rarity badge gave plus 12% to all attributes, less than his legendary Jack-of-all-trades, which gave plus 15%. He wanted to preserve his well-rounded status, and with his attributes going up into the hundreds, percentage-based bonuses became stronger and stronger. For example, if the higher tier took him up to plus 16%, he would gain 23 overall points of stats. It was nothing crazy, but every point mattered. His plan was to go after the second betting underdog, Kesa Lansfeld. She got placed in the ocean world, which was connected to the lava cavern on the same plane. Alistair jumped over a 50-meter stretch of lava, comfortably grabbing a cliff face. With his strength, he could easily hoist his weight up the rocky precipice with a single arm. From the top of the small peak, he surveyed the area. Around a kilometer in the distance, he saw an abrupt end to the lava, a black wall blocking any sight beyond. Alistair assumed that was the barrier between the lava cavern and another biome, though without getting closer, he didn't know whether it was to the ocean world or the rainforest containing Atavius. Alistair ran toward the black wall as fast as he could, sometimes barely missing the lava below. He wanted to be sure to catch Kesa before she had the chance to go to another person's section. At his speed, it only took him 30 seconds to reach the end of the pool of lava. "Devrox, can you check what's behind there?" Alistair asked. "Why me?" Devrox grumbled, willing a corporeal form. "Because you're a ghost, and I want to see if anything happens if you go through the barrier." "Fine." Devrox stuck his head through the barrier of darkness. "It's fine. Just an endless sea, looks like to me." "All right," Alistair said, kicking off his shoes. "Hold on tight." He crouched down in a sprinter stance, gathering all the potential energy he could into his legs like a spring-loaded catapult. After reaching the zenith of his wind-up, Alistair made 2 steps on his hunk of rock before launching off the 3rd step with as much velocity as was humanly possible. Alistair flew through the barrier, the cavern of lava transforming into an endless ocean. He kept his momentum, running across the water like it was solid ground. Alistair had to admit, walking on water never got old. One of his problems was now that he was traipsing across the ocean like a jet ski, he couldn't stop for any reason or else he would sink and be unable to get started again. Alistair had taken swim lessons as a child and had a passable freestyle, but even with his tempered body, he knew that swimming was a huge disadvantage. The other problem was locating Kesa. Based on her very traditional warrior mentality, she wouldn't back down from a challenge, but that also made it possible that she had already gone to find an opponent in another region. Alistair continued to run around, searching for the Lansfeld warrior. With everything in every direction looking the same, it was hard to tell where he already searched. Fortunately, Kesa made herself apparent not long after the beginning of his search. "I like you, Earthman!" A boisterous yet feminine voice called out from behind him. "After I win, what do you say about being my partner in crime?" Alistair's fighter instinct went berserk, causing him to contort his body to dodge a 10-meter-tall plume of water that rocketed by where his head used to be. He turned around as fast as he could while running on water, which made any sharp maneuvers impossible. He saw Kesa running on water as well, her giant broadsword in one hand and a buckler shield in the other. The 1-hour time limit restricted Alistair's options. He couldn't afford to burn through his karma this early on. Positive karma was his ticket to victory, if he had one at all. That made him reluctant to use any of his 20 positive karma that he stockpiled, a number twice that of his previous cap, increased by his forming of a soul core. For 2 close-quarter specialists like Kesa and Alistair, they couldn't do much but run at each other and hope to hit something. He had void beckoning, but at the speeds they had to maintain just to not sink, he doubted he could aim it properly. Plus, He used the skill more to destroy other people's physical constructs than deal damage to their person, something that his void lacked the advancement to do compared to Aloy's chaos attacks.
Devrox!
Alistair shouted as the two of them headed for a head-on crash. Alistair activated spectral summoning, letting the mana of the imp flow through him. His mana strike gathered so much power that it was almost blinding, a beacon of blue aura and sparks of energy that promised to destroy anything it hit with impunity. Kesa refused to back down. She drew the broadsword above her head, planning an earth-shattering overhead strike. The event played out in slow motion in Alistair's head. His carefully honed combat impulses as well as his fighter's instinct and assassin's fist let him perceive time at a glacial pace in certain situations. Alistair approached Kesa slightly to her right, his left fist outstretched, more like a blunt spear than a punch. At the speeds he was traveling, he didn't need to actually wind up his arm for a punch. His momentum did it for him. At the last second, Alistair moved his fist down to strike her in the stomach, but she was prepared for that. However, instead of blocking with her shield like he expected, Kesa went on the offensive, letting him glance her right side in exchange for smacking him in the face with the broadside of her sword. His own momentum combined with the change in the direction of her strike sent him flying at an angle. Luckily, Alistair was able to keep his feet beneath him and continue to tread the water. A small amount of blood trickled down his nose. Kesa smacked him hard enough that his nose broke, and if he wasn't so confident in the medical technologies of the final frontier empire, he would have been pretty upset. It seemed he wasn't the only one that was injured. Kesa bled out of the side he struck her, though she didn't look otherwise affected by his attack. In fact, as Alistair looked over his shoulder, he saw her chasing after him with the crazed look of a psychopath. She gave him a warm smile before, but he couldn't forget her past crimes. Based on her reaction to combat, he felt strongly that she had no regret or remorse for her actions. In other words, an evildoer. He felt his Good Samaritan badge resonate with his judgment, bringing his agility from 179 to 215 and his intelligence from 163 to 196. The 20% bonus was a multiplier on top of the existing percentage bonuses, not an additive factor, making it even more valuable. Alistair backflipped on the water, his agility lending itself to unbelievable acts of grace and balance. He ran backwards, his orientation toward the chasing Kesa, cutting the water beneath him with his hand. The plume of water his hand created blocked him off from Kesa's point of view. With his movements obscured, Alistair kicked behind him, activating dash. The sudden shift of momentum put him through a fighter's jet worth of G's, but he managed to change direction and zoom straight into his own plume. With one hand, Alistair created a mana strike, while in the other he used Hand of Karma, though with only 2 points. He combined Devrox's spatial aura with the karmic skill, reaching for Kesa. The combination of the two rippled space, drawing the warrior closer to Alistair at just the right angle to deliver a mana strike to the exact same spot he glanced before. She cried in pain as she was unable to block his attack in time, but she wasn't known as the Lotwind Butcher for nothing. Kesa dropped her shield, grabbing the arm that struck her side before Alistair could retreat it. He immediately could tell her strength exceeded his with her iron grip that squeezed his bones like a vice. All the while, Kesa kept running with him in her arms, though she slowed down. Alistair tried to strike her with his Hand of Karma, but at such a close distance, Kesa was able to use her combat experience and strength to wrestle with him. In short bursts and quick running exchanges, Alistair had the edge, but now he was too close. A strong, bellicose Tao erupted from Kesa, starting in her forehead as Alistair saw an orange aura emanate. Alistair did what he could and used Mana Strike on his own skull, while also imbuing the Tao of the Ghost's aspect of permanence. Kesa thrust her head down with all her might, clashing her forehead against Alistair's skull with a force that created a reverberation spreading for kilometers. Alistair's vision went temporarily black as his brain was rocked from a force beyond anything he'd ever experienced. The headbutt sent him dozens of meters into the depths of the ocean, yet he was so dazed he didn't even realize. When he came to, Alistair started panicking as he realized he was deep underwater. The surrounding water was murky from his blood leaking, his health down to 170. In the distance of what he thought was the surface because of the light, he saw a figure coming down after him. Kesa had tasted blood. The shark was coming to feast. Alistair cut into the water as fast as possible, swimming away from his pursuer. In the depths of the ocean, he didn't think he stood much of a chance against the felon in an underwater fight, since he couldn't use his maneuverability advantage. He didn't want to run away from the woman forever either. He just had to figure out a plan to get back to running on the surface again. Alistair thought he should have been faster than Kesa due to his superior agility, but for some reason, when he looked over his shoulder, she was gaining on him. A closer inspection revealed that she had a hazy orange outline around her that gave off similar vibes to Alexandra's berserker fury. He punched the water behind him with a void beckoning, creating a temporary vacuum. The water collapsed in on the missing conical chunk, causing an implosion that repelled Kesa. The aftermath of 2 more void beckoning sent Kesa careening further into the abyss, out of Alistair's line of sight. Seeing he threw his enemy off temporarily, Alistair swam back to the surface. The metabolism leaf of the heart branch allowed him to convert bodily needs like oxygen into mana consumption, so he wasn't gasping for breath, though it was nice to poke his head above water again.
"How am I going to gather momentum again?" he asked Devrox. "I can give you some spatially attuned mana," Devrox answered. "We have to ration it carefully, however. As a purely spiritual being, if I use up all my mana, I'm done for. And if I can't defeat Kesa without using most of your mana, I'm not going to win anyway," Alistair finished. "Exactly." Devrox closed his eyes, transferring a current of mana into Alistair. By now, Alistair could feel the way that each individual affected the timbre and color of the mana. Besides his void beckoning, he didn't use any attuned mana, but he saw that others did. For example, George and Carmen each had their own type. When Alistair felt different types of mana, he could almost see a beautiful patchwork of diverse affinities, weaved together in a manner he didn't yet understand. Devrox's mana felt like touching space itself, and it only came from a former profound cultivator. As the imp's mana flowed through him, Alistair paradoxically felt a sense of infinite expansion and universal interconnectedness at the same time. Alistair, who was treading water, raised his arms in the air and then brought them down to his sides, sweeping up vast swaths of water. The spatially attuned mana bolstered his movements, launching him out of the ocean at an explosive pace, though not too far into the air that he would land with sufficient force to break the surface tension of the water. He moved across the surface of the sea like an ice skater, each step accelerating his speed so that he could prevent himself from sinking into the water. "How are you going to find her?" Devrox asked, though Alistair understood his question more through their spiritual bond than through speech, as the plumes of water each step created drowned out the noise of conversation. "Not happily," Alistair said. He activated Eyes of Truth in an attempt to peer through the opaque ocean. While it didn't give him X-ray vision, in such a desolate environment, the lines of fate for everything but Kesa and him were completely inert. After just a second of searching, he found a rapidly moving perturbation a few meters below the surface. Fighter's instinct sounded the alarm, and he saw a shift in the lines of fate coming from Kesa. Because his running speed was much faster than her swimming, Alistair just ran away from the danger. The threat turned out to be a rapid explosion of water in a line that burst 30 meters into the air. Kesa didn't let up her attacks, which he assumed were the aftermath of swinging her 2-meter-long sword. He dodged all of them, most of them not even coming close to hitting him. Alistair knew the status quo couldn't continue, and if his judgment of Kesa's character was correct, she wouldn't be happy with chasing him forever. His guess proved true, and after a couple more minutes of cat and mouse, she emerged from her submersion in a spumy whirlwind. Alistair was ready to emerge, and he dashed at her in a single leap, ready to run her through with a mana strike. He broke through the cascade of water, ready to punch her face in, but he found a conspicuous absence of the woman carrying a sword larger than herself. Instead, his body moved purely by instinct to avoid a mighty swing that split the ocean 100 meters down. Kesa appeared from above, her attack clearing away the excess water her meteoric rise brought with it. Alistair knew for certain he would have died instantly if the swing struck his vitals. Alistair's momentum kept carrying him forward, leaving Kesa behind, but she didn't let him go for long. Unlike Alistair, who just had his arms and legs, she could use her sword as an oar to gain momentum to get her back to running. That was when the ocean exploded. Not like the small implosions he caused with void beckoning, but a gigantic, eardrum-shattering detonation that displaced a lake's worth of water besides the shockwave and steam. Alistair was only caught by the edge of the blast,
but Kesa was at the epicenter. Alistair gritted his teeth in the pain from the scalding heat that enveloped his body, but he continued running, circling around the mushroom cloud of water and steam that was still falling back down to the ocean. Alistair estimated the radius of the explosion to be at least 200 meters. He had no idea what caused it, but if Kesa was still alive, he would be very impressed. His fears were confirmed when he saw the hardened warrior emerge from the remnants of the explosion. Her face was red and smoking, her hair singed to nothing and clothes tattered, but she wasn't down for the count just yet. Kesa chased him with more fury than ever before. While she lacked the aggressive orange aura, she somehow felt even stronger, like she reabsorbed her own energy into her base. Alistair wanted to activate Dash to escape, but he also didn't want to run down his mana. It would take a couple of uses of the skill to successfully escape from her, considering the leg up on speed she had. Plus, he didn't want to be a coward and run. He was disadvantaged by the obstructive terrain, but if he couldn't defeat Kesa, who was the weakest out of all the 8 finalists except for himself, he wouldn't win the whole thing. Alistair lightly spun midair, switching to running backwards as Kesa made up ground on him.
"Anti-magic wielding!"
she shouted, and somehow Alistair could tell it was the name of a skill. Kesa moved her sword in blindingly fast patterns, so rapid that she created afterimages. Each swing was careful and precise, like part of a greater pattern that Alistair couldn't comprehend. He continued running backward, Kesa just a few meters away from catching him. Alistair was about to activate Mana Strike, but he felt a strange absence of mana. He tried to reach out through his connection to Devrox, but he was met with silence. It was like he had been disconnected from the wonderful world of mana that he'd been a part of for the last 3 weeks. Kesa unleashed her fury on him, wielding her sword like a true master. She must have had a martial ability similar to his assassin fist, but for a sword instead of unarmed combat, and at a much higher quality than his. Her skill with the blade was obvious, and Alistair could only do his best to prevent his vitals from being stabbed. Without a weapon of his own, Alistair had to use his Terrigen wraps to block the edge of her sword. The Black Hand wraps weren't meant to take the full force of a massive broadsword, Alistair having to deflect the attacks at strange angles to not collapse from a single blow. Cuts started ratcheting up along his hands and forearms, and he knew one wrong move would have him sleeping with the fishes. Literally. His solace was that Kesa appeared to be slowing down. While her attacks were fearsome at first, her sword nearly slicing his torso in 2 several times when he barely deflected it, he saw her ragged breathing and decelerated swings. Her skin was smoldering, almost melting, turning bright red and ugly. She charged him boldly with her sword above her head, leaving the bulk of her body open for an attack. Alistair realized that while he couldn't use any mana, neither could she. The anti-magic wielding was indiscriminate in its canceling, excellent for a warrior class like Kesa, if not for the grievous injury she sustained from the explosion. Alistair let his instincts take over. In recent times he had prioritized his Tao of Justice and Tao of the Ghost, but his original combat ability came from his own fists. The idea that a person's fist could be a more powerful weapon than any man-made weapon sounded preposterous at first, but it was this conviction, spurred on by Atavius Malloy's destruction of Earth, that caused Alistair to take up hand-to-hand combat. Going straight into a dash would have liquefied his organs at his speed, but he didn't need such a drastic change in velocity. Instead, Alistair simply slowed down, letting Kesa catch up to him faster than expected. The timing of his slowdown shook her off, letting Alistair punch her in the stomach ahead of her downward swing. She coughed up blood from Alistair's powerful strike, but it didn't stop her from bringing down her sword with imperious rage. Alistair was ready for it, however, and let himself fall down into the ocean. On the way down, he grabbed her feet. Her sword grazed the top of his back, but he already took her down beneath the surface. It was a weird feeling since, from Alistair's frame of reference, he tackled her forward, while at the same time he shot down in the ocean like a boulder. Kesa's shield came free during the commotion, which involved a lot of ineffectual wrestling. Alistair and Kesa vied for dominance as they sank into the ocean. The water made it impossible for her to use her sword properly, so she ditched it to go hand-to-hand, ancient Greek style. She had more strength, but Alistair had better technique. He thought the anti-magic field would have disappeared after she lost the sword, but it stuck around. Their contest would be decided purely through a contest of their physical attributes. Alistair delivered a hook to the same spot he punched twice earlier, at the same time Kesa kicked him in the groin. The pain hurt, but he'd felt far worse. By all rights, the kick should have been stronger, but after going underwater, the woman's attacks became even weaker. Alistair had struck the wound in her side several times, each instance opening up a larger gash to the point where it was hard to even see the injury with the cloud of blood that formed obscuring it. The previous exposure to the explosion was doing her no favors either, and she yelped in pain when Alistair grabbed her burned left arm. Alistair returned the favor from before, headbutting her in the nose. He refused to let go of her arm, so the force of the blow didn't send her tumbling deeper into the ocean. Instead, he repeatedly rammed her face with the front of his skull. Despite the taste of blood gathering in his mouth and the mounting migraine and sense of whiplash, he kept at it. He probably had a major concussion from when Kesa got him with a Tao-infused headbutt, but he couldn't afford to think about his brain health. There was probably a cultivator medicine for that. Probably. Even though he headbutted her half a dozen times and she was shedding a gallon of blood a second, Kesa refused to give in. With incredible grip strength, she used her sharp nails to dig into Alistair's wrists, forcing him to temporarily let go. She followed up with a four-finger jab to the throat that Alistair barely avoided the full impact of, though she still hit fairly close to his carotid. He was too used to slight injuries to let it affect him. Assassin Fist guided Alistair to use the opening from her extending her arm for the finger thrust to step over her, using Kesa's chest and then face as a footstool. Kesa was surprised by the action, though she managed to spearhand one of his thighs as he barreled over her. She naturally looked up to see where Alistair was going, but it was too late. Agility not only offered improved reaction time, speed, and dexterity, but also heightened proprioception and bodily control. As he stepped on Kesa's head, he used a bare foot to grasp her hair. With her hair in a vice-like grip, he pivoted back in her direction, grabbing her hair with his other foot as well. Alistair didn't have time to think about how weird a scene it was to see a fully grown man standing on top of a woman, submerged 20 meters under an ocean's surface, grasping her hair with his toes. Alistair refused to let her go, squatting down on her head until he could wrap his legs around her neck. He had only seen the move he would attempt to perform watching MMA, but with his memory and the assistance of Assassin Fist, his standing triangle choke was perfect. He trapped her left arm with his hands while he put his right leg over her back and underneath his left leg, forming the triangle. After that, it was just a matter of squeezing. She fought against him with the ferocity of a cornered beast, scratching his sides, pulling on his legs, biting his hands. Nothing was off the table. Alistair hunkered tight and squeezed even harder, knowing that his contest life was on the line. Kesa's skin was hot to touch even after being dunked in the water, but Alistair felt a familiar aura returning. He cursed as an orange aura began forming around her, a sign that the anti-magic wielding was losing its strength. For him, it was mostly irrelevant, since he didn't have a skill he could use to aid in choking the warrior out, but Kesa had an unknown skill set that most likely had a number of options that could help her escape his chokehold. "Ugh!" Alistair shouted, his words muffled by the murky water. He was like a human boa constrictor. Every muscle in his body worked to snuff the life out of the felon. Alistair couldn't actually trick his Tao into believing that defeating Kesa at that very moment was necessary for cosmic justice, but he did focus on her committing acts of mass murder to fuel his strength, even as his muscles were cramping and fading in strength. Alistair refused to stop squeezing. After a minute of constant tension, he woke up with a start as he realized that he had passed out from exertion. He had drifted so far down that he wasn't sure which was up, so he frantically chose a direction to swim in. Luckily, he chose correctly. Alistair was extremely relieved to breathe fresh air again. While he could survive for weeks without oxygen if he stayed inert, taking his aerobic sustenance from mana felt like breathing through a wet towel. He saw he had a notification under his nose. Level up. You are now level 32. +3 agility. +3 intelligence. +3 charisma. +3 free attribute points. +23 upgrade points. Despite Kesa's death being void under the immortality field, The Pathfinder AI still funded his advancement. With his soul core still new, Alistair felt his path of quick level-ups wasn't over yet. He allocated all 3 of his free points to Endurance, and then he quickly put his upgrade points into Mythical Cultivator. It upgraded the badge from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and raised the increase to 16%. Now, Alistair had a 41% bonus to all attributes. If only he could fix his woeful imbalances. Devrox came from a place without the Pathfinder, but he warned him both not to invest too many snakes in one basket, and also to not be too well-rounded like a circle and miss out on having a peak. Like many things the imp said, Alistair took it with a grain of salt. He was a useful little demon, but he liked to be cryptic at times. "Well met," a robotic voice called out. Right in front of Alistair, Xanathar uncloaked himself, hovering through boosters on his feet. In Alistair's condition, Xanathar could have remained hidden and killed him on the spot, so Alistair assumed he had something else in mind. "So you were the one behind the explosion. I was more partial to you than her," Xanathar replied. "Just before you won your fight, Prince Eloy eliminated the Bleeder. You're not going to finish me off? Am I really that little of a threat to you?" Alistair asked, some indignancy making its way through.
"Hey, cool it, buddy. You're gonna throw away your free opportunity?"
Devrox whispered into his ear. While the imp could be annoying, Alistair missed him when anti-magic wielding silenced him. "That would not be fortuitous," Xanathar said mysteriously. "I can tell you are a fellow reader of fate. I find myself drawn to spare you. Furthermore, I appreciate your candor, something often lacking in the final Frontier Empire." Thank you." "I can assist you in flying to land." Xanathar offered a hand to Alistair. "Where would you like to go?" Anthony Ricci clutched his left arm, which dangled from his side helplessly. Why had he thought it was a good idea to go after Aloy Shatraidar? As the 4th to select, he chose the icy tundra biome to be right underneath the Chaos Prince's world of void. As soon as the match started, he hunted for a way to get up to the void, which turned out to be a bouncy slime in the middle of a frozen lake. By the time he breached the barrier between the sections, Eloy was already engaged in battle, fighting Atavius. It looked like he wasn't the only one with the idea to go after the favorite. "Sections 2 and 8 are now eliminated. Please vacate those sections within the next 10 minutes, called a voice that filled up every aspect of space. If Anthony remembered correctly, those were the Ocean World and the Gothic Mansions, meaning that Casa Landsfeld and the Bleeder were donezo. Anyone being eliminated was news to Anthony's ears, but he especially hated that arrogant vampire. He had planned on skinning that beast himself. Atavius spotted Aloy zooming from white stone to white stone just in time to react to Atavius Malloy's flaming sword. That bastard must have thought Anthony was the easier target, trying to deal with him while Aloy was temporarily out of the fight. That sword was no joke, despite how much he hated the tyrant. He already got him once with the deadly weapon. Just a minor cut to his left arm rendered it immobile. Atavius' sword accelerated, growing to 10 meters in length as it threatened to envelop Anthony whole. Anthony activated Chronos Reverse, putting up his hands, which shimmered with silver and translucent energy. The autonomous sword vibrated against a faint outline of an immemorial hand. Ever since Anthony achieved fledgling Tao 3, he could invoke the storied presence in Warden of Time in the majority of his skills, whereas before he needed to spend a large portion of his Tao. Anthony felt Atavius add more energy to the attack despite being nearly half a kilometer away from him, occupied by fending off Eloy. It was a testament to his experience and skill that he was able to chase Anthony with a sword that would have killed almost anyone else at the same time as he battled the betting odds favorite. In response, Anthony poured more Tao energy into his skill. He still had around 3/4 left, but he didn't want to overuse his most prized weapon. After the trickle of energy came flowing into his hands, he could fully stop and then reverse the path of the sword. While to an outside observer it looked like the sword was just flying back to its owner, in reality, it was a total inversion of causality, a breaking of the laws of physics at a fundamental level that involved one of the highest Taos in the organizational map of reality. In this case, it had no relevance, but Anthony was sure that it had its uses. He just hadn't figured it out yet. Once he fully commandeered the sword away from Atavius's control, it was easy flying. Anthony turned back, running from stone to stone in the seemingly infinite void of darkness. The only source of light was the glowing white stones themselves. While Atavius was powerful, he had bitten off a little more than he could chew, trying to fight Eloy and Anthony at the same time. Eloy had summoned his bonded familiar, a Chaos Beast Falcon with a 10-meter wingspan. Anthony could feel the explosions created by the clashing of their skills even at his distance. Fire battled chaos in a struggle of not only mana but also of the Tao. Burning infernal fury that threatened to smolder the world of void to ash fought against unadulterated discord and nothingness. Eloy wielded 2 spears of black and clear energy, and each time he swung one of his weapons, a torrent of chaos unleashed. Everything in its path was irrevocably warped or destroyed, a fate of uncertainty that perfectly reflected its origin. Ever since he came to the hunk of junk known as Faxor, Anthony had been disrespected and belittled. They said everything was handed to him, as if he hadn't killed hundreds of people with his bare hands to get to this point. A handout? How absurd. Anthony hadn't received a single handout his entire life, and when the apocalypse hit, he capitalized. He earned everything. It took a mountain of bodies, but now he had all the power and women he always dreamed about. He knew there would be more as well. Sophia, once he got out of this goddamned prison world. George, the Iceman. Carmen, if he could get to Europe. Wandering Hobo, just for taking the #1 spot. Alistair, if that little prick ever betrayed him. The law of the jungle was the only law. He was glad the multiverse seemed to agree. As long as he stayed atop the mountain, he could stop the hyenas from trying to nibble at his feet. After he crushed the 2 favorites, they wouldn't be taking him lightly anymore. Anthony prepared all of his stops. Mind Accelerato to take his brain to the maximum processing speed, body trigram tempering to make his body able to withstand any physical blow, true sense to detect the subtlest of movements or attacks. Anthony fired bullets of Excel Chronos from his palms, attacks capable of rotting away organic material in a second. Eloy recognized the attack before Atavius, positioning himself so that the progenitor heir would take the brunt of the blow. Atavius's aura was so powerful that he exuded a cloak of fire, and it reacted to Excel Chronos, burning time itself like it was nothing. But Anthony expected that. With his body trigram tempering, he could withstand the heat, moving toward Atavius from behind. The Chaos Prince, seeing that Anthony had something up his sleeve, jumped back, leaving Atavius and Anthony together. Anthony saw everything in slow motion. Atavius rotated his body in Anthony's direction at the same time as he rushed forward. At their current pace, Atavius was going to summon a shield of fire before Anthony could reach him, but Anthony used 2/3 of his remaining Tao energy to activate Time Stop, temporarily freezing the villain in his place. The 105 milliseconds he was able to stop local time gave Anthony the berth to close the distance. In an ironic replication of Alistair's style, Anthony imbued his fist with an Excel Chronos, punching Atavius directly in the chest. Anthony's blow shattered his opponent's cultivation robes, sending him flying with a reverberating echo of the fugues of time. He almost skidded off the stone, but at the last second, he grabbed onto the ledge, one slip away from falling into the darkness. Anthony cursed under his breath. He'd have to try again.
Section 3 has been eliminated. Please vacate this section within the next 10 minutes.
The voice's revelation shocked Alistair. Previously, it had declared Sections 2 and 8 eliminated, so Kesa and the Bleeder. He was the one who ended Kesa, of course, and the Bleeder was in the bottom half of the candidates. But for Atavius to be eliminated with half an hour still to go, that was surprising. Alistair had wanted to get a piece of Atavius himself, pay him back a little for what he did to the Earth. Atavius's genocide was the origin of the final frontier empire initiating their planet, and the disappearance of his friends and mother. Atavius's section bordered Alistair's original location, suggesting the fighting was taking place around there. He had Xanathar take him to the cyberspace beneath the ocean world, though the android left for other pastures right away. Alistair then moved into the Gothic Mansion world, though he had to move fast since there were only 2 minutes left before the voice said everyone had to vacate the area, and he didn't want to be the one to stay in an eliminated world. Based on his location, Xanathar had to be the one to eliminate the Bleeder, so Alistair thought other than the looming threat of being instantly vanished, he was pretty safe rushing through the remains of the spooky mansion, or what was left of it. The proud 5,000 square meter manor was utterly demolished, the remains smoking to the high heavens. Alistair imagined that Xanathar used the same explosion skill he used on himself and Kesa to kill the Bleeder and destroy the mansion, though he didn't understand how the man-machine was so powerful. He knew the top two especially were strong, yes, but the destructive power to nearly vaporize a huge chunk of land and a large part of an ocean? There had to be something more to Xanathar's power. He picked up the pace, darting from wall to wall through the charred cinders of the abode. His goal was to make it to the sector to the left of the eerie mansions, the part Shido called a dream world. It was a cloudy and ethereal realm of pink and purples and the vibrant colors of sunset. Alistair wasn't trying to fight Carmen, especially as he was still recovering from his last battle. He actually thought it was the safest place to be, not wanting to be in Anthony's ice realm or Xanathar's cyberspace. With just 5 people remaining, including himself, Carmen was the one that made sense to fight if she was still in her sector. Xanathar was off doing his own thing, and Anthony and Aloy were the prime candidates for who eliminated Atavius based on location. If Anthony and Aloy were now fighting, he didn't want to get in their groove. His best chance of victory was for everyone else to fight it out. At last he reached the black barrier between sections. Instead of running through it, he tiptoed inside, careful to mask his presence as much as possible. He had gotten some pointers from Devrox, who, as a profound, often wanted to hide his true power level among the commoners. Not that being profound made him any more than the strongest of the low.
"I don't like this idea," Devrox said through his mental link. "Why aren't you hiding in Xanathar's sector? What if he comes back? Carmen is probably the weakest of everyone remaining, so even if she is here, it's not that big a deal," Alistair communicated back. They were getting better at non-verbal communication, so he could talk with the imp without giving away his position by talking or letting others think he was crazy because he was talking to himself. "Excuses. You just want to fight the lady, don't you?" "What can I say?" Alistair said. "If it happens, it happens. If I defeat her, I'll probably gain a level with my current soul core saturation. It's not close to full yet." "Just 1 level," Devrox grumbled. "You need another upgrade to your Tao inspiration." "Part of my path is knowing when to not back down," Alistair shot back. "I won't reach the peak by being a coward." "You won't reach the peak by being stupid," Devrox continued to complain under his metaphorical breath. Alistair wasn't stupid. He was already injured pretty badly, and he used nearly half of his mana in the fight against Kesa, though that was recovering faster than his health. He knew his chances of winning Felons versus Fellows were slim, so he wanted to go out swinging. Plus, based on Carmen's behaviors, it was possible she could be in Alistair's path at a later point, so fighting her would give him valuable data points. However, he wasn't blazing for a fight just yet. Alistair wasn't lying in his assessment that the Dreamland was one of the safest parts to be. If he could wait out the entire next half hour without getting into a fight, spending his time recuperating, of course he would take it. It was just his luck that Carmen had the same idea. Carmen must have realized the main combat was happening in the void/rainforest region and therefore decided that the farthest possible location in her territory, the border with the Gothic house, was the safest place to be. He spotted her around 100 meters away, sitting Cieza-style on the cloudy floor. His aura was cloaked, yet she still shot her eyes open just a second after he crossed the wall of darkness. Almost instantaneously, Carmen summoned the crown of crosses she demonstrated against Brigid. Alistair felt blessed that he was no longer running on water, and he easily dodged the barrage of the green bolts of mana. They moved with incredible speed, yet Alistair moved even faster. He no longer had the 20% bonus to agility and intelligence because he didn't view Carmen Romero as a true evildoer, but he was still faster than anything she threw at him. The kinetic booms they created upon hitting the ground where he used to be was more jarring and dangerous than the actual attack itself. After seeing Carmen's spell formation against Brigid, he recognized that the crosses were not just kinetic energy weapons, but also utilities in her other spells.
Because of the danger afforded by a pentagram or another potential symbol, he carefully monitored where the crosses were going, mana striking with his foot anything that formed a loose pattern as he zigzagged closer to Carmen. He ducked as a cross flew over his head and turned away from the second one that came zooming at him just after the first. His fighter's instinct alerted him to a third that was invisible, activating Mana Strike to parry it the slightest degree. Even through his Mana Strike, the force jarred his shoulder socket. It looked like Carmen could manipulate her crosses in more ways than he expected, probably with the use of her arcane Dao. Despite the injury to his shoulder, he pushed on, dashing forward with just 20 meters left between them. He refrained from using his movement skill before because of its linear and easily expected path, but he was close enough he felt she would be hard-pressed to intercept him. Alistair was wrong. While he expected resistance, using a 15 karma-powered Hand of Karma in one hand and Mana Strike in the other, he didn't expect to be stopped right in his tracks. He was within a meter of striking her when 8 chains rose out of the cloudy bottoms and wrapped 2 apiece around each of his limbs. Out of nowhere, 8 pillars rose as well, each the source of one of the chains. Carmen had predicted the arrival of an interloper and prepared accordingly.
"Devrox!"
Alistair shouted. He activated spectral summoning as quickly as he could, accessing the imp's spatially attuned mana. He dug deeper this time since he sensed the chains were infused with Dao energy.
"I don't have much left,"
Devrox warned. He just needed enough to bypass the chain's restrictions. Using the borrowed mana, he shifted forward, ignoring the Dao of a mere foundation realm like slipping on ice. Alistair's timing couldn't have been more on the nose, as not even a quarter of a second after he freed himself, the heavens opened up in the center of the chains, and a titanic bolt of heavenly lightning incinerated the spot he was just standing in. Despite freeing himself, he was not immune to the blast, which temporarily deafened him and flung him several meters forward from the shockwave. Carmen ran away from the epicenter of the pillars in anticipation of her own attack, but she must have mistimed it or underestimated her own power, as she was also caught up in the explosion of lightning. The flash of lightning was blindingly bright as well, forcing Alistair to navigate through his fighter's instinct and aura sense as his eyes readjusted. He knew exactly where she was, using the last remnants of Devrox's mana to reposition himself close to her. While he wasn't positive, he believed that skills like fighter's instinct and other danger senses were passives specifically designed for melee classes to give them an advantage over ranged and magical classes who could bombard them from afar. That gave him the innate advantage in a sightless battle, which he took full advantage of. His aura sense felt the general vicinity of where she was, and his fighter's instinct covered the rest, causing him to swipe with his Mana Strike hand. Later he would realize that he inadvertently sliced off a tentacle. With Hand of Karma, he grasped at something that felt like a giant slimy noodle. As his vision returned, he almost let go of Carmen when he saw what he was holding. He grabbed onto the right side of her neck, which was normal along with the rest of her body. Her left side, however, was a mix of green and purple tentacles, vines, and assorted organic matter that looked mucus and pulsated. It seemed that he caught her in the middle of a transformation, and Alistair wasn't keen on seeing what the end result was. The karmic energy he burned made its way through her body, interfering with her normal mana pathways. He could feel the paths of fate cut off from the direct contact of his Hand of Karma on her throat. There was a reason he used so much karma for his skill. It left him with only 3 left, but what good would extra positive karma be if he got eliminated? For such a powerful individual, he needed to allocate a sufficient amount to sever her fate and meridians. Alistair was about to finish her off with a Mana Strike when he collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. His sight grew blurry and he felt a deep weakness in his core. After the partial vision loss came the pain. Alistair felt like his back was literally burning with the fury of 1,000 suns. He was barely able to muster the strength to look back to see that his back was charred and smoking. To make matters worse, Carmen struggled to her feet, though the internal mayhem his Hand of Karma caused still wrecked her. The problem was that while Alistair was actually injured, Carmen was only temporarily injured. If he managed to eliminate her while she was suffering the damage to her meridians and lines of fate, he would win, but she was otherwise physically unharmed. With all the willpower he mustered, Alistair got to his feet, not letting the smoke from his burned back bother him. He could barely stand on his own 2 feet. The heavenly lightning affected him more than he previously thought. Like in medical cases where people who had their arms cut off didn't feel the effects until after some time, the impact of the lightning was so great, it took a couple of seconds to set in. Carmen retreated as quickly as she could, realizing she just needed to outlast the effects of Hand of Karma. Alistair knew that his legs wouldn't carry him fast enough on their own, so he tried Dash. Despite the weakness over his whole body, the use of the skill forcibly activated his leg muscles with mana, overclocking them far beyond what they normally would have been capable of, even if it wasn't as fast as a typical dash. His reactions were still slow, and so Alistair crashed into Carmen's shoulder first, knocking her over and landing on top of her. The purple and green organic vines were slowly taking over her whole body, her face transforming as well. She had a final trump card transformation. Alistair knew that if he let her fully polymorph, he was done. Carmen weakly resisted him, her meridian still recovering from the karmic attack. She was still able to conjure a small amount of mana to create a tiny 10-centimeter cross that she sent at his stomach. Alistair grunted as the green cross fully penetrated him, but he didn't let up his attack. Using his weight to pin her down, he pummeled her face with mana strike after mana strike. Even though she had tried to kill him before, and knowing that she would be perfectly fine, Alistair still felt somewhat bad as his blows bloodied her face. He was used to a one-shot or two-shot kill, but Carmen was number 3 in the world and he was still weakened. She wouldn't go down easy. After a couple of shots, Alistair switched to normal punches. He couldn't afford to waste any more mana since he only had 53 left. And after his arms grew too heavy for normal punches, he resorted to clumsy headbutts. He only stopped because Devrock started shouting at him, both mentally and physically, for him to stop.
"You've already killed her! You're going to crack open your skull, you idiot!"
Devrock shouted. Alistair barely heard him. His body only stopped because he was used to Devrock's giving him instructions when he spoke. Finally, he collapsed with a mind void of thought. Xanathar had fought since birth. They said that the final frontier empire was a place of conflict, of rugged individualism that birthed the strongest warriors. They had never seen the Heliotrope Union. For 100,000 years, the humanoids of the Heliotrope had fought each other and the dangerous wildlife for dominion. No one, not even the highest of kings, survived without proving his own strength. Over time, with advancements in technology, the people became integrated with machines until they formed an entirely new species. Through space exploration, the scientists of the Heliotrope Union discovered that they were not alone. At first, they fought. It was useless. The legions of the final frontier empire brought them to their knees. What could antimatter bombs do against people that could warp reality with a thought? Tens of billions died, the remaining population forced to become slaves to the Empire in exchange for their lives. The initiation was a scam of the highest order. In that dog-eat-dog world, Xanathar rose to the top. One day, he would make them pay. For now, the Chaos Prince would suffice.
"Beast!"
the spoiled royal shouted. Xanathar jetted after Aloy, who desperately fled from stone to stone. The favorite had suffered burns from Matavius and an unknown amount of damage by the coward from FX-14752 with the ability to control time. After he dropped off the favorable FX-14752 denizen, who possessed myriad interesting capabilities, he headed straight for Aloy Shatridar. He found Anthony and Aloy fighting, though the Chaos Prince was clearly winning. After seeing the new arrival, the Time Cultivator fled like a highway bandit, leaving Xanathar alone to face Aloy. He charged a medium ion cannon with his right arm, revealing a cylindrical barrel created by unfolding his palm into 5 metal sections. Xanathar's silicone mind calculated Aloy's position to the exact centimeter, allowing him to fire the blue ion blast with targeted precision. The Chaos Prince whirled his spears together, deflecting the beam of energy back at Xanathar, who dodged midair. The boosters on his feet and arms let him fly at high speeds while maintaining great mobility.
"You've had it out for me since the beginning!"
Aloy shouted. He joined his chaos spears together into one spiked, giant 10-meter-long javelin. Xanathar's aura meter went berserk, showing the power of Aloy's heightening aura reaching that of an average level 50 on his scale. The spear of chaos that Aloy launched moved so fast it warped reality itself, slicing spatial fissures into the world of the void. If Xanathar didn't have an artificial brain that calculated dozens of times faster than an organic mind, he would have died on the spot. As it was, his mental acuity gave him enough time to activate his repulsor force field. He didn't just use mana, but also a healthy chunk of his remaining Tao energy, reinforcing his shield with the Tao of technology. The void and destructive energies of the spear washed over everything around Xanathar in a dark wave, warping the terrain in strange ways. Some stones disappeared entirely, while others transformed into paper or plastic or became warped beyond recognition. His shield blocked the brunt of the attack, but the force imparted by the throwing of the spear blew Xanathar back 100 meters into the void. The chaos energies had mostly been absorbed by the shield, but some still leaked through, wreaking havoc on his internals. One of the downsides of being an android was that internal injuries took longer to heal than a flesh-and-blood counterpart. Xanathar flew up out of the void. He was lucky that he didn't fall farther into the depths, which his sensors indicated would cause instant death.
"Damage report," Xanathar stated. "Systems operational at 42% capacity. Sustained injuries from the bleeder account for 19% of total damages, while damages sustained fighting Aloy Shatridar account for 36%. Mana levels at 32%. Tao energy at 50%. Chance of victory 79.5% plus or minus 3.2%. His system repeated to him. Good enough. Xanathar rocketed toward Aloy, who looked shocked to see the android survive his trump card. Little did Aloy know that the entire duration of Felons vs. Fellows, Xanathar had been hiding his true strength. Xanathar transformed his left arm into Plasma Sword, allocating 15 percentage points of mana and 18 percentage points of Tao energy into his skill. The purple appendage glowed hot with excess energy and Tao, and Xanathar even spent a little more mana speeding up his boosters. Aloy, who already looked ragged in pain from fighting 3 of the top 4 contestants, feebly tried to create a fist of chaos to defend against Xanathar's sword. Heavy was the head that wore the crown, Xanathar thought. His strategy of playing second fiddle to Aloy worked like a charm. The fact that Atavius and Anthony already buttered up the Chaos Prince was an immense boon. Despite hiding his power, he knew that the man's power was real, and his simulations calculated a 60-40 shot with both of them at full capacity. He sliced right through the outline of energy, stabbing Aloy in the chest. He collapsed to the ground with a cauterized hole right where his heart used to be. Xanathar expected to level up considering he was close, but he realized something was off when Aloy's body faded away. Xanathar turned around, but not fast enough. He ate a punch from Aloy's Chaos Fist, which sent him skittering nearly to the edge of the stone. Warning. Systems operational at 23% capacity. Please refrain from taking further damage. Sighing at the unhelpful warning, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. One of the perks of being an android was that he could function at almost full effectiveness no matter how low his health was. He could be at death's door and still fight at 90% capacity, which he leveraged into an advantage against the organic cultivators that made up most of the final frontier empire. A quick scan revealed that Aloy had taken the plasma sword to the chest but not his heart, the dead body being Aloy's familiar that he substituted in an illusion. Illusions weren't normally effective against his impeccable senses, but the Chaos Spear must have messed up some of his senses. Aloy laughed uncontrollably. You really think you can defeat me, you hunk of junk? The Chaos Prince of Azagot! My destiny lies beyond this universe! Xanathar surreptitiously charged a large ion cannon behind his back as he stalled for time. In Aloy's condition, he probably wasn't focused, and 50 meters was enough distance that if he played his cards right, by the time Aloy realized, it would be too late. Arrogant, foolish little man, Xanathar pronounced. The organics called his voice creepy, but he always sounded like that. I let you win on Dragon's Den Island, and you still think yourself superior. Still stuck on that lost robot. I defeated you then, and I'll defeat you again, Aloy said. Xanathar could tell he was far gone, mentally speaking. Something in him had broken, though even in his decrepit state,
He was a dangerous man.
I'll make a bet with you, Chaos Prince.
Xanathar was halfway done with charging his cannon, using most of his remaining mana.
Oh, really? What do you wish to bet on?
Eloy asked. His voice sounded off, and Xanathar saw a warping of reality around him, even more so than the normal vibrations that always appeared surrounding his skin. Eloy was planning something as well, and Xanathar could only hope that his attack was stronger.
How much this will make you scream,
Xanathar said. He unleashed the large ion cannon that eviscerated the bleeder, firing a beam of energy almost as wide as the entire stone they were standing on. He didn't even see what Eloy did since the blue beam blanketed his entire vision. Xanathar's senses were temporarily overwhelmed by the destruction. When the light faded, he no longer saw Eloy. Whatever skill he tried to defend with wasn't good enough. Large ion cannon did its job, and he needed it to. 3 uses of the skill combined with all the other skills he used over the last hour drained all of his mana.
Level up. You are now level 35, plus 2 Constitution, plus 2 Agility, plus 2 Intelligence, plus 5 free attribute points, plus 18 upgrade points. Section 1 has been eliminated. Please vacate this section within the next 10 minutes, said the voice of judgment. There were only 2 others left, both from the premium tier planet FX-14752. He just had to find them.
Warning. The 1-hour time limit is over. 15 minutes of sudden death remain. If 2 or more contestants remain after the time period, the last person to maintain possession of the trophy wins.
Alistair woke up to the resonant announcer's voice. He was still groggy, and his head was killing him. Looking around, he tried to remember what happened. His last memory was collapsing after defeating Carmen. Instead of the dream world that he remembered, he found himself on a stone platform in space. Over the edge, you can see the entire planet of Faxor in its ultra-megapolis glory. Not one iota of the whole planet had any vegetation as far as Alistair could see. But his primary concern wasn't Faxor, but the battle in front of him. The platform, which was around 100 meters in both width and length, featured 2 cultivators in fierce battle. Alistair recognized the 2 as Anthony and Xanathar. Anthony appeared to have a small golden trophy in his hands, playing keep-away against Xanathar. It was obvious the 2 were both low on resources since neither of them were making any flashy moves, just sticking to simple hand-to-hand combat. Alistair stayed low to the ground, pretending to be incapacitated. They were ignoring him for now, but it was possible if he started waltzing around, they would eliminate the easy target and then get back to fighting. His best shot was to pretend like he was a non-threat and wait until the last second to steal the trophy. Devrox, Alistair thought. We got any of your mana left? If you want me to still exist after, no. You're all on your own, kid. Alistair checked his stats. His mana was at 71 and his health was at 70. Not the healthiest they had ever been, but he still had some juice left. Based on the way Xanathar and Anthony were fighting, they truly had none, so perhaps he could leverage his advantage there. He kept one eye open as he watched the contest between the 2 men. To Alistair's eyes, both of them were amateur at fisticuffs. He detected plenty of inefficiencies and mistakes in their movements, but they were relying on impact more than skill. Anthony punched Xanathar in the face, the sound of flesh against metal echoing in the air. Xanathar responded with a rocket-boosted leg kick that crumpled Anthony to the floor. Before Xanathar could capitalize, Anthony lightly used his reversal skill, sending the android back for a split second, letting him scurry away. The battle continued like that for a while, Xanathar taking the initiative and Anthony running away. Every exchange, Anthony seemed to be taking more damage, but he didn't surrender the trophy. Even from his distance, Alistair saw that the number 2 ranked man was bleeding profusely from his face. Xanathar looked almost completely fresh and free of damage, so Alistair wasn't feeling confident in his fellow Earthling. That all changed when Anthony clapped his hands together. Alistair felt the same ancient and unchanging presence as when Anthony stopped the Dragonfire Blast in the second round. With the help of his Dao, he beat back the android, who had no response to Anthony's attacks. While Alistair thought he looked fine before, a closer inspection revealed he had taken significant damage. Like a cartoon, sparks shot out of his ears and mouth on top of the lethargy in his movements.
3 minutes left,
Devrox whispered. Alistair couldn't believe how long he'd managed to play dead. Anthony and Xanathar so focused on their fight he had been completely ignored. They were getting to their last legs now. Alistair actually started to think he had a chance. Xanathar had multiple circuits exposed and his eyes were glossed over black. Anthony was bleeding heavily and heaving for oxygen with a clearly broken right arm. Despite the last 12 minutes of battle, he still possessed the trophy, which he held in his broken appendage. Alistair felt his foot dangle in the air. He looked back, startled to see that the platform looked like it was shrinking. It was so typical of felons versus fellows to include a stupid gimmick. Unfortunately, his movements alerted his two opponents to his presence. Seeing as there was no reason to wait any longer, he figured it was time to strike. His back was still killing him, along with the stab wound he received from Carmen. Anthony landed an uppercut to Xanathar's jaw, who simultaneously punched him in the solar plexus. Their moment of distraction gave him the opportunity to dash in. He spent 30 of his 77 mana on a combo of dash and mana strike, aiming straight for Anthony's back from behind. Unfortunately, his protective Tao-infused skill was still active, slowing Alistair down the closer he came to him like the limit of a sequence. His distraction proved sufficient for Xanathar to strike Anthony just after Alistair, using a boosted kick to knock the trophy out of Anthony's limp arm. The golden prize flew a few meters away, rolling to a stop. Alistair dashed to the trophy, easily reaching it first with his movement skill. Both of his opponents looked shocked to see him, though they quickly chased after him after seeing him grab the trophy. That was where Alistair's possibly ingenious strategy came in. The platform was 100 meters long, and a single dash could take him 70 meters if he used the full distance. As soon as the duo came close enough to strike, Alistair used dash again, taking him another 70 meters away, close to the opposite side of the platform. He had 27 mana left, so he was good for 2 more. Since they were injured, Anthony and Xanathar couldn't run as fast as they normally would, so it took 15 seconds for them to reach him, after he added the time he took running all the way to the edge. If they were coordinated, they could have stopped his strategy, but they were too busy focusing on their own goals. Alistair implemented his strategy twice more, wasting another 30 seconds.
"A minute left now," Devrox told him. "You're in the endgame now."
The final time, they cornered him against the edge, and he didn't have dash to run away. So he fought. To an outside observer, their fight probably looked as clean as a bar fight. All 3 of them were clear of mana and Tao energy, and injured on top of that. Alistair kicked Anthony in the calf at the same time he got raked over the face by Xanathar's claws. Because he held the trophy, it was more like a 2v1 rather than a 1v1v1, though they would throw the occasional punch at each other. Alistair was a more adept fighter at close range, especially without the aid of any mana, so he could fend off both of them while only eating a few punches. 10, 9. The omnipresent voice started counting down. If Alistair could hold on to the trophy for just 10 more seconds, he would walk away with the prize of a lifetime. He knew that it was highly likely that Xanathar and Anthony were hiding something up their sleeves. Xanathar rapidly opened up his arm and fired a small blue beam of energy at Alistair's hand faster than even his fighter's instinct could react since he was dealing with Anthony. The blast burned a hole in his hand on top of sending the trophy flying behind him. Xanathar was already positioned to chase after it, seeing that he was facing forward while Alistair had his back turned. By the time Alistair recognized what happened, Xanathar had already made it past him. 5, 4... At that point, Alistair understood it was unlikely for him to get the prize. Xanathar was already ahead of him, and with not enough mana to use dash, he would be slower than the android on his rocket boosters. Additionally, Alistair saw that Anthony was moving as well, using some kind of acceleration skill on his body based on the ripples of space-time. Alistair made a choice that he hoped he wouldn't regret. Anthony could not be allowed under any circumstance to win the final prize. If a tyrant like him was able to get a year of personalized instruction from a visionary, there would be no telling what he would do with his newfound power when he came back to Earth. He had beaten around the bush for too long. If Anthony continued to threaten war and operate like a warlord, Alistair had to oppose him. That was why Alistair tackled Anthony to the ground.
"What the fuck are you doing?"
Anthony bellowed, but it was too late.
1, 0. Congratulations to Xanathar-1590 of the Heliotrope Union, winner of Felons vs. Fellows!
41. Back to Earth.
Where are you, Alistair?
Alexandra thought. It had been a week since Alexandra returned to Earth and a month since the initiation, though it felt like a lifetime ago. Alexandra had formed a soul core herself and barely squeaked into the top 100, though she felt like she hadn't earned it. Alistair was doing all the hard work, and she was riding on his coattails. She knew she had to do better. That was why when Alexandra opened her eyes and found herself back on Earth, she grinded non-stop. New York was in chaos without its esteemed leader, and Alexandra challenged some of the worst suspects, gaining levels quickly. Maybe Alistair was rubbing off on her a little. After spending a few days cleaning up the mess that bastard Anthony left, Alexandra returned through the teleportation circle, which was still active in Anthony's personal apartment. Alexandra didn't know whether she and Sophia were going to duel to the death. Obviously, she was pissed off that Sophia and her team tried to screw them over, but it was a bit awkward to attack the woman in her own headquarters. Additionally, Alexandra felt like their conflict in the second round was inevitable. Anthony probably would have made a move for the treasure anyway, and it was the fault of the producers of the show for making it a zero-sum game.
Don't hate the player, hate the game,
Alexandra thought. She wasn't that unreasonable despite her reputation for a quick temper. Sometimes she played that up for comedic effect. Still, it was fun to act like she was really going to kill Sophia. Katie Wojnarowski, Sophia's second-in-command, and John Desmond, the steadfast rock of the New Boston Alliance, had to break them up. Sophia quickly consolidated even more territory, taking all of Massachusetts and large parts of the surrounding regions. Despite the lack of interest and rapid communication, through establishing routine inspections and regular visits through a vast array of teleportation circles, Sophia was able to maintain control over an enormous geographical territory. She had fun slaying monsters, including the tough ones in the state forest. They weren't able to suss out the leader of the ogres that scared them off previously, but after nearly 10 levels of upgrades, the ogres were much easier to deal with than before. Oliver was still alive, which she was grateful for. The NBA was one of the regions least disrupted by the sudden departure of nearly 1,000 men and women from the planet. John, Katie, Blaze, Lauren, and Oliver had held down the fort for the past week. Alexandra's recent soul core and species advancement brought her strength to 328 and constitution to 156. Her other stats besides agility were not looking so swell. Endurance would keep up with her girdle of vigor, but she had nothing for the mental stats. Alexandra didn't want to be the barbarian with insane physical stats that could get slept in a single glance by a mentalist. She resolved to put all of her free stats into intelligence, wisdom, and charisma to not let them fall too far behind. Speaking of charisma, Alexandra had been constantly thinking of Alistair ever since the two were separated. He had an endearing quality to him she would never admit to his face.
Alexandra!
She heard a voice shout. It was John, knocking at her makeshift room at NBA headquarters.
Alistair's back!
6 hours prior.
What the fuck are you doing?
Those words rang through Alistair's ears as he faded into view on a forged blue chair. He was back in the meeting room for the final 8 contestants. His heart was still pounding from the events that took place just a second ago, and he was paralyzed by his own adrenaline and the sudden scenery shift.
Oh, you're so fucked,
Anthony promised. He didn't seem to have the same issues, having jumped on top of the table, pointing at Alistair in an accusatory tone.
How dare you betray me, after everything I've done for your sorry ass? You would be 6 feet under if it weren't for me, and you stopped me from getting the prize of the century! Oh, you claim to be for justice, but you're the biggest piece of shit I've ever seen. You're so fucking dead the moment I see you back on Earth. As a matter of fact...
Anthony launched himself at Alistair, fist cocked back, but a wall of invisible energy prevented his attack.
There will be no violence,
Po Shido boomed from the head of the table, holding his hand up. At least, not until you all return to your respective planets. Then, there might be a lot of violence. Anthony skulked back to his seat, looking embarrassed. I've already sent Xanathar to a secure location to hear about his individual prize, Shido said, not caring in the slightest about the raised emotions people had regarding their losses. Now, we understand that you are probably aching to return to your home planets, so I'll create a portal back to your accommodations. You already should have received your drachma and upgrade points. After the inscriber gives you your items and skill scrolls, you are free to leave. The Pathfinder AI is stingy and won't send you lot back since the game's technically ended. Passage to an edgeworld would normally be a prohibitive expense. However, the producers have generously donated 10,000 palladium drachma each for your travel expenses. You cannot use the money for anything else, and it will expire in 6 hours, along with the offer for passage home. It cannot be stolen, at least not by anyone below Visionary. I do recommend you take the offer, however. The environment the Pathfinder AI created on your planet is suited for your advancement. Faxor isn't suitable for you. Yet. Shido made it sound like the producers were doing a huge favor, as if they would have just stranded them on a planet that was potentially billions of light years away. Here's the gate to your lodgings, he said, creating 7 black portals of nothingness. No violence. Yet. Kesa gave him a violent smile, waving her sword at Alistair before walking through. Great. He didn't need a mad woman interested in him. He quickly followed suit, not wanting to hear any more provocation from Anthony. The portal returned him back to the luxurious room he had stayed in for the past week. He would miss the supernaturally comfy bed and magically refreshing showers. A bald man in a monk's uniform awaited him as he stepped out of the portal. The first item, sir, is an improvement on your wrappings, he said, bowing his head and presenting a pair of blue-white hand wrappings that glistened in the moonlight. These ghost grass wraps can manifest ghost aura much better than your previous Terrigen wraps. Alistair felt the smooth bandages materializing his old hand wrappings to take them off. The ghost grass wraps were as smooth as butter and felt soft and premium. Just to experiment a little, he channeled a tiny amount of power from Devrox, which caused the wraps to glow a soft light blue. He could immediately feel the superiority of the channeling. It would be super effective against spiritual enemies, whose corporeal form was non-existent or weakened. Here is the other item, the man said, handing him an unassuming brown cloak. Not quite as aesthetic as the wraps, Alistair noted. I didn't take you for the superficial type. Alistair gave the monk some side-eye. What's the purpose of this one? It's a fate-warding cloak named Cloak of the Divined. While you wear this, your future will be much harder to read. Even against non-karmic opponents, it will mess up their danger senses and predictive abilities. Quite a treasure, then, Alistair said. He shed his cultivator's robes for the tattered cloak. He wouldn't win any fashion shows, but if it served its purpose, it was sufficient. And the skill scrolls? The monk reached into his robes, unfurling a long scroll. As soon as it opened fully, it poofed into a cloud of smoke, 10 smaller scrolls hovering in its place. Each one contained the glowing cultivator's script that Alistair just now realized he had been reading all over the place instead of English. His brain instantly translated the writing, which looked something akin to Chinese characters but with a unique twist. Alistair read the scrolls before him. Analyze, Night Vision, and Farsight sounded interesting but not useful to Alistair, considering he had eyes of truth. Contract, Dimensional Storage, and Interest Earner were too similar to the skills of his allies. That left Master of Disguise, Scholar's Touch, Prestidigitation, and Carmela's Happy Pies. Each of the 4 skills had its own benefit. Master of Disguise would alter his appearance and aura to one of 5 preset aliases, while Scholar's Touch would allow him to read an entire book with just a touch. Prestidigitation gave him the ability to create minor illusions and magic trickery. The weirdest of the skill scrolls was obviously Carmela's Happy Pies. That gave him the knowledge and ability to cook nutritious pies that aided in cultivation. He wasn't sure which one to pick. The one that stood out was the pie-making skill, but without trying the pies first, he couldn't be sure how effective they were. In the end, Alistair went with Carmela's Happy Pies, reasoning that it was the most unique of the skills listed. If he wanted to, he could probably find a generic-sounding skill like Master of Disguise elsewhere, especially with his 1.4 million gold drachma fortune. Plus, he always wanted to know how to bake. After he selected the scroll and the information transferred into his mind, he gained more general baking knowledge as well. For the combat scroll, the array of choices is much larger. You can select from a library of hundreds, as long as it's in stock. He went through his options for the combat skill. There was a large variety, from metal wings of death or a cloak of burning mana, but the one that interested Alistair the most was phase shift. It was not a direct offensive skill like most of the others he saw, but he felt the benefits to him were massive. Phase shift could change the affinity of mana to a vast array of options. Alistair had previously rejected elemental variants of Mana Strike in his talent tree, but phase shift allowed him to adjust any external manifestations of pure mana into whatever type he wanted, at the cost of reduced efficiency. Alistair judged the ability to transform his pure mana into lightning, ice, fire, and more at the cost of 25% of its attack potency to be a significant boon. "Will that be all, sir?" "Yes, thank you very much." "Where can I get transport back to my planet?" Alistair asked. "Whenever you want to leave, just open your wallet and materialize the palladium drachma. After that, the money will disappear, and you'll see a portal open to your home world," the monk said. "Good luck with your journey." Alistair nodded his head and saw the helpful man out. He had one last thing to do before returning home, involving a return to a certain ivory tower. Alistair realized that Devrox was wrong about him being as strong as Anthony or Octavius, and if he looked even further out, he didn't hold a candle to someone like Red. Yes, he was ranked number 6 now, one behind his pal Bartholomew, but he needed to be even stronger to protect himself and the others from Anthony's fury. The Hall of Math could possibly provide the answer. Everything came at a price for them, and now he had over 1,000,000 drachma. The Hall was a multiversal power, so Alistair knew that 1,000,000 gold drachma was probably worth almost nothing to them. But everything in the Final Frontier Empire was worth nothing to them in the first place. "Back again, young master," Leotolo said. At least he thought it was Leotolo. Alistair wasn't adept at distinguishing simian features, though it was possible to detect the differences in aura timbre, strength, and color, as everyone's aura was unique, like a fingerprint. "I just have a few questions. Now that wouldn't be too expensive, would it?" "Depends on the question," Leotolo replied. "What is the nature of your inquiry?" "How big a deal, really, is the Felons versus Fellows thing? We were streaming to the entire universe, as I understand it, but it felt... I'm not sure. A little lowbrow. You cannot expect an organization such as the Hall of Math, esteemed across the entire multiverse as a bastion of knowledge and scholarship, to know the intimate details of a program of a backwater frontier civilization," Leotolo began, somewhat incensed. "Though I have heard that such things are for the peasants, putting it politely. The true highest cultivators, and indeed the prodigies of the Final Frontier Empire's nobility and mercantile classes, would far exceed any initiates." "It's just as I thought," Alistair mused. "I still have a long way to go before I'm actually at his level." He was curious how Red would stack up against those noble prodigies. Well, he would get there eventually, so he could test it for himself. "Great. Also, can I purchase information on different classes? Perhaps even matters relating to subclasses?" Alistair asked, pins and needles running down his arms. This was the perfect time, if there ever was one, to ask about his mysterious subclass. "The Sublimed Machine faction is notoriously clandestine with their nature of their AI programs, though everything has a price, young master." Leotolo's eyes twinkled, and Alistair felt like he was about to get ripped off. "Let us discuss further." Fresh air rushed against his cheeks as he took in the scenic view. The Grand Canyon was beautiful, that was for certain. It wasn't just as grand as it used to be, considering that he could now leapfrog it in a single jump. There were certain perks to being the strongest human on Earth. At level 38, the wandering hobo was far ahead of his competition. He had a badge for having the highest strength and the highest intelligence. He had the best sponsor on Earth, the Corlion Company, who even obscured his identity from the Pathfinder AI. Yet even he was wary, for he could feel something coming. There were rumors, fantastical rumors, of leviathans and beast lords hiding in the forests and oceans. Strange forces moved in uncertain and chaotic patterns. The wandering hobo, whose real name had been lost to madness, roared over the Grand Canyon, echoing for kilometers. The fourth quest, Territorial Dominance, was self-explanatory. 42. Northeast Order Freehold.
Alistair!
Alexandra rushed him as soon as he came through the door of the headquarters, squeezing him tight in a bear hug. With her strength, it was quite painful.
You're gonna break a rib!
Alistair choked out.
Oh, sorry,
Alexandra said, releasing him.
Looks like you missed me.
Alistair smiled, making eye contact with Oliver. He was glad to see that he was all right.
Shut up, loser.
Alexandra playfully punched him in the shoulder.
How did it go?
I got into the final 3, but I didn't end up winning. In fact, the winner wasn't even from Earth. Which might turn into an issue.
An issue how? Alexandra asked. It's better than a bad guy from Earth winning, right?
Well, the issue is with how the winner won. Or more accurately, how a certain someone lost, Alistair said sheepishly. Is Sophia around?
I'm right here.
Sophia appeared in the middle of the lobby out of the shadows, like darkness becoming material.
A new skill I picked up,
she explained. The tension between them was palpable. Alistair was about to speak up, but Sophia went first.
About what happened during the tournament, she began.
Alistair put up a hand. It's fine. I understand. We were pitted against each other, and we had to do whatever it took to survive. You were just following Carmen's lead. We would have probably followed Anthony's lead if it came down to it. No grudges on my end.
None on mine either,
Sophia said. That leads to the issue I was about to mention. Anthony was already angry at Sophia, but now he's furious because I might have betrayed him in the final round.
You betrayed him? Sophia asked.
It's how he would put it, I would guess. Xanathar and Anthony were competing for the victory. Since I had no chance of winning myself, I calculated that Anthony receiving the grand prize, which included a year's instruction from a great master, to be too dangerous. That man is unstable, and he wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone in the pursuit of power. Imagine what he would do if he was the undisputed strongest.
Fuck,
Sophia muttered. The other high-ranking members of the NBA looked concerned as well. John whispered something to Lauren, who looked especially spooked.
Alexandra, you dealt some damage to their infrastructure as well, correct? I killed a bunch of murderers and rapists and destroyed some buildings. It's kind of hard to tell if any of them were Anthony's or not. That area is in complete disarray, Alexandra said.
He still hadn't left by the time I did, Alistair mentioned.
Based on our projections of his territory, he'll be able to bridge half of the gap through some existent teleportation circles. After that, it's approximately another hour and a half for him to reach us, Sophia calculated.
Should I get the preparations ready? Blaze asked from his perch on the second floor.
At once, Sophia replied. Get the scouts at the border territories ready and recruit even more. Bump up the pay as well. We need all hands on deck. Lauren, how much credit do we have right now? 4.6 million, the moneylender responded. Sophia, are you sure about this? I mean, if we default on our loan, it would be disastrous. I'm putting up my own life as collateral, Sophia said. You don't have to worry. I want you to purchase traps and guns for 10,000 people.
Alistair had to respect the guts of the leader of the new Boston Alliance for putting her own neck on the chopping board to protect her domain. Not many would have done that, he thought.
Alistair, have you seen Territorial Dominance yet? Sophia asked him.
I haven't had any time to check it yet, Alistair said.
Go ahead.
Alistair opened up his status screen and focused on the quest section. He examined Territorial Dominance, which took the place of Gladiatorial Survival.
Territorial Dominance. FX-14752 was split into 159,873 subregions upon initiation. In the multiverse, one of the most important assets is land. Over the next month, your goal will be to claim and hold as many subregions as possible. Each subregion has already been calculated to possess 50,000 people, though exact figures are subject to change through migration. In order to claim a subregion, you or your delegate must go to its center and issue a deed stake through the system store. You can obtain more information about the freehold system through your status screen. Task: maintain the largest number of subregions in a month's time. Reward: to be determined. Time limit: 737 hours, 55 minutes, 5 seconds. Penalty: none.
I think it's time we discuss your position, Sophia said. I can see now that there's no stopping you. Your rapid ascent to number 6 in the world proves that. Do you think we can come to some kind of agreement?
I'm not looking to take things over from you, Alistair explained.
You seem more suited than me for management. What was your job before? Elementary school principal, she said.
Human culture is so fascinating,
Devrock said, appearing on Alistair's shoulder. He had been reclusive ever since he used up a lot of his mana during the final battle. Alistair gave him a death glare.
Relax. She can't hear me unless I want her to hear me.
That makes sense. Alistair scratched his head, ignoring his pesky imp ghost. Look, if you explain the freehold business to me, I'm sure we can come up with something. I'm not a greedy person.
The freehold system is surprisingly equitable for the final frontier empire, though it is clearly favored for those who are more powerful. The Pathfinder AI formed different freeholds depending on the results of the first 2 quests. For example, I was given control of the territory that could be considered solidly New Boston Alliance territory. The outer regions we had looser control of were up for grabs, though we've been solidifying it over the past 6 hours. Subregions have individual ownership and freehold ownership. I have personal possession of all the subregions in the direct vicinity, while the NBA as a whole extends further. The combined individual subregions of shareholders within the freehold comprise the total territory. I think I understand. It's kind of like a company. As the founder, you own the most shares, which are the subregions, but you can't be everywhere at once. There are thousands and thousands of subregions, and they're probably changing hands all the time. So there could be dozens of different people who own subregions in your freehold, but they all work together as one, in theory anyway. And by having your own subordinates own a direct stake in your empire, as opposed to you just owning everything, you increase their loyalty since they feel like they're working toward their own benefit more, Alistair said. Sophia raised an eyebrow. You're smarter than you come off, Alistair. Not sure whether to take that as a compliment or an insult. It's both. What you said is true, though with your powers you should be able to grow your own territory considerably. You don't yet know the benefits of being a landowner. There are a bunch of things you can do, like renting out your land or buying specific armaments and structures that you can only do once you've acquired a decent amount of land. Improving your land also makes it worth more than a single subregion unit like a real company. If you have extremely valuable territory, your freehold could be worth way more money than a freehold of much more subregions. That's why I'm willing to sell some to you. You want to sell me land? Yes, I do, Sophia said. She motioned to John and Lily. It looked like all of his previous acquaintances had survived. What's the report on the remote scouts? Alistair walked up the steps as he kept up with Sophia.
Our western holdings are being demolished, John announced. We've instructed all of our citizens to retreat closer to HQ and shut down any passages that they've used that come here.
Can't they hop from circle to circle until they get here? Most of the circles are interlinked, Sophia asked. I had them cancel all other destinations before they used them to return back to HQ, Lily explained. And then we canceled the teleportation circle they came from, so there's no loose ends. Good thinking. How many refugees do we have now? Sophia opened the door to one of the meeting rooms they had repurposed into a projection theater, an item that cost over 250,000 drachma. 1,000 have poured in the past hour. I've spent 100,000 drachma upgrading it to the max, and it's still not big enough, Lily said. How many of the 15 locations have we had teleports from? 12, Lily replied. All right. Sophia held the door open to finish her words. Close down the last 3. It's unfortunate, but we can't have any security leaks. Lily nodded and left along with John, leaving him and Sophia alone in the dark room. She flicked a switch on the wall, and a holographic projection of their entire territory appeared in midair. The definition of the projection was unreal. Alistair wasn't able to help himself, running his fingers through the intricate energies. This is a map of our current holdings, Sophia said. Oh, by the way, I've changed the name. We're now officially called the Northeast Order Freehold. Alistair privately wondered if that had anything to do with the acronym for the new Boston Alliance being identical to that of a sports league. As you can see, we currently possess 120, mostly concentrated in Massachusetts, Sophia said, gesturing to the map, which had the Northeast Order's territory glowing blue. As she was speaking, a tiny speck of blue on its western border turned red. And it looks like Anthony keeps on coming. The Ricci Empire is in red. Alistair looked down at the Ricci Empire, colored in red, which was like a huge red blob near the tri-state area. It had a similar geographic extent compared to the Northeast Order, but the population density near America's most populous city meant that it had more total subregions. The Ricci Empire controls over 200 subregions, which is one of the highest in America, considering that most subregions are still unclaimed, Sophia said. But I digress. I'll sell you 20 subregions, including your original, for 400,000 drachma. That's 20,000 per subregion, Alistair calculated. Yes, which is a steal. Think about land prices in the old world. You should be able to make that back slaughtering monsters on your own in less than a week. This offer is more about ties rather than money. By accepting, you'll be solidified as the second largest shareholder in the Northeast Order, after myself, Sophia said. Alistair considered the deal. While he didn't trust Sophia's morals entirely, she seemed reliable at governmental management, and even if her caring about her citizens was motivated by personal greed rather than altruism, the end result was the same. She protected those in her group. Plus, if he didn't like her actions, if he became the majority shareholder of the Northeast Order, then technically he would become the leader by default. He couldn't see a reason why not to accept the offer. Okay, I accept, Alistair said. Sophia sent him a message through the system, which he accepted. Achievement unlocked. Property owner. Conquest 1. Own 10 or more subregions. Reward. Land store unlocked. Great. Sophia ruffled through her wavy, elegant mane. We're meeting in 10 minutes to discuss how to deal with Anthony. Don't be late. I won't be. Anthony wanted to check out the land store as soon as possible, but he also wanted to have some reunions first. He walked down the stairs, catching John right as he was about to exit the building. Alexandra and Oliver were also missing. Hey, John, good to see you again, he said, extending a hand. The firesmith gave him a warm smile and a firm handshake back. You heading out?
I have to talk to the armory, John explained. I think your friends are headed there as well. You want me to point you in their direction?
Oh, no. I was just curious where Donna and Tamia are, Alistair said.
Ah, those two lovely ladies. I moved them to the secure bunker underneath headquarters after the word about Anthony came in.
Alistair could tell John really enjoyed their company. Besides their safety, which was his first concern, he thought that John would enjoy the company, having lost his family in the beginning stages of the initiation.
Take the elevator down to the basement.
Thanks, John, Alistair said. I really mean it. Alistair returned inside, going to the elevator on the left side of the lobby and pressing the basement floor button. He stepped inside and waited an entire minute for the old, rickety elevator to reach the bottom. The basement was dark, barely lit fluorescent lights providing the only illumination. There was only a single passage forward, which he followed for several hundred meters. It ended at a small grate, which he carefully unloaded. He squeezed himself through, landing at what looked to be an abandoned subway tunnel. People filled the tunnel from end to end. There were lights hanging from the ceiling that looked to be powered through mana rather than electricity. Most of the people were talking or playing board games. Some children were running in between people, to the chagrin of their parents. Alistair guessed there were around 200 people in total, given that a marble-like barrier blocked off both ends of the tunnel. It didn't take him long to find Donna and Tamia. The little girl was laughing uncontrollably while playing tag, while her mother was talking with some other parents.
Hey! Alistair called. Long time no see!
Alistair!
Tamia shouted, running up to hug his legs.
Jenny, look! It's the strong guy I told you about. He helped me stab a bad guy. Is that true?
Tamia's friend asked with wide eyes. Tamia? You shouldn't be talking about that, Alistair said.
Tamia! Talk about appropriate things with your friends, Donna barked. Sorry, Mommy! I won't mention Mr. Rourke anymore!
Tamia squealed, going back to playing with her friends.
Kids,
Donna said exasperatedly.
you don't realize how much of a hassle they are until you have them. Everything's going well? John treated you well? Alistair asked. Oh, that man is a saint, Donna replied. Went above and beyond helping us, which is saying something because his standard is already above and beyond. Handsome, too. Did you know his favorite song is Officially Missing You? What's that? My daughter is named after the R&B singer Tamia, one of the most underrated singers of the late 90s and early aughts, if you ask me. Officially Missing You is one of her greatest songs, Donna explained. Oh, wow. It's great you share something in common, Alistair said, and with some hesitation, he gave a warning. Be careful. I'm not sure if you know, but his wife and child died not too long ago. I wouldn't, push too hard if you catch my drift.
Way to be a buzzkill,
Devrox butted in.
A new woman is just what a widower needs.
Alistair was deeply suspicious of relationship advice coming from a literal demon. He was just glad she couldn't hear him.
Yes, I'm aware. You don't have to worry about that, Alistair, Donna said.
His next words were overpowered by the sound of an explosion and rock caving in. The white wall opposite to Donna and Tamia's side collapsed, and Alistair hazarded a guess at who was responsible. A familiar, angry voice echoed through the tunnel.
Kill them all!
43. The Outbreak of War. Shit, Alistair muttered under his breath. There was no mistaking the voice he heard. The only question was how on earth did Anthony possibly reach the Northeast Order's secret underground bunker at least an hour before their projections.
Everyone get behind me!
Alistair shouted, though it seemed unnecessary as the refugees were already fleeing as fast as they could, most people screaming for dear life. The people nearest to the exploded wall weren't so lucky. Over 24 fell victim to the explosion or rubble, while those a little farther away fell prey to what appeared to be an eerie blue fire. Alistair was confused by the fire, a skill he had never seen Anthony use in any circumstance, but he was more concerned with saving the people.
Devrox,
Alistair thought.
Already on top of it, buddy. I can hear your thoughts, you know.
Alistair felt a rush of the imp's spatially attuned mana run through him. With a dash, he passed through the rushing crowd like a real ghost, Devrox's ability allowing him to change the density of his body. He made it to the end of the tunnel, expecting to see a gleeful Anthony, but he was greeted by an Asian guy with extremely spiked hair. The interloper had a cloak of blue fire surrounding him that exuded enough power to make Alistair hesitate slightly. Only slightly. A scan of Eyes of Truth revealed him to be level 27 with a fire-wielding mage class named Johnny Choi. Johnny fired a successive combo of punches looking like a blue Super Saiyan. Each time he punched the air, he created a screeching fireball. Slow as a statue, Alistair thought, dodging each blast with ease. The gap between him and Johnny was far too large, between the level gap, the experience gap, and the skill gap. It was like an adult fighting a child. After evading all of Johnny's attacks like they were nothing, the flaming man grew an expression of terror. In a final desperate attempt, when Alistair was only 5 meters away, his cloak rapidly exploded in intensity, ejecting a wave of azure fire that even Alistair had to admit was somewhat impressive. Left to its own devices, it probably would have enveloped the entire tunnel, killing everyone. Alistair only smiled. He prepared a mana strike, but instead of keeping it as a familiar blue aura around his fist, he also activated Phase Shift. Before, he noted that Phase Shift caused his attack to lose 25% of its potency, but when he actually used the skill, he realized that was a technically correct yet misleading way to look at things. The versatile skill actually allowed him to pour even more mana into Mana Strike, making his single attack power far stronger than it ever was before. He could essentially use a 30-mana Mana Strike if he wanted to, at the cost of 40 mana. He didn't need to use that much this time. Johnny's attack wasn't that powerful, so only 20 would do. Alistair felt the chill of winter as the deep blue aura of Mana Strike turned light blue and gained a wispy, snow-like feeling. Alistair felt the nature of his mana shift to ice-attuned. With an unceremonious karate chop, he unleashed a slash of ice energy that dissipated the wall of fire instantly. The ice wave passed through Johnny, encasing him in a thick crystalline ice layer, more solid than George Moulin's. It encased more than just the belligerent cultivator, the walls and floor of the tunnel also falling prey to a layer of crystal ice.
"Whoa,"
Alistair said aloud.
"Whoa indeed," Devrock said. "You chose wisely in picking that phase shift scroll. Looks like that thrice-blessed fate-divining circlet is working out pretty nicely. Mind if I see it?"
"Why do you keep asking for it?" Alistair replied, clutching the ring in his hands.
"No, you can't look at it." Okay, sorry to ask."
Devrox flicked his tail like he always did whenever he found something he wasn't sure about.
"I think you killed him."
"Really?" Alistair asked. He gingerly walked over to the frozen Johnny, making sure not to slip on the ice. He tapped on the ice gently, but his fingertips alone caused the statue to shatter into 1,000,000 pieces.
"Level up. You are now level 33. +3 agility, +3 intelligence, +3 charisma, +3 free attribute points, +23 upgrade points. Skill upgraded. Dash. Tier 2 skill. Run across long distances in a single step through enhancing your body with mana. Mana cost, 20. Upgradable, 0 out of 50. Choice 1. Increase speed 1.5 times. Choice 2. Gain flicker. Disguise movement in between current position and destination with invisibility. Deliverance of Justice, +37 free attribute points."
Alistair stared at the +37 number for several seconds. 37 whole points. The badge must have calculated that without his intervention, the fire wave would have killed the hundreds of people huddled behind him. Now that he could earn points retroactively, the current influx of saved lives completely filled his past deficits since he could earn 2 per level. The levels were still coming fast post-Soulcore, something he hadn't had any time to explore yet. He was deeply curious about the Hyperflow variant, double-chambered torus, whatever that meant. The Hall of Math would have charged him far too much money for info on his Soulcore, and he already spent a lot on information about his subclass. The choice was clear for the speed versus flicker as well. Alistair was already the fastest cultivator he knew, and the utility of flicker was something he thought he could employ to the fullest. Plus, it would be cool to be like a ninja from Naruto. He still had 40 unused attribute points and 98 upgrade points, but he was more concerned about where Anthony was.
"Anthony!"
Alistair called out.
"You being a coward or what?"
Alistair activated Mana Strike with Phase Shift again, this time using lightning-attuned mana to create diminutive bolts of lightning to illuminate the tunnel. He saw nothing. The remainder of the tunnel was empty, apart from some crumbling concrete. At that point, Alistair wished that he hadn't killed Johnny, if only to question him. How had Anthony projected his voice if he wasn't there? He waited a few more seconds, paying careful attention to his fighter's instinct just to make sure Anthony wasn't secretly hiding. But nothing happened. Alistair turned around and ran back to the other side.
"We're evacuating the tunnels. This area has been compromised and is no longer safe. Please follow my lead," Alistair shouted. "Who among you is the most powerful?"
A pair consisting of a man and a woman waded their way through the crowd.
"I think that would be my husband Nate and me," the woman said. "I'm Jasmine. We're both level 23.
I came down here through an elevator, though I'm assuming that would be an impractical way to take all of you. Is there another exit?" Alistair asked.
"One of the stonemasons bored a passage through the stone to bring us here. We can't get out without their permission," Nate explained. "What?" Alistair exclaimed. "You're trapped in here!"
"There are designated times for each individual to get airtime," Jasmine said. "They said that we had to remain here until it was safer."
Alistair supposed it was true that with Anthony on the loose it was dangerous, but it seemed very irresponsible and authoritarian to prevent them from leaving except for a small preordained window. Plus, Johnny breaking into their refuge showed that it wasn't as safe as previously expected.
"All right, Jasmine, Nate, I want you at the rear while I take up the vanguard. Everyone else!" Alistair shouted. "Those that are the stronger, I want you at the back just in case. I'll take up the vanguard."
He saw people shuffling around as the weaker people came to the front.
"Where's the passage?" Alistair asked.
"Over here,"
Jasmine replied, pointing to a section along the wall of the tunnel with a circular outline the size of 2 humans. "All right, let's get into position." He spotted Donna moving to the back with her daughter. At this point, Donna could no longer be considered weak. While he had advised her against taking more leveling pills after discovering their negative effects, she had also started to level up in the traditional way, going on the scheduled monster raids that Sophia ran. Here goes nothing, Alistair thought. He punched the circular outline, expecting it to be a door of some sort. Instead of shattering like he expected, the whole thing shot backward around 3 meters, revealing a perfectly circular tunnel. After a second, the column of stone rebounded, the force of gravity bringing it back down since the tunnel was slanted at an almost 45-degree angle. Alistair punched the stone cylinder harder this time, sending it 5 meters back. But instead of waiting for it to return, he stepped inside the passage, punching it back again when it came back. It was made of something tough, able to resist being destroyed by Alistair's powerful punches. The people followed him down the passage. They could only go 2 abreast, so it would take a while for everyone to evacuate. Psst! Someone tapped him from behind. Alistair made sure to keep punching the column while he looked back. "There are some people who aren't leaving." "What do you mean?" Alistair asked. His conversation partner was a short blonde woman that couldn't have been more than level 5. "Over 10 people died from that man's attack, but some of their relatives are trying to remove the rocks," she said. Alistair cursed under his breath. He thought he was fine because there weren't any injuries. The dead got buried under so many tons of concrete that there was absolutely no way anyone could have survived. Alistair probably couldn't have survived that much debris falling over him. "I don't have time to convince them," he said, performing a sidekick to switch things up. "They can try whatever they want." As he idly punched and kicked away the stone passage, he had time to implement his upgrades. Alistair decided to evenly split his 40 points between each of his non-class/subclass attributes, being Strength, Constitution, Endurance, and Wisdom. For his upgrade points, he unlocked the 7th badge slot he had been wanting to improve for a while, and then with the remaining 43, he improved his Justice Quest and Solid Spirit Leaves. With one final kick, he knocked the stone pillar out of the tunnel, revealing the bright day sky. The material inside the tunnel he had spent over a minute pushing around mysteriously disappeared. They emerged on the surface, a few dozen meters away from the city hall, which still stood proudly. Alistair helped the blonde woman out of the tunnel, and more people came streaming out. Luckily, they weren't attacked from either the front or the rear. Alistair's reasoning in going first rather than last was that they were more likely to be attacked when they got out of the tunnel than from underground. If they were going to be attacked from the tunnel region, it would have already happened. Curious people from inside the city hall came outside after hearing the commotion. Alistair spotted Blaze, who went back inside. A few moments later, Sophia and the others came out, though he noted Alexandra, Oliver, and John weren't with them. "What happened?" Sophia asked, walking over to the refugees who were still streaming out of the tunnel. "Attack," Alistair relayed. "One of Anthony's thugs. I thought it was Anthony himself at first since I heard his voice. Don't know how he accomplished that. Anything happen above ground?" Sophia shook her head. "Thankfully, no. But how? Oh my." She looked down, resting her head in her hand. "I can't believe I didn't think of that. That bastard is more intelligent than I realized." "What do you mean?" Alistair asked. "We're certain it's almost impossible for Anthony to have traveled fast enough to already be here. We know that he can't connect to any of our teleportation circle networks, and he's never shown advanced movement capabilities. But if he's been planning this for a while, there's no reason he couldn't have gotten links between the Ricci Empire and our neighbors." "Well, that makes sense," Alistair said. "But why isn't he here yet? Why would he send just one person? And to our underground area?" "Maybe it was a scout," Blaze offered. He had changed since Alistair last saw him, less cocky and more mature, with a scar over his missing left eye as proof. "That's possible," Sophia said. "Let's get these people into the standard housing units. Blaze, you handle that. We need all other hands on deck." After Alistair saw Donna and Tamia make it out of the tunnel, he breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure if he should let them go with Blaze. Not that he didn't trust the man, but he wasn't the strongest in the world. Then again, they probably weren't going to be safe near himself either.
Alistair, you fucking traitor! I'm still not over that betrayal, you know.
The lower-leveled cultivators dropped to the ground from the sheer pressure of the voice that emanated from everywhere and nowhere at once. Even Sophia, who was a level away from forming her soul core, stumbled. Only Alistair remained unfazed.
Hey, this thing's pretty neat, isn't it? It was one of my items. Anyway, I'm issuing an ultimatum to every single citizen of the Northeast Order Freehold. That's right, you backstabbing bitch. Every single one of your grubby citizens you like to protect so much. Me? I don't really care about that, but you already knew that. Okay, moving on. I'll kill you if you don't abandon the Northeast Order and join my empire, yada yada, etc. If your commander-in-chief doesn't surrender to me, along with Alistair Tan and his friends, I will personally slaughter each and every one of you. To a man, woman, and child, I'll kill you all. And I mean it. I've already killed a couple thousand of you worms, so you better believe I can do millions.
Alistair could see the unbridled fury on Sophia's face, but the oddity of the scenario held her tongue. It wasn't even clear what was happening. For Alistair's part, he used his eyes of truth, attempting to discover the origin of the voice. He spied a tiny thread of red and black fate blooming in the sky that arched down 30 meters away near a tiny alcove of trees.
By the way, I've captured your little girlfriend, Alistair. That's right. I have Alexandra, and whoever the fuck these other people are. You better come and surrender to me quickly, or who knows what could happen.
Alistair felt his stomach drop upon hearing those words. Not waiting any longer, he dashed over to the trees, his new flicker ability disguising his movement. The thread of fate he saw connected to the mouth of a spindly man. From his appearance, Alistair would have assumed he was a homeless man before the initiation. After he slashed the connective line, the man slumped over, dead. He was completely desiccated like a person in the process of natural mummification. Alistair grabbed the corpse by the neck and returned to the shocked leadership.
Looks like some kind of remote speaking. Hard to tell if he was already dead or whether the voice projection killed him.
His voice was terse with barely controlled anger. For intelligence purposes, Sophia had a team of spies who permanently cycled through the SoulNet, hunting for information and trades. One of those spies, in the arms of the designated carrier, opened his eyes.
Ma'am, we've received reports of incursions on HQ from every direction except the west. They're killing everyone.
Sophia looked at Alistair. He knew what she was thinking. Anthony could most likely massacre all of them alone if left to his own devices. The power imbalance was too great, and the ordinary folk had no way currently to leverage their numbers against him. If there was going to be a fight, if the Northeast Order wasn't going to take Anthony's threat lying down, Alistair would be the one who had to fight him. Alistair was about to announce his next move when the spy spoke again.
We've also received credible reports that a person wealthy enough to purchase the cross-continental upgrade for the teleportation circle has come about, he said.
And? Sophia asked. The spy gulped nervously.
It appears that they've made contact in America. Not so far from here.
44. Becoming a Ghost.
Which continent are they from?
Sophia asked.
It's uncertain, the spy said. But most likely Europe.
Alistair considered those words. His sister and father were somewhere in the continent, as well as Carmen, who was from Spain. The Wood family was close by on the British Isles. Now that he thought about it, in terms of who could accrue the wealth necessary to buy a cross-continental teleportation circle, the Woods were high on the list. Sophia speculated as to the identity of the purchaser as well.
I suspect the Wood family to be behind this. They're both wealthy and have strong cultivators.
I don't mean to be rude, Alistair interrupted, raising his voice. He had tried to maintain his composure, but it proved too difficult.
But Anthony just announced he captured my friends. So what the hell are we waiting for? We have no idea where he is, Sophia said. Rushing in without a plan is suicide.
But we can't do nothing!
Of course. Let's be smart about it, however,
Sophia said. A large explosion several kilometers to their east rocked the city, causing minor tremors in the ground even from their distance. For a second, the sky turned an electrical blue almost as bright as the sun. A second later, a pair of explosions went off to the north, south, and west simultaneously. Many of the ordinary people screamed in terror at the sight, Blaze having to calm them down, though some ran off anyway.
He's already spent a lot of money from the land store, Sophia muttered. Alistair, will you go check on the armory? I'll send you the coordinates through the freehold system.
Consider it done, Alistair replied. He was going to go there with or without her permission.
Where's Lauren? She shouted. Tell her I need to make a withdrawal.
Alistair went to the armory alone. The others were too busy with the ongoing attacks, and they felt Alistair was strong enough to deal with the problem on his own. He didn't mind. With no offense to any of the others, it meant that he didn't have to think about protecting another person. The armory was a factory a couple of kilometers west of the headquarters where they produced weapons for the Northeast Order. Men and women who were good with their hands were retained as blacksmiths and armorers. While a severe discrepancy of power was nearly intractable to numbers, lesser imbalances could be offset through battalions of heavily armed soldiers, a goal that the armory sought to meet. Unfortunately, when Alistair arrived at the coordinates Sophia gave him, he found the once proud industrial factory reduced to a pile of rubble.
What's going on here? Alistair thought. How do they have this much destructive power outside of Anthony? Even I would be hard-pressed to destroy this large of a building, though my specialty isn't anti-fortress. Sophia claimed that they could purchase defenses from the land store, but why were they ineffectual against the Ricci Empire's assault?
Alistair activated Eyes of Truth to track the missing people. For a moment, he considered the possibility that they were dead under the collapsed building, and that Anthony was just trying to bait him, but he knew Alexandra wouldn't have gone down without a fight. Oliver and John weren't pushovers either. There were no signs of combat, and Alistair found it difficult to believe that they would have been caught inside of the building when it exploded. Eyes of Truth greedily absorbed his karma, sucking his positive feelings away. With his glowing red eyes, he surveyed the block. Everything was a mess of colors. Whatever destroyed the armory also misaligned the threads of fate, causing his damage to be obscured. He wondered what kind of weapon or attack could cause this kind of damage. In response, Alistair upped the karma usage on his skill. Just another 2 points would bring his karma down to 16, an acceptably high figure. The pain was still nearly unbearable. Alistair wondered how the hell he went so far into the negatives without dying. With Eyes of Truth pumped up, Alistair could discern a faint trail of blue energy emanating from where the higher levels of the factory used to be. It arced into the distance, Alistair barely able to make it out against the blue of the sky. However, there was another line of fate going in the opposite direction, originating from the sidewalk next to the armory. This one was an intertwined mess of the rainbow, winding down the streets and across the river to a more suburban area. Alistair considered his options. He believed that the blue line of fate came from the Ricci Empire's attack that demolished their armory, while it seemed likely that the rainbow thread was a mixture of the people who had come to the armory, which included his friends. The direction of the blue thread indicated that it came from the north, or northwest of the headquarters, while the rainbow thread went due west. From the prior meeting, Alistair didn't remember anyone mentioning attacks from the west, so it made sense that they were fleeing in that direction. Except it didn't. Alexandra and John weren't the type to flee from battle, and neither was Oliver. Why would they be running west away from the fight? It was a mystery more important than the bombing of the armory. Alistair set out after the rainbow thread. Even after the active of Eyes of Truth vanished, he could still follow the smell of the trail. He also had put more upgrade points into Justice Quest as part of his intelligence-gathering plan. Now it was like he could hear the faint bird of justice crying out in the distance, urging him to move in the right direction, even beyond his natural ability to sniff lines of fate. Alistair jumped into the river next to the factory, running across it fast enough to keep him from sinking. Luckily, no one assaulted him while he was traipsing across. He had experienced enough marine combat for a lifetime. On the other side, he picked up his pace as his senses started blazing. He ran so fast that he cracked the sidewalk, blazing by mahogany apartments and parked cars. Many of those houses were empty now. Earth's population was still decimated from the initiation, something that Alistair promised never to forget. He had 406 mana left, so he felt like it was acceptable to burn a bit on dash to catch up faster. The flicker aspect of his movement bridged the gap between teleportation and fast movement. The time between origin and destination was identical, yet a flicker dash had other benefits. Alistair accidentally used dash with a tree in his line of sight, and while he expected to receive a nasty headache for his mistake, instead, he passed right through the tree, recoiling from a solid hit to his shoulder. It was like he could almost phase right through the tree, just like he could pass through objects using Devrox's mana.
"Oh, you're just remembering me again,"
Devrox said, appearing on his shoulder.
"I thought you had forgotten me, like a spurned mistress."
Alistair shook his head and rolled his shoulder, making sure nothing was hurt. He never understood how the imp perfectly understood some human concepts, while he completely missed the plot on others that Alistair would have thought more understandable.
"I'm focusing," Alistair said, breaking into a sprint once more. "Alexandra's in danger." "Yes, the mate. The not mate. If you focused more when you received my instruction, you'd have caught up to Anthony in Tao Inspiration," Devrox said. "Once you finally get the third improvement on your Tao Inspiration, you can finally unlock the Tao map. As you've told me many, many times." Alistair gritted his teeth. "Maybe I'm just not talented enough to get there." "Nonsense," Devrox said. "You just have to employ the training my Spawn Lord taught me. Which I can't do, since I don't have Hellfire. And if you purchased the Hellfire from the Hall of Math at a very reasonable price, if I might add, you— Shh!"
Alistair put his fingers to his mouth, digging his feet into the concrete to slow down his movement. Not the stealthiest maneuver ever, but it had to make do.
"I can feel them," Alistair thought to Devrox. "Alexandra and I have become so entwined in fates I can hear her from a mile away."
He pointed to a distant park that was only visible because of its elevation.
"Over there." "Are you sure?" Devrox asked.
"What happened to me not training hard enough or being focused?" Alistair grinned.
"I'm asking for your own safety, human. Let's do it."
Spectral summoning allowed Devrox to manifest himself as a projection of mana that could interact with the real world and lend power to the ghost cultivator that summoned him. Combined with ghost whispers, which drew upon the power of Tao, it meant that Devrox could be as real as any ghost could be, at least for Alistair's current power. But he realized that principle could work in reverse. What if, instead of Devrox becoming more material, Alistair became more ethereal? In order to accomplish that, he would need to draw deeper into the Tao of the ghost than he had ever done before. Alistair closed his eyes and focused his attention inward. Past, present, future. The circle of endless time. The causality of all things weakens to the point of untethering. Alistair finally understood what Devrox meant when he said that he wasn't able to have a significant casual impact on reality. As he felt his physical anchor turn ethereal, he felt his agency leave. His body moved as it normally would, but his consciousness felt eternally locked. Devrox never described that feeling, but perhaps he literally couldn't talk about it. The more he shifted into a ghostly form, the more his thoughts vanished. There was no more Alistair. The man's ghost ran forward as its living self had intended to, and always will intend to. It takes a minute for it to reach the park it once desired. Beings of unusual power, born of shadow and night, stalk the outskirts of the communal area. They are mindless automatons of an unknown operator. The ghost of Alistair spies its former friends, huddling together near the center of the park inside the playground. The female encourages the younger male, while the older male closes his eyes in meditation. The shadowy beings are powerful, but only for their position. They are far too weak and unobservant to notice a ghost sneak up behind them. This is the preordained time for the flesh to once again substantiate. As Alistair felt the unbearable agony of regrowing his fleshy body, he had the smallest spark of a memory of the experience, or lack thereof, he felt while in his ghostly form. Despite remembering an infinitesimal fraction of his ineffable escapade, it was enough for a notification to appear. Achievement upgraded. Fledgling Tao 3/Tao Node 1. Tao of the Ghost. Upgrade a Tao Inspiration twice.
Opens up the Tao organizational map. Reward, plus 30 wisdom, plus 20 intelligence, plus 100 mana, plus 15% mana.
The upgrade to his Tao gave him a 67% boost to his mana, a much-needed boon with the increase in mana cost for all of his skills. His extra mana was just what the doctor ordered, and Alistair didn't feel at all guilty unleashing a mana strike and phase shift punch. Seeing as the creatures were made of shadow, Alistair chose to use light-attuned mana, temporarily creating a flash of light that blinded the nearby area, including himself. After the light cleared, the shadow monster Alistair punched no longer existed, though its partners turned their attention toward him. He spotted 9 of them, each a monstrous collection of living shadows that reeked of pure evil and mindless murder. In other words, the perfect enemy to enact justice on. 45. The Tunnel of Doom.
Alistair! Is that you?
He heard Alexandra shout from over by the playground. He couldn't pay attention to her, however, as the shadow monster struck. The closest 2 of the bunch lunged at him from the front and the rear. They were fast, but they couldn't hold a candle to his speed. Alistair jumped and performed a move out of a kung fu movie, kicking them both in a split position. Still midair as he was falling, Alistair rotated his arm to deliver a powerful hook to an incoming shadow. Despite looking wispy and mercurial, they felt solid upon contact. The 3 creatures that attacked him flew back several meters from his blows, though they didn't dissipate like he was expecting. From their auras, he knew they were significantly weaker than him, so a single full-power kick or punch should have been enough to kill them. Alistair suspected their shadowy constitution meant a purely physical attack was insufficient to stop them. His opponents seemed to have some modicum of intelligence as they circled him carefully. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Alexandra and the rest of her group moving toward him. Alistair smiled. He would finish the shadows off before they would arrive. Without warning, he activated Dash, taking full advantage of the flicker, making the direction of his movement indiscernible. He breached the ring of the shadow monsters, this time making sure to load his fist with Mana Strike. Alistair disintegrated one of them with a single punch, using the rotation from that strike to power a spinning back kick, also powered by Mana Strike. That hit so hard it made the being fly through several trees before disappearing entirely. The 7 remaining creatures seemed to recognize Alistair as a real threat and started to move together, joining their humanoid appendages. Alistair didn't want to let them merge to form a shadow Voltron, so he ran straight at the forming giant shadow monster. Alistair was eager to show off his phase shift again, and with the grace of a mutant ballerina, he twisted in midair, using an insane amount of torque to kick the newborn shadow demon in its presumed stomach. He surrounded his foot with lightning, which imbued his muscles and nerves with extra speed and strength. The snap of his knee in completing his kick was so powerful it strained even his mightily reinforced joints, making a loud popping sound that was more hydraulic machine than biological function. His 720-degree tornado kick created an explosion of lightning that seared an enormous hole straight through the torso of the combined shadows. The bolt of lightning continued into the ground, eviscerating the pavement of the street. Alistair noted the potential range of his lightning-based attack. It was good to have an option that wasn't ineffective against organic material. If he had to do it over, he wouldn't have chosen void beckoning, but the past was the past. His research revealed that the void was a fundamental aspect of reality, but in its lesser incarnation that Alistair was using, it had trouble defeating living beings that carried their own Tao. But perhaps he could use phase shift on it in some capacity. It was meant for pure mana, but void-attuned mana was quite similar in composition.
Looks like you pulled further ahead in the time you were gone.
Alistair broke out of his power fantasy reverie from Oliver's words. The black-haired youth looked like he had packed on a bit of muscle to his stick-thin frame. Alistair remembered his diffidence and closed-off attitude, and he felt just by his expression and how he carried himself that he had undergone a change.
"What happened here?" Alistair asked, gesturing to the corpse of the giant shadow monster, which was dissipating by the second. John was the one to respond. The large man had dried blood all over his t-shirt, and his left eye was sealed shut. Alexandra would have healed any small wounds, but anything larger than a gash was probably outside of her capabilities as a secondary healer. "We were about to enter the armory when Alexandra sensed an incoming projectile. She threw me and Oliver out of the way and took the brunt of the blast," John explained. It's not like that, Alexandra said, blushing. By brunt, he means a small amount of the shockwave and initial explosion. There's no way anyone could have survived if they were at the epicenter.
So the people inside? Alistair asked hesitantly.
Over 100 dead, Alexandra confirmed. A huge blow to the Northeast Order's military capacity as well. What I don't understand is where on earth Anthony got all these weapons from.
Wait a second. Let me check something, Alistair said.
Do you own enough territory to access the land store?
Alexandra shook her head in the negative. Alistair opened the land store, looking through a list of different options. It seemed that items from the land store could be purchased with a combination of both normal drachma and something called land points. Land points could be won in a variety of ways, including charging rent, producing viable farming and mining products, or ridding subregions of monster infestations. Sure enough, in the weapons category, he found an interesting item costing 500,000/1,000 on the drachma/land point scale. It was labeled Artillery Bomb, Blue, and a short video showed a blue explosion that caused damage on a scale similar to what the debris indicated. When Alistair looked further into the personals section, he found an item called Shadow Demon Homunculus that looked identical to the creatures he had just killed. Anthony was splurging money on the land store, considering that he also bought at least 3 more of the artillery bombs. It looks like he's buying a ton of things from the land store, Alistair said. That explains the where, but it still doesn't explain the how. We only got 1,000,000 drachma for being top 8 at the Felons vs. Fellows. Even though he probably owns almost all the land in his freehold, it can't be cheap.
I hate to interrupt, but what's the plan? Alexandra asked.
The others looked at him as well. It felt weird being the one in charge, though he supposed that his position on Earth's leaderboards gave him a new sense of gravitas. Well, from what I heard from Sophia, the main attacks are coming from the north, south, and east. I believe the artillery bombardment was just to take out our weapons capabilities, Alistair said. Oliver, your zombies operate semi-autonomously, correct?
Oliver nodded. I can control their movements to a very high level of detail, but their default is to act based on my will.
Great. As far as I'm aware, Sophia has some people in the SoulNet already, so we need someone to communicate with her team. Since you offer the most combat while unconscious, you're going under, and I'll carry you around. Alistair gave Oliver a cheeky smile. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Alistair had Oliver summon his zombies from his storage before going into the SoulNet. Oliver had exactly 100 zombies now, all of different species. The crown jewel of his army was still Colgar Bycross, the prince of the Blood Orcs. The royal zombie felt even stronger than Alistair remembered him being in life, a testament to Oliver's growing power. It turned out that Oliver's zombify skill gave a tiny bit of sentience to its creations. Zombie Colgar refused to let Alistair carry around his master, instead instructing the Geysor twins to carry around the dead-eyed necromancer. It was better that way, he admitted. As the strongest person in the party, it made no sense for him to be the one carrying the temporary deadweight. Alistair realized he had never observed what a person looked like when they dove into the SoulNet in person. Oliver still had his eyes open, making it very creepy since he looked like he was a corpse. The only sign of life was the small rising and falling of his chest and his aura. They weren't the smallest posse, with 100 zombies and 4 very strong auras. Alistair still hadn't fully learned how to suppress his level 30 soul core aura. He had some hints from when Nenna showed off her absolutely pristine aura camouflaging, but it was nothing that would allow him to remain stealthy, at least not yet. Devrox was still coaching him on that front. As a result, in cultivator terms, they were the equivalent of an ambulance at 3 a.m. in the countryside. Alexandra especially lacked any deftness with regards to her boisterous nature's barbarian presence that radiated bellicose and dynamic golden and green aura. Because of their impossible-to-miss presence, they decided it was best to forego stealth altogether and go for maximum defense, using Oliver's 100-man army as both a scouting force and a shield. John could also release his beautifully crafted flamesmith creations, such as small hummingbirds made of fire, for reconnaissance. Together they marched through the city, hunting invaders. However, they found no living humans. Alistair felt his heart drop as he saw the bodies of what looked to be civilians strewn about, a dark hearkening of the time he witnessed the aftermath of the carnage that ravaged the world at the early stages of the initiation.
While they didn't see any Ricci Empire soldiers, they did encounter more of the Shadow Demon homunculi. Those store-bought monsters looked to be responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people. Alistair and the others showed them no mercy. Alistair couldn't help but wonder if he made the right choice in tackling Anthony. At the time, he viewed Anthony getting an almost assured pathway to being the strongest on Earth to be a non-starter. But it was unlikely Anthony would have attacked the Northeast Freehold so soon without Alistair's provocation. In a sense, he was culpable for the dead bodies they were coming across, at least partially. He shook aside those guilty thoughts. It would do him no good to doubt his past actions. Alistair checked his regional map. It was less useful now that the initiation monsters didn't show up anymore, so it only revealed the user's location, but it was far better than nothing in a world where smartphones no longer existed. They found themselves 2 kilometers northeast of the armory, close to where the northern bomb went off. Suddenly, Oliver perked up.
We're being attacked on 2 major fronts right now, the North Bridge and the East Tunnel. Sophia's at the North Bridge, where most of the fighting is taking place. Anthony still hasn't shown his face. Her guide told me to tell you that she said it's up to you to go to whatever entrance you want.
Well, that's helpful, Alistair mumbled. Any more info?
There's also a contingent coming from I-93 South, but they're being held up by someone. We think it's the Europeans. New allies? Alexandra inquired. I like that. It's very unclear, because while they have been dealing with the Ricci, they also have been killing the Northeast Freehold. Okay, I'm going to go back now. Sophia's assistant was very adamant I make sure you're in the loop at all times.
Oliver went back to limp. Alistair met Alexandra's gaze.
What are you thinking? She asked. I'll support your choice.
Me as well, John said.
Guys, I don't want it to be like that. Just because I got to number 6, it doesn't change our relationships, Alistair said. Alexandra, have you given up on keeping up with me so easily?
Alexandra looked at him like he was crazy for a second, and then laughed.
For what's basically a glorified paladin, you can be real funny sometimes. I can't believe a girl like you even knows what a paladin is. What's that supposed? John interrupted them.
My apologies. We really should be moving fast.
You're right, Alistair said.
My thoughts are that Sophia is strong. We should probably defend the tunnel.
Sounds good to me, Alexandra said.
John nodded. My little birds only see more shadows, no people. I'm not sure how they managed to sneak them in, but the damage will only be so much if the main forces are stuck at the ingresses right now.
Alistair checked the location of the tunnel just under 4 kilometers away from their current position. At a pedestrian 30 kilometers an hour, they would be there in 8 minutes. It was the fastest pace the weaker zombies could realistically maintain. Alistair walked over to Colger, who stood watch over his master.
Hey, can we talk? Alistair asked. Looking into the cold, dead eyes of his former adversary was very strange. It appeared like he should have no intelligence, yet his actions betrayed that idea. Is it okay to leave most of them behind? They'll catch up, right? Zombie Colger was silent. Alistair wanted to jostle Oliver and ask him about it, but he also didn't want to disturb him while he was in the soul net. Okay, I'll take that as a yes. You better follow me, or Oliver will be in danger. They took off at twice the pace the weaker zombies could maintain. Alistair felt bad that he had spent time trying to help those who probably didn't need it just because he was closer to them. Guilt gnawed at him. Could people have died because he chose to ensure the safety of his friends? That was why he wanted to get to the battlefield as quickly as possible. As their steps cracked the ground underneath them from the sheer force, Alistair noticed a lack of shadow monsters. At least in this part of the city, there wasn't much infiltration. He wondered if it was because it was more central and harder for Anthony to access. While John didn't have the best hardware for running, he constructed a hoverboard made of fire that he used to keep up with them. Colger helped the twins who were carrying Oliver, using his spatial skills to not let them fall behind. It took just under 4 minutes for them to arrive. The tunnel was inlaid into brick buildings, surrounding the double-lane tunnel from the sides and above. For some reason, despite the report of mass conflict in the area, Alistair saw no signs of combat or environmental damage. It looked completely empty, in fact. Alistair, I'm getting a bad feeling from this,
Alexandra said. A chilly breeze flowed by as night fell. Me too, Alistair said. There was something very off about the tunnel. Shall we? 46. Lion Bite. Alistair grazed the walls with his hand as they entered the tunnel. The sunset cast long shadows. With the sun low in the sky, their visibility suffered after walking a few meters. John cast more firebirds to light the way. The useful thing about them over a traditional torch was that he could illuminate dozens of meters ahead with a system of 3 birds. "Where is everyone?" Alexandra asked. It was a pointed question. They heard reports of mass amounts of fighting near the tunnel, yet by all accounts, the tunnel was empty. Alistair tried to feel the lines of fate, but nothing reached out to him. He didn't want to use karma, not when he knew he would need all the karma for fighting Anthony. However, he did perceive something else. Fate felt like a tickling brush of a small feather, whereas his justice quest sense was more like a longing or a tug in a certain direction, both literally and metaphorically. The farther they walked inside the damp tunnel, the more he felt that pull. "Wait," Alistair said, stopping abruptly. "I sense something." He carefully fingered the grooves on the wall. There was something off about them. He tapped the concrete lightly with his knuckles. The noise it made was indicative of something far thinner than it should have been. "Shit!" Alistair punched through the flimsy wall, revealing a second tunnel right behind it. Alexandra flinched back, expecting a cascade of water since they were directly under the Charles River. "What the fuck?" Alexandra gasped. John sent his birds through the hole, illuminating the other tunnel. What looked like hundreds of dead bodies littered the ground. "Why are there 2 tunnels?" he asked. After they all stepped into the connected tunnel, Alistair spun around, roundhouse kicking the old passage. His kick sent tremors down its entire length, and after a few seconds, it completely collapsed in on itself. "This is gonna sound crazy, but I think that was a fake tunnel meant to throw us off. It was shoddily built," Alistair said. Alexandra walked around, kneeling down to feel the bodies. Alistair even vaguely recognized some of them. "I don't sense any life in them," she said. Oliver woke up again in a startle, rushing over to Alistair. "They've lost contact with the summer tunnel group!" "I think we're standing amongst them," Alistair said grimly. Oliver looked down at the bodies with a disguised look of greed, though he was careful not to be disrespectful about it. Alistair didn't blame the kid for being interested in improving his powers. After all, the people were already dead. It wasn't like he was harming them. "You thinking of taking more zombies?" Alistair asked. "I'm at the limit, so it would be replacing them. But no, now that I'm feeling their levels, they're mostly no better than my current group. Maybe a couple," Oliver replied. "Guys, I think I found a survivor!" Alexandra shouted. She was kneeling before a bloodied figure, her face so misshapen Alistair couldn't even tell her identity. "She's breathing, but just barely." Alexandra put her hand on her forehead and concentrated. Alistair could feel the air warping around her as she drew on a significant amount of both mana and Tao energy. Her healing touch drew on the nature aspects of the universe, and as she healed the unknown survivor, flowers miraculously sprouted out of the concrete near her head. After a few seconds, the blood receded back into her body, and her face started to return to normal. Not entirely, but enough for Alistair to be able to recognize her as Lily Baruch, the rogue who was John's former partner. "Lily? Is that you?" John choked out, his fists balled tight. Lily coughed out some coagulated blood, then tried to sit up. Alexandra gently held her down with a hand. "Careful, you're still injured. Oliver, can you get one of your zombies to carry her when we're ready to leave?" Oliver nodded. Alistair looked at the injured woman cautiously. He was still wary of a trap, reasoning that if they could create an entire fake tunnel to trick them, a crisis actor wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Her aura was still too weak to make a discernible reading, so he asked her a question. "John, can you ask her something that you're positive only Lily would be able to answer?" "What?" "Oh, I see," the older man said. "Lily, can you tell me the name of my wife and daughter?" Alexandra gave him a mean look like he shouldn't be overtaxing her patient. For a barbarian, she could be quite nurturing as well.
Lucille and Gianna,
she said weakly. John nodded at the names, Alistair breathing a sigh of relief.
What happened?
Alistair asked.
There were too many of them,
she said.
And they were too strong. One man and one woman in particular, though I didn't catch their names. I was useless.
Alexandra held her hand.
You did your best. They're headed straight to flank Sophia's group,
Lily said.
You'll have to stop them.
We will, Alistair promised. Oliver, can you have your zombies carry her? Oliver nodded, directing Colger to gently pick her up. Alexandra stabilized her condition, but she was still too weak to walk on her own volition and not in any condition to fight. Let's not waste any more time, Alistair said. Sophia is counting on us. They ran to the bridge as fast as their party allowed, mainly bottlenecked by zombie Colger, who carried the injured Lily. She was still in no condition to walk herself, and Alistair had to balance their need for speed with her safety. With Colger's dimensionalist abilities, they didn't have to slow down that much, so they reached near to the bridge in less than 5 minutes. As soon as Alistair could hear the sounds of battle, he held up a hand for them to stop. Oliver, can you get a lay of the region? Oliver used his zombies to canvass a wide swath of land. He could not see through their eyes with his mental connection, but he could get a general understanding of what they were seeing. If he leveled up to 28, he could finally afford enough upgrade points to obtain the ability to fully inhabit the mind of one of his zombies, given that they were low enough level in comparison to him. They're fighting up ahead, he said, crouching behind one of the skyline buildings. And losing. That's better than what I expected, Alistair said. Anthony should be able to defeat all of them without much issue. That's the problem, Oliver replied. I don't sense Anthony at all. What? Are you sure? I guess it's possible he's hiding his presence in the area but not actually fighting. I would be able to feel someone of his strength instantly, Oliver said. Alistair tried to wrap his head around that information. It made no sense why Anthony, the strongest fighter, wouldn't be fighting at the bridge. Sophia was the linchpin of the Northeast Order, and if he eliminated her, everything else would quickly fall apart. There had to be something more he was missing. Let's not spend any more time waiting. Oliver, leave Lily hidden with some of your zombies. It's time to crack some skulls. Alistair couldn't help but smile at the old trio coming back together. His little group was built one after another, so Alexandra had a sense of primacy, but Oliver still felt like any old buddy. He didn't meet John until later, but the man had a way of endearing himself to others. Sophia! Alistair called out with the full power of his body. With keen vision, he saw combat taking place at what looked to be nearly a kilometer down. It was a complete bloodbath on both sides. Sophia fought alongside her companions against an army of bodies. Alistair almost didn't believe what he was seeing, but somehow Anthony had thousands of men, all so willing to sacrifice themselves for his cause that they were literally running on top of each other to tear apart the Northeast Order. Besides the crazed army, he also spotted several clandestine figures who occasionally joined the fray. Even from his distance, he could feel the power of their attacks. Their group hastily made their way down the bridge. Sophia fought back-to-back with her assistant Katie, and he even saw the medic fighting. Sophia might have been too embroiled with her own fighting to notice Alistair, but before he even made it to her, he was attacked. Alistair felt the wind rush out of him as an enormous force collided with his body, sending him flying off the bridge and onto the highway below. His back crashed into the concrete, creating a trail of upturned road that destroyed his shirt and scratched his skin. Alistair thanked his recent stat increase for letting him not take debilitating damage. He looked up at his attacker. A ravenous red and black lion, far larger than any of Earth's origin, lunged at him. He had no time to consider how the creature managed to sneak up on him despite his impressive senses. Alistair felt the maws of the beast close in on his head. He caught the top and bottom jaw with his bare hand, struggling against the lion's raw power. Its silvery saliva dripped down onto his face, burning his flesh with acidic corrosion. Alistair gritted his teeth, unwilling to let the pain distract him. With a burst of power, Alistair activated Mana Strike around both of his hands, then added a fire-attuned aspect to it. The flare from his fiery fists burned everything around him, forcing the mottled lion to back away as the flames burned the inside of its mouth. Alistair wrung his hands, which were covered in small prick marks from the lion's fangs. He met the beast directly in its defiant, glowing red eyes. He wondered where Anthony could have obtained such a creature, especially one of this power. The aura he sensed from the lion was fundamentally different from that of a humanoid, but it was still extremely powerful and wild in a way that threatened to overwhelm him. The lion carefully stalked Alistair, tiptoeing carefully with the grace of an apex predator. Alistair wiped the lion's spit off his face, doing his best not to let the extreme pain from the saliva entering his eyes affect him. He readied his fists in a fighting stance.
You really need some more attacks besides just punching. I can teach you, you know,
Devrock said, popping in.
Not the time,
Alistair grunted, dismissing his impish companion. He used Eyes of Truth on the lion.
Name, N.A. Species, Stygian lion. Adolescent/suppressed. Class, N.A. Level, 40.
Alistair shuddered to think what a fully grown, non-suppressed Stygian lion would be like. Probably something far out of his league. He shook those thoughts aside and focused on his enemy. For a moment that seemed to last an eternity, they were still. Then, an explosion of movement happened all at once. Alistair dashed at the same time that he activated Mana Strike, going with water mana from Phase Shift. The lion, through only the muscles of its own hind legs, was fiendishly quick, pouncing forward faster than an average person's eyes could see, yet Alistair was still faster. With his full momentum, Alistair crashed his fist into the lion's mouth, breaking several fangs and teeth. The force of the blow sent it flying into the stone pillars holding up an elevated ramp on the highway, destroying the supports with a small explosion of dust and rock. Alistair felt a bone in his right arm fracture. He had never punched something so solid and heavy as the mysterious red and black lion. Alistair knew his punch did serious damage the moment it connected. With the water aspect he used, he felt it countered the burning animalistic fury of the lion, smothering it to death. Not quite to death, however, Alistair noted, as he saw the beast shakily stride out of the dust cloud. The collapse of the pillar caused a structural imbalance, cascading the entire ramp to the ground in a loud slam that echoed for several kilometers. Unfortunately, the lion avoided the collapse. The beast met eyes with him once again, this time far more wary. Alistair saw golden blood dripping down its mane, its mouth disfigured from his punch. Alistair speculated Anthony purchased the lion from the land store, sticking in theme with his seemingly infinite coffers. A beast capable of surviving a nearly full-power punch from a level 33 cultivator must have been exorbitantly expensive. Alistair grinned as the lion kept circling him. He closed his eyes in meditation, focusing his plethora of detection methods directly on the lion, determined to not let it slip by his senses again. Therein lied the problem with using beasts as weapons. A strong-willed human would fight till his or her last breath and curse you as they were dragged down to hell. A beast, however, there was a reason why they could be tamed. Once they started to doubt and lose faith in their ability to dominate their prey, they lost their teeth. Even a gigantic, muscle-bound magical lion was no exception to this rule of nature. Alistair activated Dash, but he only went half the distance to the lion as a feint. The flicker concealed his true movements. The lion jumped back in a startle, giving him the perfect chance to strike as it became temporarily immobilized from being airborne and then skidding on the highway. Alistair took his chance, dashing again. He wasted no more mana on the beast, just punching it over and over. He uppercutted it in the jaw, then jumped forward to pound it with a cycle of Wing Chun-esque punches. Quantity was a quality of its own, and after a final stomp to the head, the lion moved no more.
Ah!
Alistair cried, letting out a guttural scream of victory, a testament to the eternal struggle between man and nature, a conquest of unparalleled pulchritude. "You done?" Devrox interrupted. Alistair let out a surreptitious cough. Yeah. Sorry about that. My style isn't the prettiest.
You need more variety and flair,
Devrox complained.
The headbutting is offensive to anyone with refined taste.
I'm never replacing headbutting, Alistair said, wagging his finger. In the distance, where he got thrown off the bridge, he saw a bubble of force energy expand, knocking several people into the water. It's time I re-enter the fight. 47. Attack and Defense. Alistair sprinted as fast as he could without using dash until he reached the end of the highway, jumping with the full power of his legs. For a second, he was free from Earth's tether, soaring through the air like a giant bird. He remembered Po Shido walking on air and wondered if that was a skill specific to his class or whether all cultivators would eventually be able to fly. Considering the level of power that was still before him, it seemed unlikely that one could alter the fabric of the multiverse without being able to move through space. His dreams of true flight were crushed, and after a second of acceleration, gravity came with its mundane burden. He landed a few dozen meters away from where the fighting was taking place. Despite being so far away, Alistair noticed the broken protective railings and cracked pavement from where the lion had tackled him off the bridge. He had a sneaking suspicion that the lion was waiting for him in particular. How and why he couldn't say, but the feeling remained nonetheless. As he ran toward the conflict, he observed the fighting in detail. Alexandra stood out immediately. Before her barbarian's fury made her blood so hot it let off a red steam, but now she had grown a full-fledged burning crimson aura. Her dagger now bulged close to 2 meters long. She cut through the tide of reckless soldiers, 10 men apiece, leaving fountains of blood and bodies in her wake. Alexandra was also careful to stay away from the rest of the group, so that the poisonous purple gases she emitted from her dagger did not harm the others. Her noxious fumes killed almost as many of Anthony's troops as her weapon. The other side was faring worse. Sophia had her invisible sword slicing down enemies nearly as fast as Alexandra, but the Ricci Empire focused more of its resources attacking their leader. The Northeast Freehold only had around 20 fighters left, as far as Alistair could see, against what looked to be thousands upon thousands of nameless bodies. It was offset partially by their powerhouses being stronger, John and Oliver contributing against the tide. The Flamesmith lived up to his name, firing his signature fire blossoms. Alistair finally got to see what their effect was since George Moulin had stopped them the first time he saw the skill. Upon making contact with a person, each petal of the blossom would explode into a line of scorching blaze. Oliver had his illusions of death and an army of zombies. In a way, Oliver was the most valuable since the zombies were useful as walls of flesh. The problem that nagged at Alistair was not actually on the battlefield itself, though the man sitting on the bridge's arches 20 meters in the air looking down on them all was concerning. Lily had said the tunnel invaders moved to flank Sophia, but Alistair didn't see any enemies from behind. He kept a watchful eye as he ran toward the fighting. Alistair decided the best entrance was a flashy one. He dashed forward once he got within 10 meters, already preparing a lightning-attuned mana strike with an extra 25 mana. "Just a little juice," he told Devrox, who gave him a tiny amount of spatial mana to let his flicker pass through the first few lines of enemy soldiers. Once he made it to the center mass, far enough away to avoid collateral damage to his allies, he unleashed his loaded fist. With a mighty hook, the soldiers exploded with a storm of lightning. The arc of his punch unloaded bolts of electricity and pent-up energy in a cone behind his fist. Hundreds were obliterated in a fraction of a second, but Alistair didn't sit idle, instead choosing to continue foraging forward. He spared a thought for the people he killed. While he wanted to non-lethally deal with them, there was no way he could realistically accomplish that while not subjecting himself to inordinate danger. At least he could give them a quick death. If what he learned about the soteriology of the multiverse was accurate, maybe they would reincarnate to a better station. They swarmed him instantly, but he fought like a hurricane, his limbs moving too fast for a normal person to see. Alistair cleared out the mob in front of him with a void beckoning. With the differential of power between his Tao and those struck by his skill, he could overwhelm their life force completely, erasing the people from existence as easily as a piece of rock.
Skill upgraded. Void beckoning. Tier 2 skill. The aftershock of your punch opens a door to an endless void. Mana cost, 30. Upgradable, 0 out of 50. Mana cost, 30.
His upgraded void beckoning created a wider cone of destruction, while also making each attack last for an extended period of time, enough for him to whirl his arm around in a circle. Everyone in a 10-meter vicinity fell prey to the void entirely, and those farther out still received fatal injuries. After his void beckoning, Alistair followed with a small jump into the air, kicking in a wide scythe and using a fire-attuned mana strike. The conflagration incinerated those nearest to him, while setting hundreds ablaze in a powerful wave of fire. Alistair took a chance to catch his breath now that he had finished all the enemies in a 30-meter radius. His allies defeated any remaining stragglers behind him, while the rest of the Ricci army waited just outside of the area his kick scorched, too hesitant to step forward. He looked up to the man who had been patiently sitting on the arch the entire time. The mysterious man met his gaze and smiled, jumping down from his perch. He landed on the road with a loud crack, an enormous hammer twice the size of Alexandra's enhanced dagger hanging off his back.
"You're as strong as Anthony told me," he said in a thick Australian accent. "The name's Luke Starr. Want to have a go? Mano a mano?"
"It looks like you're alone, Luke," Alistair responded. "I guess I have a reputation for being fair, but with my allies, that sounds idiotic." He made sure to analyze the Aussie in the meantime. Name: Luke Starr. Species: Elemental Superhuman 1, partially evolved. Class: Warrior. Common. Primary attributes: Strength and Constitution. Subclass: Lightning God. Rare. Primary attribute: Wisdom. Level: 30. Alistair was surprised to see Luke had a subclass. None of the strong people he met even on Faxor had a subclass like him, though Luke didn't have a hidden one. His thoughts drifted to the information he purchased from the Hall of Math. He shook them off, not wanting to get distracted. In his peripheral vision, Alistair saw the others catch up to him. Even if Anthony souped up Mr. Starr with all the land store items he could, there was no way he could stand up to all of them combined.
"Yeah, but I'd sick all of those poor souls on you. I know how much you value innocent lives. Did you really think these people would throw their lives at you on their own?" Luke tapped a blue ring wrapped around his head. "If you take this off me, I'll free all of those people. There's still, 855 of them left."
Alistair had a feeling something like that was going on. While he had steeled his heart and knew that in war there was going to be some unavoidable death, he also couldn't help but feel attracted to Luke's proposal despite it obviously being a trap. "So, what are the conditions?"
"Just you and me, in a one-on-one, no others involved. If you win, well, I'll be dead, and those slaves behind me will be free. On the other hand, if I win... well, if I win, I'll just kill everyone else, since no one else will be strong enough to stand against me," Luke said humorlessly, despite the smug grin plastered on his face at all times. "Don't accept," Sophia said. She might have reached out a hand to grab him, but Alistair was already walking forward. He could have sworn he heard her saying, "You self-righteous fool," under her breath, but he paid it no attention. Sometimes tough choices had to be made, and Alistair wasn't going to shed any more blood needlessly. "Let's do this." Alistair wrung his arms and summoned the ghost grass wraps. The soft baby blue bandages felt cool to his touch and radiated with ghostly energy. His ghost whispers was firing like crazy, the result of over 1,000 recently departed souls. Alistair had never felt such strong spectral energy before. Even without trying to tap into it, his wrap started glowing. "Give me 1 second, Luke said, holding up a finger. Alistair obliged. The man rested his hammer on the ground, taking out a dense black pill. He flicked it into his mouth and swallowed. A second later, Alistair felt an explosion in his enemy's aura, putting him close to his own level of strength. Considering that there was no free lunch when it came to cultivation pills, Alistair wondered what kind of consequences Luke would face for borrowing that kind of power. "All right, I'm ready now," Luke announced. As soon as the last syllable came out of his mouth, Alistair was on the move. He activated Dash while contorting his body to drive an uppercut straight into the warrior's stomach.
Because Alistair knew he would probably have to fight Anthony in the short-term future, he chose to not use Mana Strike, instead opting for a plain punch. While Alistair was fast, from their distance apart it was hard to believe Luke couldn't react at all, which is what he did. He remained completely still up to the point of the punch, which sent him flying back several meters. Alistair approached his opponent carefully, making sure to keep his senses on high alert. He was lying prone on the ground, but the danger he exuded made the hair on his arms stand on end. As expected, Luke jumped up after a few seconds, heaving his giant hammer over his back. The jovial demeanor vanished from his face, replaced by a cold, hardened countenance. He clenched the hammer so hard that Alistair could see the individual fibers of his forearms, his meridians channeling a torrential downpour of mana into his weapon. In a sight somewhat reminiscent of Carmen calling down heavenly lightning, the clouds darkened and parted, a bolt of lightning striking Luke's outstretched hammer. While not nearly as powerful as heavenly lightning, Alistair still felt the shock from a distance. The hammer captured the lightning, glowing blue with electrified energy that warped the surrounding air. Luke began spinning, slow at first, barely completing a full turn in a second. Alistair wanted to strike then and there, but his instincts told him it would be a terrible idea. With his hammer held out, he looked like a giant deadly Beyblade. Each second, Luke rotated faster and faster until he became a blur of lightning and metal with no openings. All the while, he used the momentum from the weight of the weapon to move closer to Alistair, who remained still. "Any ideas?" Alistair asked Devrox.
"None you'll be excited about if you want to save my mana for Anthony," Devrox said.
"I thought so." Despite the power of his fists, Alistair knew it would be trouble to fight that much momentum and hardness head-on. In that way, a weapon was superior to just the bare fists, though Alistair believed in other advantages a pugilist had over a weapons user. Before he could do anything, he would have to avoid Luke's hammer. Alistair ducked back in surprise as Luke slowed the arc of his attack for a split second. He followed up with a burst of speed, somehow converting the pause of momentum into blistering speed. Since all of his weight was moving backward and he was on his back foot, Alistair couldn't dash to his rear. Instead, he brought up his arms in an X shape and activated Mana Strike with an Earth Mana phase shift, transforming his forearms into shields of hardened rock. "Cut!" Alistair coughed as the full weight of Luke's hammer slammed into his makeshift aegis. The hammer of lightning destroyed his earthen protection and cracked his radius bone, sending him flying back farther than his punch had sent Luke. Alistair scrambled to his feet as fast as possible, heaving from the blow that sent the air out of him. Despite seeing red and feeling like he had been in a car crash, he wasn't out for the count by any means. His health only dropped to 300. "Shit," he thought. "I forgot about Flicker." With the upgrade to dash, he could use the skill in any direction and any position, as long as his feet were touching the ground. "Thor's lightning!" Luke shouted, hoisting his hammer up to the sky. Alistair widened his eyes as he felt the buildup of static energy on his skin. There was a blue haze around his skin that wasn't there before, and Alistair was certain that it came from when Luke tagged him. Alistair dashed forward, reasoning Luke wouldn't bring down lightning on himself, or he would strike first before he could get hit. He was partially wrong on the first account and correct on the second. By the time Alistair emerged from his invisibility, he landed less than a meter away from Luke, and the lightning he called down from the sky struck its mark. But it didn't hit him, it hit Luke, or at least his hammer. Scores of thin bolts of lightning came down from the sky concomitantly, forming a blazing electric halo around his hammer. It looked like he was about to direct it at Alistair, using the charge differential he imparted upon his strike as an aiming device. The crackling sound of electricity burst through, but not from Luke's mighty hammer. Instead, Alistair made some of his own, using a lightning-attuned mana strike to rebalance the differential Luke created. At the same time, his opponent left himself open for a punch, trusting too much in the lightning strike he called down. Alistair knew his fractured arm was going to hurt later, but he had no other option than to unload a full power punch. Alistair gathered all the spiritual energy into his ghost grass wraps, aligning his feet, legs, and hips all in perfect unison for a straight punch. His knowledge of martial arts from Assassin Fist and his bodily control from his high agility made every part of his kinetic chain as perfect as his foundation body would let him. His right fist glowed an Arctic blue, altered from its typical azure shade from the illumination of his wraps. In short succession, he had changed his mana strike from lightning-attuned to pure. It wasn't the most economical proposition, burning tons of excess mana, but for his purposes, it worked like a charm. Luke recognized the failure of his attack, but Alistair was too close for him to fully react. In the split second before his straight connected with Luke's chest, he thought he saw the man flex all his muscles at once. A wave of blue energy expanded in a circle from the point of contact of Alistair's fist, which imparted the brunt of his mana strike directly into Luke's chest. Because Alistair slightly altered the direction of his fist downward at the last second, Luke zoomed into the ground at an angle, destroying a path of concrete 10 meters beneath him, disappearing under the bridge itself. A boom could be heard underneath the bridge as it became obvious Alistair's punch was so powerful it blasted Luke not only into the ground, but straight through it into the water below. Great, Alistair thought. Not another underwater fight. But then he came to a terrifying conclusion. As a lightning user, Luke could electrify the water at a distance, especially salt water. He didn't have much time to think as his thoughts were interrupted by loud creaking noises. All around him, cracks started to form in the pavement, and cables came loose from the arches. The bridge was collapsing, and everyone was going to go along with it. 48. A Burning World. Ever since Alistair was a kid, he'd gotten nervous when driving over bridges. Evangeline would explain to him the physics behind how they were able to remain suspended and stress the infrequency of collapses in developed countries, but that inkling of primal fear never left him whenever he crossed a bridge. A young Alistair would think he was in a horrific nightmare as the roadway crumbled beneath them. Alistair cursed his choice of angle on his punch. His reasoning was that he didn't want to launch Luke so far back he would literally fly off the bridge, so he angled his straight down to pummel him into the concrete. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of his own strike, the impact being strong enough to foundationally damage the bridge. He knew that he had endangered all of them through his actions. If Luke survived the punch, which he most likely did with the strange muscle contraction defense he employed right before contact, he could use his lightning to fry Alistair's comrades. Devrox worked in unison with Alistair's thoughts. Despite Alistair's slowed perception, the pair couldn't communicate verbosely at such a rapid pace, but the message came across. Devrox gave him another drop of mana, allowing him to teleport closer to the water to get ahead of his compatriots. Alexandra panicked, trying to outrun the collapse, while John unsuccessfully cast parachutes of flames that failed to bloom because of the falling debris. No one seemed very concerned, perhaps because they believed Alistair had finished the interloper with his last punch. From their perspective, the immense power of the strike and how the Australian took it head-on meant that he probably perished. Devrock's juicer took him to the front of the party, about to hit the river below before anyone else. With both of his feet, Alistair coated himself in an icy mana strike, resplendent with the unadulterated aura of the Heart of Winter. While the trade-off of a versatile close-quarters moveset was a lack of range and finer finesse over his mana, Alistair could still partially alter the path of the aftermath of his mana strike. He chose to direct it in an expanding circular radius, freezing the top layer of the river. His memory of chemistry told him that ice was a poor conductor of electricity. Sophia saw what he was doing and recognized that Alistair must have had a good reason for teleporting and freezing the water, and knew that if they continued to plummet into the water at their current speeds, they would break the layer of ice Alistair worked so hard for. She made a broad sweep of her arms, a gust of wind bursting forth and slowing the fall of the 25 or so people that fell from the bridge. They landed safely on the ice, rocking it against the water. Deliverance of Justice, plus 2 free attribute points. It was a sobering thought to imagine that without his intervention his companions would have perished. Also, it made Alistair wonder how the Pathfinder AI knew specifically they would have died. Was it performing counterfactual simulations all the time? Alistair put the 2 points into agility. While intelligence was important to his class and fighting style, especially with how much he spammed skills these days, Alistair felt that agility was even more important to his fundamental fighting style. And now that his intelligence exceeded his agility, he felt he should rectify the difference. A split second after they landed, a flash of light came from the water below, rapidly expanding from a point in the distance. What Alistair had to believe was a bolt of lightning from Luke passed under the group without harming them. Alistair activated a lightning-attuned mana strike, holding it active with a trickle of mana. The normal curve of mana usage for his skill was concentrated in a single spike, but by adjusting it down, he could use a much weaker mana strike for a longer period of time. He needed to use the lightning part just in case Luke decided to send attacks his way, in which case he could use his own electric current to cut against Luke's. Alistair jumped into the water before he had to hear a word of objection from Sophia. The icy water temporarily activated his cold shock response before his tempered body steeled his reaction. It was nearly impossible to see in the water, with the sun having set a few minutes past. Only due to Alistair's danger sense was he able to respond to a wild bolt of electricity. Alistair intercepted it with his own hand, slicing the current into two halves that arced around him. Alistair finally used some of his karma, though he limited it to 2 points for Eyes of Truth. In the pitch-black darkness of the river, the lines of fate and altered reality he saw actually felt normal. With no physical distractions, it was like seeing essence in its purest form. Alistair followed a negative thread, swimming like a penguin. With his powerful leg muscles, Alistair reached his destination in less than 10 seconds, swatting away another bolt of lightning coming from the depths. He sensed he was getting close to his target, reaching out his hand on an article of faith. His instincts were not wrong, and he felt his hand grasp a neck. Alistair tensed his biceps and swung Luke upward with all of his strength. No way was he going to have another underwater fight. After he sent his opponent flying out of the river, Alistair swam to the surface. His throw sent Luke all the way to an enclave of trees on the other side of the bridge. Alistair brought forth the cold once more, using his phase shift to freeze the water. With a grunt, he pulled himself onto his self-created iceberg. Luke was struggling to rise to his feet, a small crater in his chest visible from even 50 meters away. Alistair knew it was almost over at that point, running across his ice and then onto the river. Skipping across water like solid ground would never get old. Luke sent a thin and weak bolt of lightning at him from a hammer that he no longer had the strength to hold above his shoulder. Alistair saw it coming from a mile away and sidestepped it with ease. Anthony's minion didn't get a second chance. By the time he had mustered enough strength to launch another bolt, Alistair was at his throat. The man had landed against the trunk of an oak tree, almost breaking the tree in two. Alistair held him up by the neck against the broken tree, staring Luke straight in the eye. "Just finish it," Luke spat out, meeting Alistair's gaze defiantly. "I'm dead anyway." "What's wrong with you?" Alistair asked. "Why are you causing all of this death and destruction? What did Anthony promise you for you to take a pill like that?" "You're a fool," Luke smiled. "In this world, I can be more than what I was before. Isn't that enough?" "I understand," Alistair said. "You're a piece of shit without an ounce of remorse." He closed his fist. The crunch of bone was sickening, yet Alistair forced himself to look away. He needed to see the life draining out of Luke's eyes. It was different from fighting in the heat of combat, where his instincts and muscle memory carried him through almost all the motions. This was deliberate and personal. If he treated life too flippantly, he threatened to become the very evil he fought against. His anger was directed far above just one person. Even those like Atavius and Anthony, who were the proximate causes of the harm befalling the Northeast Freehold and the world at large, including his friends and parents, were but pawns in a larger game. A game that the very multiverse seemed to condone. Alistair remembered the words Leo Tolo had said to him, the ones he purchased for a pretty penny at the Hall of Math. The subclass system of the Pathfinder AI was usually reserved for the nobles and mercantile class, and even then it was difficult to obtain, usually the result of years of bloodline manipulation and arcane rituals. That was why it was surprising that Luke Starr had one, though there were cases of powerful organizations being able to bestow subclasses on talented individuals in rare cases. But his subclass was more peculiar due to its hidden nature. When others analyzed him, they didn't see that he was an arbiter of justice. Alistair tried to obtain as much as possible on the nature of hidden subclasses without revealing too much about his own. They were a known phenomenon in the Sublimed Machine faction, but so rare in frontier universes that a smaller branch of the Hall, like that in the Final Frontier Empire, had almost no information. What Leotolo could find was that his arbiter of justice most likely came into being through outside manipulation. It wasn't an intended outcome of the system, but powerful outsiders could influence it in divergent ways. Since the Pathfinder AI was a program for the streamlining and advancement of cultivation, it tapped into multiversal precepts found among not just the sublimed machine. It made sense that a powerful cultivator could alter his subclass, but that begged the question of who or what gave Alistair the arbiter of justice. He couldn't help but wonder if the cabal that Nenna Spindollar mentioned had something to do with that. The black marble containing clouds of lightning that rested in his pocket never strayed more than a few meters from his body. He shook his head. He was thinking too much, when there was still a clear objective ahead. Alistair stole the blue ring off Luke's corpse, placing it on his own head. The moment the cool metal touched his forehead, he felt a connection to hundreds of strangers in Luke's army. They were close enough to the edge that they weren't affected by the collapse of the middle of the bridge. Through the ring, he felt a vague connection to the people. They were ordinary people like he suspected, full of fear and anxiety, unsure of what had happened to them, trapped in their own bodies by a dark magic. Anthony's style of governance had endeared himself to no one. With a simple thought, he freed them all from the compulsion of the ring. Once that was through, he took off the land store item and tore it apart with his bare hands, throwing the pieces to the sea. The item was another in a long chain of inexplicable purchases. Anthony owned a large amount of territory, but there was no way he should have been able to buy a powerful boosting pill, multiple artillery bombs, shadowy minions, and a mind control ring. Something was up, and Alistair felt that sniffing it out would be key to defeating Anthony as bloodlessly as possible. But first he had to actually find the man. Anthony himself had been absent from all the battlefields. He was up to something, but no one knew what. Alistair ran back across the river and to the land on the other side, where Sophia and the others landed their ice raft.
"I didn't doubt you for a second,"
Alexandra said, hugging Alistair when he came ashore, looking at Sophia with some consternation.
"I'm glad it worked out in the end, but it was an idiotic move,"
Sophia huffed. "Only idiotic if you don't care about the lives of those people," Alistair said, pointing at the confused mass of people still up on the incoming side of the bridge, who probably were wildly confused as to how they ended up there.
"We'll deal with those people later,"
Sophia said. She turned to a man Alistair didn't know.
"Katie, can you wake him up?"
Katie, Sophia's blonde assistant, touched the man on the forehead. He had his eyes closed, and Alistair guessed he was in the soul net. After a second, he opened his eyes with a jolt. Alistair had never seen someone capable of waking up a person from the soul net, expecting extreme methods like actually knocking them out.
"What's going on over there, Mike?"
Sophia asked. "Nothing," Mike said. "There haven't been any more attacks as far as I've heard." Like clockwork, the city started to light up. At first, the cause of the lights wasn't obvious, but as they grew brighter and spread from building to building, it became obvious it was fire. Alistair was reminded of his Soul Core tribulation, where he visited a burning city. Perhaps that experience was prescient of his true future, in which the city he had learned to call home went up in smoke and flames. Most of the tallest buildings blazed to the heavens, and the night sky turned a red-orange. If he was being honest, it was like viewing hell itself. Every second more and more explosions sounded off, burning down the cityscape like a scene from World War III. "My God," John murmured, reflecting the others' beliefs as well. "Donna and Tamia," Alistair thought at once. "They're with Blaze in the burning region right now." "I'm going to stop this," Alistair announced, glancing at Alexandra and Oliver.
"Stop what's already happened?"
Sophia asked. The woman he knew as a cold, pragmatic thinker looked like she lost her bite. It was so odd seeing her without conviction. While she was never sanguine, she always had the zeal of a singular mind. Now she felt more like a lifeless bystander. Alistair didn't quite understand the sudden shift in demeanor, but maybe he had underestimated the woman's dedication to her freehold and its people.
"We've lost," Sophia said. "How many do you think are burning alive right now? My people, the ones I took money from and promised to protect. Anthony baited us out and somehow snuck behind our lines. It doesn't matter how he did it now. He's achieved his goal."
"What are you talking about?" Alistair placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's not over until it's over,"
Anthony's a cold-hearted son of a bitch. The reason he's doing this is to take revenge on us, me in particular. It has no purpose if he wants to take our territory for his own. There are still people that need us, Sophia." In his head, Alistair knew there was no way that Donna and Tamia could have died. Even if it was a delusion, it was an impossibility. So he clung onto that hope, as well as the belief that any help, any single person he saved, would be worth it. "I'm going," Alistair said. "If you've given up just because of some fire, you probably didn't deserve your place anyway." "Sophia, you're being unreasonable," John said. "If we do nothing, we'll lose more than we already have." Alistair extended a hand to Sophia. "Are you going to fight, or give up? The Sophia I know kills without hesitation to protect her own." Sophia looked up at him with indiscernible eyes and grabbed his hand. "I hope you can forgive this moment of weakness. I guess I'm going soft now, looking at the Northeast Freehold." "That's been all of us at one point or another," Alistair said. "What I think we should do now is make Anthony regret ever stepping foot in this city."
49. The Duel of the Fates. While they wanted to help the mind-controlled New Yorkers, with the bridge being broken and the attack on the center of the city, they had no time to waste. John used up almost all of his remaining mana creating a flaming chariot that they used to transport all the people in their group. The 30 of them crammed together on the vehicle. The lower-leveled cultivators were afraid of the fire at first, but John made sure to let them know that he could make it completely heat-resistant. It also came at the cost of a higher mana drain, so they shot off as fast as possible, aided by a couple of the Northeast Order fighters who could produce fire. From his vantage point on top of the chariot, Alistair surveyed the burning city. It was funny how, despite living in Boston for school for nearly 4 years, he had never considered it his home, but looking down on the dying metropolis, he felt a deep sorrow. His second home was burning to dust. The worst part was his ghost whispers. He couldn't help but feel the souls of the dead with his skill. In his mind, he imagined them questioning him. "Where were you, Alistair?" they said. John stood at the helm of the chariot, controlling the reins of the 2 golden flame Pegasi flying the apparatus. One of his butterfly scouts came back to roost on his shoulder. "I've spotted them," John said. "There's only one area in this part of the city not on fire, and that's directly next to the city hall." "Have they spotted us?" Sophia asked. "I'd assume so. My butterflies are useful, but not at all stealthy. The strangest thing is that he's alone." "Alone?" Alistair wondered aloud. Anthony had to have thousands more supporters, both real and mind-controlled. They didn't have to wait long to confirm John's words, as the chariot soon reached the only section of that part of the city that was untouched by the inferno. Katie asked them to consider attacking the man, who stood boldly on top of their headquarters. Sophia decided against it, reasoning that he probably had something up his sleeve and was baiting them. Alistair was on high alert for any funny business, but John landed the chariot safely 100 meters away from Anthony with no issue. As soon as they landed, Anthony jumped off his vantage point and started walking toward them at a leisurely pace. "We're still not going to attack him?" Katie inquired. "You're the only one among us besides John with a long-ranged attack that even has a chance of harming him," Sophia warned. "Damn it. Blaze better have gotten everyone to safety." Alistair remembered that the archer was the one responsible for the refugees, Donna and Tamia among their number. He could only hope, along with Sophia, for the best-case scenario, but his thoughts were more preoccupied by Anthony's looming figure. Every single person in their group could feel that man's power. Alistair knew it better than all of them. It was the ineffable and inexorable element of the universe, something no man or god could escape. Time. He'd been on the back foot of more than a fair number of fights, yet the most hopeless and insignificant he'd ever felt was when Anthony flexed his aura on him. Of course, that was a long time ago. Alistair would never let Anthony cow him like that again.
"Welcome to my new headquarters. Not as fancy as my old one, but it should make do. I'm surprised you haven't tried to kill me already," Anthony said as he approached them, his voice booming louder from aura enhancement. "You were foolish to come alone," Sophia said. "Where are the rest of your troops?" "I don't need them," Anthony replied.
What does a lion need sheep for? You are nothing to me.
Alistair tried warning her, but it was too late. The only telegraphing of the attack was a fluctuation in Anthony's normally stolid aura. Alistair recognized the skill as Anthony's long-range time-accelerating skill. A bullet of purified time shot straight through Katie Wojnarowski's heart, speeding up her aging millions of times. In 5 seconds, she withered into a skeleton covered by leathered skin like a recently discovered mummy. Sophia reacted first, crying out in anguish at her companion's demise. Alistair felt the air ripple as an invisible projectile zoomed toward Anthony. He held himself back from attacking in that moment, from an unknown feeling of dread. Her flying sword never reached its mark. As soon as it breached a meter distance from Anthony, it stopped in place, the distortion in the naked air making its outline visible. Anthony walked forward without a care in the world. Alistair realized that the sense of dread he was feeling was an extension of Anthony's aura that he was blanketing the area with. It dawned on him that he was quite a bit above his compatriots in power. The rest of them, except Sophia and Alexandra, were frozen completely in place by Anthony's demonstration of power, unable to lift a finger. For him, it was just a slightly oppressive feeling.
The bugs won't be a problem, Anthony said, waving his hand. Be grateful I'm not killing all of you. I recognize the importance of manpower, so I'm willing to let you all live, except for these 3. He pointed to Alistair, Sophia, and Alexandra. As long as you tell me where that moneylender is. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll meet the same end as that bitch.
Anthony!
Alistair shouted, imbuing his own aura into his words to embolden them.
If you have a problem with me, face me like a man!
Anthony turned to Alistair, who had subconsciously clenched his fists. There was a palpable tension in the air. Alexandra looked at Alistair for what to do. He gave her a tiny shake of the head. With his keen discernment of fate, he felt an aversion to the idea of attacking Anthony together along with Sophia. His best guess was that Anthony had a boatload of troops hidden and waiting for his signal to attack. Why they wouldn't just go for all of them now, he didn't understand yet.
Alistair, do you really think that you're that important?
Anthony said, looking over to him.
Well, you'd be correct. I don't give a damn about the rest of these small fries. Let me show you something special.
Anthony closed his eyes, gathering the ambient mana in the area around him. Alistair saw Sophia and Alexandra tense up in preparation for an attack, but Alistair knew, based on the lines of fate, it was not an attack. He thrust out both of his hands like he was confessing to some deity in the skies. A beam of gray light appeared in the space between Anthony and Alistair, growing out of the ground like a phantasmagorical plant. It twisted and turned, deepening in opaqueness and changing hues in the moonlight, until it completed itself into the shape of a tall human dressed in a flowing tunic with glorious feathered wings. Alistair knew right away if that being Anthony summoned entered the battle, it was over. Despite the suppression cloak that hid its true power, Alistair could tell it was at least as strong as the Kyraxodon, the giant demon in the Profound Realm, if not stronger.
I am Silas, Herald of the Pathfinder AI. Who has requested my service?
The herald's voice was powerful yet quiet at the same time, coming from all places at once, similar to the demon.
I am the one who called you, Anthony shouted. I request a duel before the eyes of the law.
Alistair perked up upon hearing those words. Anthony couldn't be so stupid to challenge him to a one-on-one duel after going through all the machinations to draw them out. Could he?
But first, Anthony said, Sophia, transfer all of your shares and land store credits to Alistair.
Sophia glared at Anthony defiantly, not responding. Alistair spotted dried tears running down her cheeks.
Do it, or I'll kill the rest of them,
Anthony whispered, motioning toward her frozen compatriots. For a brief second, Sophia glanced at Alistair as if to ask, "What are you doing?" Alistair didn't understand the full meaning of it himself, but the one thing he was sure of was that now was not the time to act. Sophia wouldn't understand the feelings he received from his innate connection with Karma, so Alistair wouldn't hold any ill feelings she had against her. She was probably mad that as the strongest among them, he wasn't acting. Alistair almost thought she wouldn't go through with it, defying Anthony to her last breath, but she abated, walking over to Alistair.
"I hope you know what you're doing,"
she murmured. A notification alerted Alistair that he received 63 subregions and nearly 5,000 Landstore credits.
"Fantastic!"
Anthony exclaimed.
"Harold, am I correct in assuming that in a duel sanctioned by the Pathfinder AI itself, the complete possessions of each party are on the line?"
That is correct. All possessions, including items, drachma, Landstore credits, and freehold shares, are granted to the winner.
"Perfect," Anthony said. "Alistair, how about it?"
"Oh yeah, everyone else, transfer all your belongings to Alistair, please. If you don't, I'll fucking kill you, so please, for your own sakes, I recommend it."
Alistair felt Anthony's aura temporarily abate, while the others scurried over to give Alistair all of their drachma and shares. Alexandra gave him a similar look to Sophia. He knew that she could be fighting at a moment's notice and was only taking the peaceful route because she had faith in him, faith he promised he wouldn't betray. One woman must have skimped on the transfer, as right after she gave Alistair 2 shares and a couple thousand drachma, Anthony speared her through with a time-accelerating bullet.
"I said all of it."
After they all were finished, Alistair was flush with nearly all the territory of the Northeast Order. Anthony looked at Alistair with naked greed in his eyes.
"Heal him,"
he told Silas. Silas's feet never touched the ground, always hovering above it like such base things were above a being of its status. The angelic herald lifted a hand and blew a light blue gas onto Alistair. In an instant, his health and mana went to 423 and 762 respectively. It felt nothing like eating a health or mana pill. It was a true revitalization of lost health and mana, with no impurities whatsoever.
"Fair's fair, no?"
Anthony joked.
"The book now."
The Pathfinder Herald shuttled over an open golden tome that shone with ethereal light.
Place your hand on the book.
Alistair put his hand over the book like a politician swearing on the Bible. Immediately upon touching the magical item, he felt a jolt of energy shoot through him. The herald closed the tome and then reopened it in front of Anthony, who did the same.
Let it hereby be known that Alistair Tan, majority owner and 105 sub-region shareholder of the Northeast Freehold, and Anthony Ricci, majority owner and 310 sub-region shareholder of the Ricci Empire, will enter into a duel to surrender or death. The winner will receive the loser's territorial shares, drachma, Landstore credits, and all items possessed upon time of defeat. There will be no outside interference upon pain of death. Participants will be limited to foundation-level weaponry and skills. Health and mana pills are permitted, but enhancement pills, along with weapons and items from the Landstore costing more than 10,000 credits, are not, the herald said, its hollow voice reverberating through the air. Are you ready? Alistair had his eyes closed. It had been a while since he faced the embrace of death. During the Felons vs. Fellows tournament after the first round, there was little threat to his life. So while the fighting had been intense, it lacked the same primal energy of a true life-or-death struggle. In fact, his hands were trembling a little as he remembered Anthony's awesome power. He clenched his fists. This was no time to falter. I'm ready, Alistair said, opening his eyes. Anthony's gaze was cold, unlike his usual humorous attitude. Same here. I will perform one final check on both participants to ensure fairness, the herald said, gracefully gliding to Alistair without stepping 1 foot on the ground. The silver herald placed its hand on his forehead, whispering some unknown language. Alistair felt a strange sensation pass over him from head to toe, leaving as soon as it came.
The herald then glided to Anthony and did the same check on Anthony. Satisfied that neither were breaking any rules, it drew a luminescent white sword from a sheath on its back.
"Let the duel commence," it announced, warping reality around them.
The buildings and ground shifted like from a Doctor Strange movie, everything warping and changing until a makeshift Roman arena formed in the middle of the city block. It looked similar to the kind used on Faxor, except smaller and without some of the more fancy ostentations.
"Remember your training," Devrock said. "You've practiced for this moment 1,000 times, and you're stronger now than back then."
"He is too," Alistair pointed out. He didn't actually doubt himself. It was just a reflexive statement he made off the cuff.
"I'll be giving you my full support this time," Devrox huffed.
"You weren't giving me your full support before."
"Listen up. You weren't in danger of dying in the tournament. You think I'm really going to put my own tail on the line when you're going to be fine no matter what? This is different. If you die, I'm done for too, and I'll never get my revenge on Kyraxodon. So I'm giving my full effort here. I promise. No stinginess with mana at all," Devrock said.
The manipulation of the terrain put Alistair on the herald's left, with 50 meters separating him from Anthony. A blue force field separating the two regions fell, leaving just the two of them facing each other. Alistair let his ghost grass wraps appear around his fists. Anthony would be just another enemy that he pounded with his own two hands, just like the rest of them. He used to be afraid of Anthony, a Pavlovian fear he acquired when Anthony squeezed him with his aura. But that was the old Alistair. The multiverse was eternally vast, and Anthony was a mere speck that he would have to overcome. He had seen far greater heights during his short journey to Faxor, heights that reached into the stratosphere and beyond that he would chase down for certain. That's what Alistair told himself, as he prepared for the confrontation that he'd known was inevitable ever since they first met. 50. Man versus Time. The blue force field went down instantly, not giving Alistair time to take in the surroundings, including the empty stands filled with holographic spectators. Anthony made the first move, and not in a way Alistair expected at all. Instead of coming at him by running on the ground, a method no one could object to, Anthony took to the skies. Not in flight like a bird, but walking on air like Po Shido, stepping on invisible platforms like a video game character. Alistair assumed it was the utility skill he gained from the prizes for placing in the top 8 of the Felons vs. Fellows tournament. Whatever it was, it made Anthony faster than before, dashing toward Alistair nearly as fast as Alistair could at top speed. Anthony zigzagged across the arena, reaching his target in less than 2 seconds. Before getting within 2 meters of Alistair, he unleashed his aura in one fell swoop. Alistair had seen this ability before, watching a replay of the finale at the Hall of Math. The recording labeled it body trigram tempering, and it made sense. Anthony gathered his aura inside of his bone and muscles, hardening them in a manner similar to Luke Starr's muscle augmentation. It differed, however, by using aura as a hardened exterior, contemplating his bones and muscles, rather than affecting the biology as to enhance his musculature. While the definition of his abs didn't change at all, a sheen white aura formed around him. Or at least that's what Alistair would have expected given his previous experience. Instead of a sheen white aura, it was a semi-translucent dark blue, and it was much stronger than before. The sudden shift in physical power Anthony received from his body trigram tempering variant was so great that he breached the remaining meter-long gap between them in a tiny fraction of a second. Alistair was almost certain that Anthony was also speeding up his brain with mind accelerato, which would allow him to think at multiple times Alistair's speed, even with Devrox being able to cognitively shoulder some of the load. But he wasn't expecting Anthony's sheer speed. Previously, Alistair saw no reason to retreat from Anthony's melee assault since he knew he was superior in that field, but he felt a small amount of pressure now. Just like a brawler, Anthony strided forward, cocking back his right fist in the most telegraphed haymaker one could imagine. Still, he brought it within 3 centimeters of Alistair's face, who just managed to parry and deflect the punch in the nick of time with his palm. The force of the blow rocked his shoulder and knocked the back of his hand into his right cheek, sending him staggering back. Only a glancing blow, but enough to distract Alistair from his rhythm. Anthony fully capitalized, cracking the ground from the force imparted by his enhanced leg muscles. All of Alistair's martial arts knowledge kicked in, his fighter's instinct, his own personal experience, and the subconscious techniques of Assassin Fist. However, because of a small tremor in his right arm, he mistimed his parry, letting Anthony uppercut him in the stomach. The punch sent shockwaves of pain throughout his system. It was a heavy punch even for a man of Anthony's strength. His body was harder than steel, refined to perfection while under the auspices of his enhancement skill. The combination of speed and inhuman processing ability from Mind Accelerator was a lethal duo, capable of bypassing even Alistair's practiced guard. Still, the punch only sent him back a couple meters, nothing like the Mana Strike-enhanced destruction he could bring.
"Focus, you brat! You're gonna let this piece of shit beat you at your own game?"
Devrox's words rang loud in Alistair's mind. No, he would not. Anthony's speed was so great he was already closing in on Alistair by the time he reacted. In response, Devrox gave of his mana freely, and Alistair used that to turn things around. With a few droplets of the imp's vast pool, he shifted himself through Anthony. It required the prescience to infuse the Tao of the Ghost into his movements, allowing him to pass through Anthony's physical body without impedance. Alistair was lifting up his arm before he even passed through Anthony. As soon as he made it out the other side, Alistair performed a raw mana strike with his elbow directly into Anthony's backside. Despite the massive mana protecting his elbow, it still felt jarring to hit up against Anthony's hardened back. Whatever body-tempering skill he was using was top tier. It wasn't just how hard he was either, it was his weight as well. The force of his elbow only pushed Anthony back 5 meters. Alistair was ready for that, of course, shifting gears into a dash while still facing away from him. He combined it with a flicker, allowing him to reorient himself to face forward without having to turn his body. Anthony raised his hands, channeling his Tao and mana to cast Time Stop on him, arresting Alistair's movement before he could get too close. Alistair countered with an explosion of Tao energy and mana of his own, breaking him free of Anthony's grasp. The two of them exchanged strikes in a rapid flurry of moves. Anthony had the tougher body and heavier blows on top of his heightened perception of time, whereas Alistair was quicker and more skilled. He didn't use any active skills in their swapping of blows, not having even the briefest quarter of a second to activate Mana Strike or Hand of Karma. There was a certain beauty to their dance. Alistair swerved his legs to roundhouse kick Anthony in the face, who used his enhanced mental speed to react just a moment after Alistair's feet left the ground. He blocked the high strike with a protective forearm. Realizing he couldn't be forced on the defensive or he risked losing, Alistair went on the attack, flowing his moves together like a deadly ballet. He had reached a flow state fighting numerous times before, but this was different. His fists weren't just an extension of his mind, his fists were him. A minor distinction, but a meaningful one. Instead of losing his focus to activate Eyes of Karma, an act that would have distracted him from the pain of the karmic loss, his vision naturally shifted into karmic sight. Each thread of fate laid itself out bare, giving Alistair a muddy vision of 2 seconds into the future. It wasn't as powerful as his karmic skill, but it would do for now. His body moved on its own. In his thoughts, Alistair repeated a mantra over and over. Fluid, then still. Soft, then hard. The kiss of death. He knew not where it came from, but it comforted him. Like a snake, he winded his arm with cupped fingers to block Anthony's punch. At the same time, he shifted his center of gravity just a hair to the right, letting himself fall backwards freely like a drunken fistboxer. A clumsy yet powerful stomp rained down right where Alistair used to be, shaking the ground with added weight. Alistair let all his weight fall onto his palm like a breakdancer, which he used as a springboard to deliver a 2-legged kick straight into Anthony's exposed left side. He was helpless to respond, off-balanced by his stomp, so that even his Mind Accelerator couldn't let him regain his composure. Because of Anthony's compact posture, the kick did little damage, but it did knock over the man. His weighty blue exterior wasn't unbreakable. Alistair rushed forward toward Anthony, still in the fugue state that garnered his advantage. Fluid, then still, he repeated. It became clear to Alistair what that meant. Until the last second, being fluid let him negate all of Anthony's attacks, but a fluid strike was a weak strike. It was like a concept from human martial arts where you were only supposed to clench your fist at the very end of a punch, taken to a wider scale. Anthony didn't stand a chance. The edge he eked out from Mind Accelerator was cancelled out and then some by Alistair's future sight. What good was reacting faster compared to someone who could see the future? Alistair slipped past Anthony's guard 3 times, jabbing him in the face with glancing blows. The time he gained from bloodying Anthony's nose let him activate Dash, flickering through Anthony once again. This time, Alistair spun around, gathering a more powerful mana strike in his foot with the assistance of Phase Shift. He allowed 60 mana to course down his leg, making an icy cloak at the maximum strength he could safely handle. The threads of fate were clear. There was a small probability his kick would end the fight then and there, but the larger chance that Anthony would escape. The exact methods were hidden from his sight, but Alistair had to go for it anyway. Right before making contact with Anthony, the man disappeared. To be precise, the missing part was his midsection where the trajectory of Alistair's foot would have passed through. It turned pitch black, like a piece of the dead night sky replaced a chunk of Anthony's torso. Alistair kicked straight through his opponent, sending himself off balance as he was expecting to hit flesh. Anthony didn't take advantage of Alistair's misstep, however, jumping back. "Your skills have improved," Anthony said calmly, taking some distance from Alistair. "Looks like I won't be able to beat you at your own game." "You shouldn't have even tried," Alistair replied, while at the same time communicating with Devrox. "What do you think that was?" "Best guess, a skill he purchased, or from an obscure talent tree that allows him to send parts of his body to a different dimension." "How on earth am I going to counter that? Will a Hand of Karma even work on that?" "Nothing on Earth will be good enough if he's prepared for it, I'm afraid. Though perhaps he might not be able to transform his whole body. If you can interact with it enough, I might be able to influence the spatial mechanics of the skill. Emphasis on might." Anthony caught Alistair looking distracted, sending a rapid-fire wave of Excel Chronos bullets at him. He dodged them all easily, sensing the ripples of Tao energy far before the streams of silver and transparent energy in the air. Alistair had ended his karmic vision usage, not wanting to burn any more karma, which he needed to save for the right moment. While he couldn't see into the future, he had a solid understanding of Anthony's skills. Alistair noticed whenever he used Dash, he had the tendency to push off hard with his leg muscles like a sprinter out of the blocks. However, such a large movement wasn't strictly necessary to use the skill, and was just an artifact of natural human habit. Alistair was banking on Anthony being a more careful study than he had previously thought, and he feinted a dash by quickly bending his knee back and stepping forward. Anthony reacted to his feint as Alistair expected, casting a Chronos reverse. Alistair had never actually felt the impact of the time-reversing ability, the one time he was hit by it being a hallucination from a Herax turtle. The real-life version was much stronger, both because it was real and because Anthony had grown more powerful. The fundamental nature of reality bade obeisance to Anthony's Tao of time. Every cell, every atom in Alistair's body came to a halt and then started reversing. The very laws of causality bent to his will like a flexible ruler. But Alistair was prepared for Anthony's tactic. The power of Chronos Reverse was proportional to how much Tao energy Anthony put into it. He combated it with a 3-pronged expulsion of the Tao of the Fist, the Tao of the Ghost, and the Tao of Justice. A colorful haze of lightly colored energy expanded out from Alistair just as he started to move backward. "That was excessive. You used a bit more than you had to," Devrox critiqued. Alistair internally rolled his eyes as he snapped back to action mode. After seeing him break free of the Chronos Reverse and dodge another Excel Chronos, Anthony moved back to walking on air, except this time he learned his lesson of not using his bare fists. He unsheathed a half-black, half-glass blade that looked similar to the concept Eloy Shatridar employed. Its aura also felt similar, and Alistair guessed that Anthony might have been inspired by the Chaos Prince in choosing the sword, presumably from the prizes given out by Felon vs. Fellows. Whatever the case, it was shaped like an elongated katana and radiated an energy that harbingered the final obliteration. "Time to die!" Anthony shouted. He came from the skies like a bird of prey. Jumping around on invisible steps in the sky, Anthony moved with an unnatural grace, enhanced by his blue-skin physique. Each step he took traversed 10 meters or more, circling Alistair in a random geometric pattern, growing a tiny bit closer each step. Despite his fighter's sense and readings of fate, Alistair couldn't exactly predict where Anthony would jump to, his movements masked by the Tao of Time. With 15 karma left, Anthony wanted to preserve it all for a hand of karma at the right moment. Something ticked him off that Anthony's next step would be different. Alistair preemptively prepared a mana strike, this time of electricity, to intercept the attack. Anthony jumped over Alistair, taking his katana and swinging it in a wide arc down on Alistair. While normally such an attack would be impossible to land because of Alistair's speed and reactions, Anthony flared his aura as he reached the apex of his swing. It was like the time Anthony shot his aura at Alistair in his penthouse apartment all those weeks ago, except more intense by tenfold. A healthy dose of unadulterated time Tao came with it like a wave of nearly invisible energy. The Alistair of old would have instantly been crushed. While he wasn't instantly crushed, he was affected by it. While it wasn't as pointed as Time Stop or Chronos Reverse, it was more widespread. His mind was the only thing unaffected by the slowing time. It would take a much higher grasp of the workings of time to slow cognition, but that didn't stop his body from feeling like it was moving through omnipresent molasses. Out of nowhere, Alistair felt an enormous outburst of Tao energy. He knew right away that it was Warden of Time, Anthony's trump card. He just wasn't expecting to see it so soon. In an ethereal display of compatibility, the silvery, ageless hand grabbed the blade out of Anthony's hands. Using its incorporeal fingers, the katana grew like Alexandra's daggers until it was 5 meters long and proportional to the gigantic hand. A wordless thought passed between Devrox and Alistair. It was time for the imp to give him the juice that he promised. 51. Alistair versus Anthony. Devrox knew right away what he had to do, opening the floodgates for Alistair as fast as he could. A deluge of the imp's flighty, mercurial, space-attuned mana washed over his soul core, flooding through all of his meridians. The imp, despite his jokes, knew the exact amount to give him to counter Anthony's Tao expansion. The world rippled around him in slow motion. With the influx of mana, Alistair felt like he had an idea of what Anthony experienced under Mind Accelerato. If he looked close enough, it was like he could see the air molecules shift and shake with his resistance to the slowed time field. Alistair concentrated the foreign mana into his mana strike hand, which he held above him like the light of the sun was in his eyes. The electricity crackled and surged, combining with the space-attuned mana into a chromatic luminance that actually blinded him. It felt like Anthony's giant katana struck with the weight of a planet. The ground beneath them instantly shattered, creating massive cracks shooting off in all directions from the point of contact, caving in a 20-meter radius crater. It would have shattered every bone in Alistair's body if it weren't for Devrox's mana, even if he successfully caught it with his electric mana strike. Instead of taking the blow head-on, Alistair let the strike of the force travel through him like neutrinos through solid matter. He felt himself tap into a deeper truth of the multiverse, channeling the space in front of him and after him into a single whole, missing the part where he existed, a lonely gap separated from the rest of existence. It was only possible through a gargantuan effort from Devrox, and Alistair wasn't fully spared from the damage. His rear side got seared by the shockwave, tearing off the back of his clothes and blasting his skin.
"That's enough for you,"
Devrox grunted, clearly having spent a majority of his reserves. Alistair gave him wordless thanks as Anthony rebounded from his failed attack, though he caught his bearings quickly and stopped himself with his airwalking skill. He had a feeling just from the look on Anthony's face that he had more up his sleeve. From his furrowed brow, he looked frustrated, but not defeated. Alistair wasn't sure what more to expect, not aware of a superior trump card than Warden of Time in his arsenal. Anthony fired multiple Excel Chronos bullets at Alistair, who swerved around them with ease. Alistair gathered a wind-attuned mana strike, punching in front of him 2 cannonballs of air at his opponent. Anthony cleaved them in 2 with his sword, which had returned to normal size. Time was on his enemy's side, Alistair knew. It seemed foolish to go for a battle of attrition against someone who could influence the passage of time, so he asked for another jolt of energy from Devrox. A full-speed dash enhanced by space mana was faster than even Alistair's reactions anticipated. He appeared at Anthony's side in a fraction of a second, so fast that Alistair was disoriented upon arrival. The time it took for Alistair to gather his bearings was also enough for Anthony to react. A burst of mana, Tao, and another force caused him to freeze in his spot. The sharp fist of wind carried itself into Anthony's chest from momentum, merely passing through his shadowy exterior like filtering through water. Alistair recovered from his temporary pause, letting out a burst of mana, widening the expansion of air around his fist. He could feel the area around Anthony's torso tear up, but it came at the cost of an injury of his own. That brief moment of distraction was enough for an attack to pass through his guard. Anthony looked down, only to find a hole right where his stomach used to be. As he punched Anthony, the man had curled a single finger backward, expelling an Excel Chronos. Anthony jumped back with the grace of a wuxia artist, landing gently on the cracked ground. Blood soaked his shirt from where he got hit by the serrated edges of the wind. But Alistair was in far worse condition. Right in the middle of his stomach was a 3-centimeter radius hole. A perfect circle void of flesh like a massive keyhole through his body. The cut was so clean that Alistair didn't even realize what had happened. He was lucky that Anthony didn't follow up his bullet. Perhaps the damage from his wind attack hurt him more than Alistair knew, since Anthony took a chance to catch his breath. The shock of seeing a hole in his own body, as well as the physical effect of missing a whole chunk of flesh, caused Alistair's legs to wobble and his vision to fade.
"Stay with it!"
Devrock shouted as Alistair's head began spinning in circles. Right as he thought he was going to pass out, he felt a tiny hand thrust a small object into his mouth, which he instinctively swallowed. Right away, an influx of the purest energy Alistair had ever felt surged through every cell in his body. It was like Alexandra's healing touch taken up to 1,000, a feeling more euphoric than anything he had ever felt before. If those pills were around before the initiation, he imagined many people would have gotten addicted. The feeling faded just as soon as it came. When Alistair came to, he realized that the entire experience had taken less than half a second. He now understood completely why the health pills were so dangerous. Despite running it through Xanabar's purification ring, all of his meridians were seared from the inside out, and he felt like a piece of fried dead liver. If he took another one, he knew he would surely die. If he didn't have the item to purify the pill, Alistair speculated it would have permanently damaged his system. It was good then that the pill appeared to have completely filled the once gaping hole in his stomach. The total time he was out of commission was less than a second, but that was still enough for Anthony, who had comparatively lesser injuries, to recover from his wounds and leap toward Alistair, his mixed alloy katana in tow. Alistair's battle-tested mind, seeped in the latent knowledge of Assassin Fist, understood what Anthony had done to distract him. An ancient warrior's technique from the empires of eons past, uncommon in the modern era. The Tengatsu was a favorite of philosopher kings. It allowed one to mask an attack through a precise flare of Tao energy and mana, along with Nue, killing intent. He wasn't sure how he knew the name of that technique. The memories of a deceased pugilist briefly flickered through Alistair's mind. Zenitsu Moragoni. Was that a name? Whatever the case was, he had seen through the Tengatsu technique. Anthony tried once again, making eye contact with Alistair, sending his Nue at him, along with a burst of Tao energy and mana. He combined it with a downward cleave of his katana, which grew in size as it fell. Alistair used his own Tao energy to counter Anthony's Tao energy and resisted his Nue with sheer mental fortitude. A wave of unadulterated malice washed over him, the complete antithesis of the holy fires that just burned him from the inside out. That they were such opposites might have even helped him out. The two traded powerful blows in rapid succession. Anthony surrounded his giant sword with sharp Tao energy, threatening to entropically degrade anything it touched, while leaping about like an acrobat on steroids. Alistair countered with all 4 of his limbs, spanning mana strikes left and right. Anthony wasn't a skilled swordsman, but with his overpowering physique and manipulation of time, he proved to be a difficult match. Each time he swung his sword, he would use Time Stop on Alistair for a brief moment. Even though Alistair knew it was going to happen, it still messed up his rhythm. The katana's edge warped its surroundings, decaying the air itself. Alistair was almost jealous of Anthony's inexhaustible supply of Tao energy. Ever since he met him, Anthony was one step ahead in understanding the Tao. He probably had even explored the organizational map. With the help of the Tao of the Ghost, Alistair's glowing forearms blocked the incoming slashes. He suffused his arms with Mana Strike, sacrificing attack potential for more coverage. The Tao of Ghost amplified its natural protective power, negating the entropic effect of Anthony's attacks, while also turning the Mana Strike's color a wispy and transparent robin blue. Alistair's vision strained as he was once again put under the effects of Time Stop. A quick burst of Tao energy counteracted the skill, but Anthony put in extra for that one. The slowdown lasted long enough that Alistair could barely block the next attack. The force behind the sword knocked him 10 meters into the wall of the arena, bouncing him from the force field into the ground like a rag doll. Blood started pooling on the ground both from the fresh cut on his arm and from his mouth. The coppery taste of blood never felt good. Alistair looked up, expecting to see Anthony charging at him. Only his fighter's instinct registered at the last second that Anthony was above him. He pressed his foot into the ground and dashed forward, attempting to flee the airborne madman. Alistair didn't make it 5 meters before he felt the irresistible grasp of time take hold of him. Chronos' reverse turned him backward in the exact way he came, reversing long footsteps back. Alistair struggled against the skill, trying to turn his body to intercept whatever Anthony had planned. Using all the strength he could, he broke his arm free of Chronos' reverse's grasp, using a fist to cast a void beckoning directly behind him. Alistair reasoned that he could use the skill to push against Anthony's own, freeing him. Anthony double-jumped in midair, leaping over the cone of darkness. Alistair assumed he didn't realize that void beckoning wouldn't have done that much damage to him, especially with his body tempering. The Time Wielder flipped while airborne, bringing him face to face with Alistair. It looked as if the man didn't even recognize him, his eyes focused to a point beyond his target. While he completed his front flip, he swung his sword downward, but because he had already turned in the air, his sword swept the ground as it came down. Anthony had turned all the way upside down, bringing his sword upward in a complete arc that cut the stadium's ground. Alistair swayed back, letting Anthony's forward movement cause his own attack to miss. Still, it was a very close call, with his robes being sliced by the tip of the katana. The debris kicked up by the sword's path pelted Alistair in the face, hitting him in the right eye. Despite his temporary blindness, Alistair had a good sense of where Anthony was, striking forth with an air blast mana strike that sent his opponent stumbling. The reduced visibility from the cloud of dust Anthony kicked up ended up working against him. Alistair clutched his right eye, wiping away the blood. It was too painful to open. Based on the velocity and sharpness of the chunks of rock that sliced open his face, Alistair would be glad if he would ever see from his eye again. Anthony paced around menacingly, slamming the ground with his sword like a petulant child, over and over.
"Why?" Anthony shouted. "Why did you have to ruin everything? This is the chance for us to be gods of the world, and you reject it!" Whatever sanity might have existed behind Anthony's eyes had long since vanished, gone, and replaced with a scorned insanity that chilled Alistair to the bone. "You know why," Alistair answered. "Pretentious douchebag!" Anthony spat. "I should have killed you the moment I laid eyes on you! Watch out!" Devrock screamed from his shoulder. "He's trying something!" Alistair felt a huge explosion of Anthony's aura, but nothing visibly changed about the man. Then, from his long shadow, emerged sets of hands. As if climbing out of hell below, figures of darkness appeared from out of his shadow. As they materialized fully, the darkness faded into human features, the features of Anthony himself. Based on the look of the creatures, Alistair guessed they were related to the shadow demons he had dealt with before. "A dark art." "Stay on your toes, Alistair," the imp said, in an unusually candid tone. "Devrox? Anything more I should know?" The imp looked around nervously. "I can't say any more." Alistair wanted to grumble about Devrox's uselessness, but he sensed a real fear from his demonic companion. Devrox, for all his faults, did care about him, and would have explained more if he could have. He shuddered to imagine what kind of powers could issue multiversal gag orders.
In any case, Anthony now possessed 10 identical clones, all dressed in the same stupid Hawaiian shirt. What worried Alistair was the aura he felt from them was nearly as strong as from Anthony himself. How something like that could be possible, Alistair did not know, but he knew the clones' power from the moment they attacked. Each of the shadow clones wielded an exact replica of Anthony's katana. The closest two charged Alistair from the left and right, trying to pincer him. He countered one with a thundering electric spin kick, using his other foot to block the sword arc of his second attacker. The first clone dissipated after the blast of electricity reamed through it, fading into smoke. While the clones might have had the same aura as their creator, they clearly were less durable, less intelligent, and lacking in the kinesthetic finesse of a real human. It didn't matter that much when there were 9 of them, 10 including the real Anthony. Everywhere Alistair looked came another sword. With only one good eye to see out of, his field of vision didn't help in that regard. In the midst of the confusion, he had also lost track of the original. They all felt the same, even to his carefully calibrated senses. And eyes of truth would uncover the real deal, but Alistair felt he needed to save as much karma as possible. They whittled him down, cut by cut. The clones possessed the same aura, but they lacked any of the Tao of Time that Anthony infused his attacks with. Even the real one must have stopped doing so, since Alistair couldn't sense the Tao in any of his attackers. Alistair guessed he was doing so on purpose, preferring to blend in with his clones. When one of them caught him with a slice to the thigh, Alistair barely even registered the pain. He kneed in the chest with a burst of mana strike, taking another stab in the shoulder at the same time. The clone he blasted faded away, but there were still 8 left. Alistair knew every fight he had been through up to this point was just practice for right now. He had 4 limbs against his opponent's 36, yet he held his own. Each block and parry, each strike and jab felt perfectly placed. Alistair fell into a trance like before, yet even deeper this time. Deeper, stronger, more ancient. He forgot his own name. There were things beyond even time, especially the time of a frontier brat. In his mind's eye, there was an image as clear as a photograph, that of a red-lipped kiss of death between an ocean of tranquility and a sky of infinite knives. When Alistair came to, his shirt had been torn to scraps. The whole of his body bled in minor cuts, covering his eyes in stinging crimson liquid. His opponent wasn't looking much better. All of Anthony's shadow clones were gone, returned to the darkness with no evidence of their existence outside of Alistair's wounds. Anthony had a red imprint on his face and a misshapen broken jaw for his troubles. Alistair tried to return to his combat trance, but nothing happened. Forcing it manually wouldn't work. It had to happen naturally. He tried to activate Dash to catch Anthony while he was still down, yet nothing happened.
"Take a look at your mana, dummy," Devrox told him. "I don't know what happened, but when you fought like a man possessed, you used up almost all your mana on mana strikes."
Alistair glanced at his status screen for a brief moment, seeing his health was at 150 and his mana was at 17. He quickly summoned the Tier 2 mana pill he had stashed for that exact circumstance, throwing it down the hatch immediately. Like the Tier 2 health pill, the mana pill gave him a shock of energy, flying down his meridians. Unlike the health pill, the mana pill didn't need to suffuse every cell in his body, just his meridians, so the side effects were lesser. Nevertheless, it was not something he wanted to take with any frequency. His mana shot up to 420 out of 762, not even the Tier 2 mana pill being enough to recover his prodigious reserves. His other important reserve of Tao energy was dwindling, and there was nothing he could do to recover it. He had around a third of his Tao energy remaining, while he sensed that Anthony had yet to go that low. The dark art of the shadow clones hadn't tapped into his pool, while Alistair had drained a lot of Tao energy in his trance, which incorporated the Tao of the Fist. Fear blanketed Alistair's body as he heard Anthony's next words.
"Chronos reverse!"
Alistair might never figure out why Anthony chose to say the name of his skill aloud. Was it to intimidate him, or because it actually provided a bonus to saying the name aloud? In any case, Alistair felt a gargantuan surge of Tao energy from Anthony, an amount more than all of Alistair's remaining pool. 10 dark figures formed from the void once more, defying the laws of casualty. He could have sworn their silhouettes smirked at him as if they were mocking his hopelessness. A drop of blood fell into Alistair's left eye, clouding his vision with murky red blotches. He wiped it away with a sweaty arm, fighting through the pain. Anthony, or one of his clones, sliced up his forehead real good. Alistair bet he could touch his skull through the gash. He was hemorrhaging blood, and therefore health by the second, and he couldn't use another health pill without frying his cells. But he still had a few trump cards up his sleeves. Alistair lifted his fists up to his face like a beaten boxer. A slight limp and ragged breath exaggerated his injuries beyond their actual extent as he staggered toward Anthony. From the New Yorker's perspective, he saw a man on his last legs going for a final hurrah. Anthony dragged himself to his feet, letting the tip of his katana, which had returned to normal size, drag along the ground. The royal blue aura of the body trigram tempering evolution flickered in and out of existence. His newly minted clones lacked the body tempering altogether, though in return they were missing their creator's injuries. Alistair had no difficulty in finding the real Anthony, but if he couldn't beat the clones, it wouldn't matter.
"I can give you the remainder," Devrox offered.
Alistair mentally shook his head.
"We need to save that for the last moment. Don't you agree? Or are you going soft on your protege?"
"Finally admitted that I'm your master, have you?"
"You've got a chance now."
A new type of aura formed around Alistair's left fist, mercurial and liquid and reeking of living horrors. Inspired by the leakage from his own body, he used phase shift to create a blood aura mana strike. There were far more types of mana than just the elemental, he was fast learning. Knowing he could not face all the clones, Alistair poured more mana into his hand than he had ever before, more mana than was safe. He used one of his trump cards, his Ghost Whispers. The entire time the attack had happened, he had been ignoring the souls of the departed to protect his own sanity. There were just so many. Now, he let their cries and power flow into him. The pain of a mother seeing her child crushed by fallen rubble, the hundreds of cries of those burned to death from the fires, or most commonly, instant death from explosion. Alistair let all of their pain and sorrow flow into him, borrowing the latent energies of their souls for the ultimate mana strike. Blood aura congealed around his fist in thick clumps, becoming so opaque it was almost as if his entire arm was covered in pulsating spectral blood. It bubbled and sizzled and reeked and glowed with low light. Only if you looked very carefully could you see the pale blue light of his ghost grass wraps underneath the cloak of dark red. The clones surrounded him from every angle, making escape impossible. Slowly, carefully, they approached him. Would they really just walk up to him, as if taking a stroll in a park? They started from 10 meters away. Soon it was 8 meters, then 7. Ever closer, and Alistair showed no sign of movement. The real Anthony never moved a single centimeter from his position, letting his minions do all the work. He respected Alistair's close-quarters abilities all too well to endanger himself, giving him time to rest from his injuries. Alistair closed his eyes and waited. His fighter sense and karmic sight were better than his real vision. 6 meters, yet they still walked 1 foot forward, hunched over, holding their katanas in the vein of Musashi Miyamoto. 5 meters. In his mind's eye, the moment they crossed the 5-meter barrier, he saw a soap bubble pop from a single drop of water, reverberating in a small wave. Alistair clutched every muscle in his body in a wave from foot to head, using his hip and leg muscles to build up momentum. He torqued his body with maximal force, launching his bloody mana strike infused with the energy of the dead. It took time to build up the power behind it. A 20-mana mana strike could be created almost instantly, while something of this nature required more build-up. It would have been completely impossible if not for the thousands of recent deaths powering him up. As Alistair turned, the energies of the dead and his own mana straight from his soul core gathered in his fist. Everything disappeared in a wave of blood. Screaming faces with black holes of nothingness formed along the sanguine wall, wailing from the underworld. Alistair turned his arm, barely able to control its path as he blanketed the arena in thousands of gallons of mystic blood, destroying the shadow clones along with half the stadium. They disappeared in a blast that was half ethereal, half corporeal, perfect for destroying their shadowy bodies. After he spun around 360 degrees, Alistair grasped his arm. Expending so much energy, 250 mana to be precise, ruptured all the meridians in his left arm. The physical impact was obvious to an outsider as well. His arm was shriveled up, skinnier than an emaciated man and charcoal black. When he tried to lift it, his arm would not obey him, hanging limply at his side. As the blood mist cleared from the stadium, Alistair saw the aftermath of his attack. The ground of the stadium, already cracked by Anthony's katana, was torn asunder, with large chunks of rock missing from the ground strewn about. All the shadow minions were gone. Anthony took a knee 10 meters away from Alistair, glaring at him while panting. Alistair couldn't help but smile, looking at his fallen foe. His blood mana strike carved smooth grooves all over his skin, oozing enough blood for a ravenous vampire. With the small cuts and blood, the two of them looked like mirrors of each other. Anthony struggled to his feet, wiping the blood away from his face. His left eye was sealed shut and swollen, making him look even crazier. He lifted his katana and pointed it directly at Alistair. Even Anthony's prodigious Dao reserves were starting to dwindle. For Alistair's part, he had just a little left in the tank, using most of it on channeling ghost whispers to gather the power of the thousands of lost souls. "Eye for an eye," Alistair joked, attempting to raise both hands in a shrug, though only his right obeyed. Anthony ignored him and walked forward a few meters before stopping at a seemingly random location. "Chronos Reverse," Anthony said, just a touch louder than a whisper, the total opposite of his previous booming bellow. Yet it felt far scarier. Once again, Alistair felt time reverse, thrusting him forward in the same motions that he had done a few minutes ago to backtrack. Without Dao energy, he wasn't able to resist it. The sharp point of Anthony's katana loomed in the distance. He intended to skewer Alistair. The greatest game of tug-of-war began. Alistair found his feet stepping one after another in front of each other against his will. Step after step, and his stomach grew ever closer to the outstretched tip. At first, Alistair didn't direct his full attention to resisting Chronos Reverse because he focused on Anthony's other movements, in case he was using the obvious sword-skewering attempt as a bait. However, as Alistair grew inexorably closer to being spit-roasted, he saw Anthony's singular attention toward his one goal of impaling Alistair. Alistair kept moving forward, his speed slowing as he resisted more. He began outputting a direct and powerful stream of Dao energy to counteract Anthony, who returned by upping his own output. For every unit of Dao energy Alistair could afford to spend, Anthony could spend twice over. A small grunt came out of Alistair's mouth as he struggled all the way through the last meter. The veins in his forehead popped out as he clenched every muscle in his body, resisting the pull of casualty. It couldn't be compared to a mere telekinetic force acting on him. It was like the universe itself was trying to move Alistair's limbs for him, and it took every ounce of willpower and Dao energy not to succumb. The air around the tip of Anthony's katana started to warp and glitter with silver and translucent aura, reflecting the amount of Dao energy he had invested. It became clear why Anthony had walked forward before activating the skill, since Alistair's natural path would only take him so far in front of him. Anthony had to already have his sword in his path, since he was unable to move while casting Chronos Reverse due to the heavy concentration. A meter turned to 50 centimeters, then 30, then 20, then 10. Despite being no more than two men walking towards each other, it was the most tense moment of their duel. Alistair waited until the last possible moment to act. 10 centimeters became 5, became 1, until he was but a hair's breadth away. Right as he felt the peril hovering over his skin, he flared all of his remaining Dao energy at once in the form of the Dao of the Fist, imbuing it all throughout his upper body. While the Dao of the Fist was most compatible with the fists, and to a lesser extent the feet, it still worked with any body part to some degree, and using all of his remaining Dao energy in a burst provided superhuman strength and counteracted the thrall of time. It made little sense philosophically why fists could counter time. Perhaps it was a symbol that no matter the era, people would always fight back, or something like that. Alistair's extra strength allowed him to contort his body backward, letting the blade slice a small incision into his belly as he limboed underneath the sword. At that point, he didn't even feel the cut. Seeing Alistair duck under, Anthony switched to bring his blade downward, the natural response of someone seeing a man move underneath the edge of his blade. His reactions weren't hyper-accelerated by Mind Accelerato any longer, but he still reacted in less than a quarter of a second. But Anthony's concentration was the only thing keeping Alistair under the spell Chronos Reverse. The moment he started to swing his sword, Alistair felt the effects of Chronos Reverse attenuate. From his position underneath Anthony's waist, he contorted his body like a circus performer to angle an uppercut straight for his jaw. Anthony had a trick up his sleeve himself. The body tempering skill that had previously disappeared returned with a vengeance, glowing bright blue as Anthony reinforced the bottom right side of his jaw, right where Alistair's punch was headed for. Mana Strike clashed against blue steel. Their collision caused a sonic boom along with clashing blue shockwaves, one dark blue and one light blue. Alistair and Anthony were flung back in a miniature explosion that saw both of them injured. Anthony's jaw was already broken. Now it was hanging by a thread, hit in the same spot again. His entire face looked like a zombie with his destroyed jaw and sealed-shut left eye. Alistair didn't look much better. His crusted, cut-up skin, charred beyond recognition left arm, and battered internal organs were now accompanied by an obliterated right fist. He forcibly opened and closed his fist despite the shattered bones. Phalanges, metacarpals, carpals. There was no way that they weren't all broken beyond the pale of modern medicine. Yet he still forced himself to make a fist all the same. It was a combination of magic and sheer force of will. All his mind knew was pain, yet he still put on a smile. He thought to Devrox, "Takes away from the pain of my arm, right?" "You're a crazy bastard," Devrox said, shaking his barbed tail. "It's time to end this. Are you ready?" Anthony howled like a wolf, wasting mana to enhance the sound of his vocal cords to appear more intimidating. He looked at Alistair and tapped his own wrecked jaw as if to say, "I'm crazier than you, bitch." Of that, he had no doubt. Their stare-down felt like it lasted for an eternity. Alistair opened and closed his fist 3 times, using mana to stop it from falling to pieces. He gave all of his remaining mana in a lightning-attuned mana strike around his fist. Inspired by the replica heavenly lightning he had witnessed from Carmen, he felt that lightning was most appropriate for vanquishing evil. He already had the Good Samaritan bonus to agility and intelligence, but this was something different. He had no discernible Tao energy left, yet despite that, Alistair felt more centered and powerful than ever. Alistair dashed forward with his fist cocked back, knowing it would be the final exchange. Anthony used up the last drops of his Tao energy in a small expansion of aura, just a few centimeters from his skin, corroding the air around him in a suit of time armor. Before Alistair could meet Anthony's first layer of protection, the Time Cultivator erected another, this time using most of his remaining mana. Devrox flinched internally as a wave of darkness erupted from Anthony's chest, forming a carapace shield. Blinding lightning struck absolute darkness, destroying both. Alistair still rocketed toward Anthony without his white-hot glowing fist, while Anthony lost his shadow protection. Alistair had one final trump card to play. Hand of Karma needed just one more application to upgrade to Tier 2, and Alistair provided it, pouring 30 Karma into his right fist. That put him 15 points into the negative, the same amount that caused him so much grief on Faxor with bad luck. He ignored that for the time being. As Hand of Karma upgraded, it grew in gravitas. The physical bright red hue didn't change, but Alistair thought if he squinted he could see gravitational lensing around the halo of his fist. Alistair envisioned one particular thread of fate, and let his instincts take hold. He launched a punch straight at Anthony's nose, slipping by his shielding through Hand of Karma's manipulation. It all happened in a split second. Alistair's knuckle struck Anthony's nose after a long second of struggling to pierce the chronal armor. Anthony almost looked too shocked to try anything else but rely on the abilities that had carried him this far, attempting to reinforce his time protection. It was to no avail. When Alistair finally broke through, his Hand of Karma was spent, though his body's momentum carried him onto Anthony, crashing them both to the ground. That was how Alistair found himself awkwardly lying on top of Anthony, preparing to throw another punch. "Do you surrender?" Alistair asked, holding his fist in the air. He felt it right to give his opponent the option, despite the evil Anthony committed.
"Fuck off."
Anthony shot up his hand faster than Alistair expected, grabbing him by the throat before he could rain down his blow.
"This was your pathetic, Last attempt.
Anthony tightened his grip around Alistair's neck, holding him in the air with a single arm. With little effort, he threw Alistair to the ground, reversing the situation so Anthony was now on top. Frenzied like a madman, he added a second hand to Alistair's throat, squeezing with the strength of 100 men.
Time to die,
he growled. Alistair felt his consciousness start to fade to black, only holding on from sheer willpower as he waited for the end. The end came as fast as he hoped. Anthony let out a choked gasp, his grasp on Alistair's neck weakening right away. His cold eyes were struck in disbelief as he looked down to see a barbed red tail glistening with fresh blood. He spoke no more words as the tail retreated out the way it came, leaving a grisly hole, not dissimilar from Alistair's previous injury. For a second, Alistair worried for his safety as Anthony unleashed all of his unbridled fury in a wave of Nue that went straight for his beating heart. Unfortunately for the dying cultivator, it was simply too weak. His wave of hatred only made Alistair flinch. Anthony gave one last look of malice before collapsing on top of him. Alistair closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A great weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. He had known this moment was coming for a long time now, longer than he had wanted to admit. The concept of defeating the idea of Anthony he had retained since the first time the man cowed him with the briefest glance was at one point absurd to him, but he had done it, nonetheless. With the adrenaline rush fading, he felt the excruciating pain of his right hand explode, along with the burning agony of his arm, yet even those injuries couldn't take away the sweet taste of victory from his mouth. With his good arm, he pushed Anthony's corpse off. It fell in a strange manner, straight backward, ending up in an unnatural kneeling pose that looked almost alive.
"You're very much welcome,"
Devrock said, passing through Anthony's body.
"Thanks,"
Alistair said, slowly getting to his knees. Hand of Karma had done its job, short-circuiting Anthony's mana system long enough so that Devrox's material form could stab him. Alistair's biggest concern had been whether Devrox's physical body would be strong enough to pierce Anthony's human body, but luckily with solid spirit, the imp was able to draw on the same souls as Alistair.
Level up. You are now level 35, plus 6 agility, plus 6 intelligence, plus 6 charisma, plus 6 free attribute points, plus 46 upgrade points. Dual rewards: 656,000 gold drachma, 310 subregions of the Ricci Empire, 108 land store credits, Lesser Cloak of Shadows, Sun's End Vanquishment Sword, Cord of Desire. Achievement upgraded: Dueling 3. Slay the mythic counterpart or great evil of the world. Rejoice in the surety of your victory. Reward: plus 30 upgrade points, plus 10 max karma, 30 cap.
Alistair's victory against Anthony was already proving to be profitable. He could already feel his new territories, all 310 of them. Alistair wasn't sure if he was ready to come to terms with being responsible for what were likely millions of people. It felt like a lot of responsibility for someone who had gotten by just by punching things hard. But that worry paled compared to his karmic issues. Alistair remembered how his last escapade into the negatives in karma had gone very wrong. The best thing he could do would be to seclude himself from everyone else and pray nothing happened. The arena faded away, returning Alistair back to the real world. The Herald didn't reappear. Perhaps the Pathfinder AI was stingy, not wanting to spend any more mana than it had to. Alistair didn't have time to think about that. His arm was really starting to burn, which made sense considering it looked like a charred hunk of meat. The moment he reappeared, Alexandra ran over to him before he could collapse, letting him rest on her shoulder.
"Where's Anthony?"
she asked, preparing a healing touch for his blackened arm. The soothing caress of Alexandra's skill helped ameliorate his pain.
"Dead,"
Alistair replied with a grin.
"What happened here?"
Sophia spoke next.
"You've been gone less than a second by our time, though I assume for you it was much different. Since you defeated him in the duel, have you gained possession over all of the Ricci Empire?"
Alistair nodded in the affirmative.
Looks like he wasn't lying about not having any allies.
Now the only thing that mattered to him was Donna and Tamia, his injury be damned. Alistair wanted to go searching for them right away, but something was bothering him.
"Sophia?"
he asked, since he knew her danger sense was at one point better than his.
Do you sense that?
She turned her head up.
Wait.
Sophia never finished her sentence. The city hall exploded in a burst of blue light identical to the artillery bomb from earlier. The last thing he remembered before he lost consciousness was the whirring of an engine. 52. Aftermath. Alistair woke up in a sweat, his aura erupting in a 10-meter radius, destroying the surrounding tent. "They informed me you were about to wake up," a voice called out. "Peace." He recognized the monotone delivery as coming from his former ally, Bartholomew Wood. "If we wanted you dead, you would already be dead. Without our intervention, the artillery bomb would have killed you, on top of your arm being practically destroyed." Alistair sat up, taking in his surroundings. He was in a white tent on a small cot connected to an IV drip along with a cyberpunk-esque display that read his vitals in real time. His body ached with even the slightest movement, and if he looked closely, he thought he could see tiny blue specks in his skin, possibly a residual effect of the bomb. In addition, his left arm was still skinny and darkened, though not nearly as much as it had been before. "What happened?" Bartholomew put up a hand. "They mostly survived." "Mostly?" Alistair asked, his heart stopping. "You're the first person to awaken from the aftermath of the explosion," Bartholomew explained. "No doubt due to your sturdy construction. From what we gathered, there was a woman who died before the attack. Besides that woman, I regret to inform you that Sophia Romero perished as well." That revelation hit Alistair like a brick. He had never been close to the woman, but she trusted him with her life and that of many others. At first he had questioned her harsh methods and icy demeanor, but he saw that she really cared about her people. "Anyone else?" Alistair choked out. "There are others who might have serious injuries, but no one else has died so far." Alistair tried to get up, but even before Bartholomew moved to stop him, he seized up in pain. When he tried to lift his left arm to clutch himself instinctively, it felt like a slab of flesh that didn't want to obey him. "You're in no condition to make a difference now," the super soldier told him. "Recover now, so you don't permanently injure yourself." "What about the refugees?" he asked. "A woman named Donna and a little girl called Tamia. They should have been kept safe by a man called Blaze." "I believe I know who you're referring to. We found a man by that name with a group of survivors hiding in an abandoned subway. Fret not, friend." Bartholomew turned to walk away, but Alistair weakly caught his arm. "One more question. Who is the we that you're referring to?" He smiled for a brief moment, a small sign that the stoic man was flesh and blood. "You might recognize her." Oneiromancy, divination through dreams, has always existed on Earth. In small parts and liminal spaces, the tiny amount of mana and Tao was enough for vague visions. Hidden and weak, the skill passed from generation to generation in minor superstitions. Across cultures separated by space and time, a common theme of fate being connected in thread or through a web hinted at a greater truth. In the same way, Alistair, who had grown skilled at seeing threads of fate, dreamt of murky futures and potentials. In a room of half darkness and half light, a man stands with a long red shadow facing a mirror. In the mirror, the man sees a scene of war. Men and women perish by the thousands, their blood used as sacrifice for blasphemous spellcraft. Horrors without end, and the man knows he can stop this, but in order to do so, he must give up a part of himself. A brilliant figure of golden light rests his godly palm down over an entire planet, yet those who witness its greatness know it shows but a mere fraction of its infinite power. On its shoulder rests a much smaller figure, one of much lesser power. Across galaxies and universes, almost no one pays attention to the blip, yet those of keen eyes take notice and ponder his identity. The wisest sense the tides of fate gathering around him, and from the greatest heavens to the lowest hells, chaos rises. The horns of the highest heaven are so loud they shake the very fabric of reality and all those underneath it. The painters of the night sky weave colors from ethereal light that would shatter the minds of mortals, all to announce the arrival of the greatest under heaven, or so he calls himself. Whatever the truth of that matter, his presence humbles even the angels and archons and gods of the Most High. The term is almost at its end, and this man has met every candidate of the past eons. However, this meeting is not as fortuitous as those past. Already the great factions fight over every jot and tittle. There are rumors the Ascender will declare himself a candidate despite decorum forbidding it. In the halls of the local emperor, a great council gathers. A triad of vying powers meet. The nobles and emperor, once at odds with another, join together in unholy matrimony. The decree, crusade against usury, a thinly veiled lie. The mercantiles have overstepped. The dream shifts a final time in the most clear vision hitherto. A woman vested in robes of the clearest water anoints her newest recruits. Existing at an interstitial point between the great powers of the empire, she worries for the future. The tournament shall be their true test of whether they will survive into the coming hard times. Alistair's consciousness returned to the forefront, resuscitated from a deep, unthinking sleep. He met the woman's eyes and would have sworn she could see him too, if she was real. Was she real? He wondered, not knowing the answer. This dream felt too lucid to be a figment of his imagination. All dreams must come to an end. Alistair woke up in a sweat once more, though the memory of his dreams quickly faded once he came to. This time the tent was empty and the sun was gone. No light peeked through his white tent except the soft silver light of the moon. It was nice to be back on Earth with its singular, familiar moon. The first thing Alistair did was look down at his arm. It had regained a bit more of its size, but it was still shriveled like it had been in a cast for a few months. The coloring seemed to have returned to normal, however. The night of rest had cured the car crash feeling, and Alistair jumped out of bed. The first thing he had to check on was Donna and Tamia, to make sure that Bartholomew had all his information right. He left the tent on light feet, not actively trying to sneak around while not calling attention to himself either. There was no need to notify those who had no business in his affairs. It didn't seem like that big a deal anyway, since Alistair didn't sense any webs of detection or sensors around him. His tent was surrounded by many others in a field that Alistair recognized as being close to the old HQ. He assumed it had been completely dusted from the explosion. Alistair could feel some familiar auras expanding from the nearby tents, including those of Alexandra, Oliver, John, and the other members of the Northeast Freehold. Sophia's absence gnawed at him like a festering wound. He would not be rid of her memory soon at all, feeling the passive drachma and Landstore credits of the massive number of subregions he owned trickling in. Alistair thought he would not shake the feeling of being an imposter for quite some time. In all honesty, Alistair was somewhat surprised they didn't outright kill him. Bartholomew and Alfred were friendly, but if they had silenced him in the middle of the night, they could have had the entire east coast of America in their control. And if not them, he imagined the she they spoke about wouldn't be appreciative of his newfound power. Alistair wrapped Anthony's lesser cloak of shadows around his own cloak of the divined. He sensed there was a carrying capacity for the number of items he could hold on his person at one time and still retain their effects. He had Xanabar's Purification Ring, Thrice-Blessed Fate Diviner, Ghostgrass Wraps, Cloak of the Divined, Lesser Cloak of Shadows, Sun's End Vanquishment Sword, and Cord of Desire. In fact, he thought the effects of the two cloaks were already overlapping, and he could feel that his cloak's fate protection was weakened by around 20%. On the other hand, with Anthony's Lesser Cloak of Shadows, he could move with the night nearly undetected. He would have to be looking very closely or have the keenest eyes to see Alistair as he walked. He didn't have to look far to find the center where Donna and her daughter resided. Someone had conveniently labeled it with a makeshift earthen sign reading Camp 1-87 Residence. Alistair walked over to the front of the office building, careful to avoid the occasional patrollers. He carefully extended his aura sense over the building. After he felt the unique signature of Donna and Tamia and confirmed they were alive, he left immediately, not wanting anyone to find him. What he needed was alone time. With Dash, he could technically move around 500 kilometers an hour for 0.5 seconds, over a distance of about 70 meters. In this domain, Alistair's speed was supreme amongst any earthly cultivators, though his top speed without dash was over 250 kilometers per hour. 150 was more feasible when talking about running for hours or days. He used all of his impressive speed to run out of the city. He needed to be alone. Highways turned into trees as Alistair ran himself into the nearest forested land. There was something nice about the soft, giving nature of mud and dirt compared to hard pavement and concrete. Even the snapping of twigs and the rustling of leaves felt right. In the distance, Alistair spied a small mountain that he thought would be nice to summit. Alistair climbed and climbed. So much responsibility weighed down on his shoulders. His missing family and friends, his new companions and allies, his people who relied on him for protection and sustenance, all thrust on him in the matter of months or even days for the latter. While his physical condition was fine, he was tired in his soul. When he reached the top of the wooded mountainside, he looked over his city. It had been his city before, but now it was his city. Despite all the strife, the lights of modern civilization still washed out the starry night sky. The reds and whites and blues contrasted against the darkness, creating a beautiful, picturesque portrait. There were fewer lights than Alistair remembered, which was to be expected with all the death and destruction, but they remained nonetheless. Alistair was almost something of a nature lover. In the past, the light pollution would have made him upset, but now it was touching, a tribute to the enduring human spirit. Alistair imagined his future. He would keep rising and rising so he could keep protecting those he cared about. Greater threats were always lurking in the background. The talent of a man like Red and Nena's organization weighed heavily in his mind. If he had learned anything about the multiverse, it was that nothing could be taken for granted. And so, despite his tiredness, Alistair knew he would never give up. The fire beneath him had been lit ever since Octavius Malloy arrived on his planet. No, ever since he was born into this world. But he would do his damnedest to let others be born into a better world. He leaped down off the mountain, landing in a boom that scattered squirrels from the nearby trees. The tiniest tip of the sun bloomed over the horizon. Alistair couldn't wait for the new day to start. This is the end of Ghost of the Truthseeker, a Cultivation LitRPG, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to review it. For more LitRPG books and audiobooks, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Ghost of the Truthseeker, a Cultivation LitRPG, written by Strungbound, performed by Daniel Wisniewski.